Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. The throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on to take them flights at different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still
sleep. I dance in the realm of dreams. I dance when I'm in the boneyard. Dance, dance when I'm caught off guard. I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light.
You can stop the sea and don't just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line.
Girl, groove make your soul shaker.
Everybody sing along.
You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. 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 Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through.
Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
Got a chateau in the mountains that change it, jet set through the islands that change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class almost a thing. Started with verbal on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams so she won't stop, can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody.
welcome to Valorant Game Changers EMEA. This is the penultimate day and just 3 teams remain. But before we get into the Valorant action, I have to say a massive happy Mother's Day to all the mothers watching right now. Oh, I was not expecting that. Thank you very much, production. Yes, Mother's Day is exclusively about me and me alone. I'm Frankie Ward, and obviously I'm just joking. My own daughter, Aoife the baby, is currently downstairs with a weird puppet glove on, running around, making monster noises. Luckily, I managed to escape the fearsome beast and live to tell the tale. And today we'll be telling the tale of what's going to happen between Giant X and Falcons. And obviously, I'm not doing it alone. I'm doing it with Billy and Ash. Billy, how's it going?
I'm very happy to be here, Frankie. What an amazing graphic that was. Frankie, our mother of esports, shall we say. Super excited to be joining you here on the desk today.
Thank you. Yeah, shout out to Aaron. I believe Aaron probably was responsible for that one because he did a fantastic graphic for International's Women's Day. So whatever you're earning, Aaron, let's double it, please. That's from one satisfied mother. And Ash, how are you? I know you're in a completely different time zone to us. You are the hero of the hour, let's face it.
Well, I'm great. I mean, despite the time zone, I lost an hour of sleep, 2 hours, because I got a call time wrong this morning. But I'm feeling great. I'm excited to be here. I'm so sorry if you see a shaky camera. My cat is trying to grief me behind the scenes at the moment, but nonetheless, I'm excited for some hot Valorant action today.
Hot Valorant action. I love a bit of hot action myself, Ash. Let's take a look at the hot action that went down yesterday. It was our final day of 2 best-of-3s. G2 making yet another final. They're 7th in the EMEA region and their 8th grand final overall, which means that Falcons will be fighting for their spot in the final against them today against Giants X. And Giants X yesterday, Billy, they had a phenomenal performance over Valiant.
Yeah, absolutely. And no surprise to see Falcons and Giants X meeting each other here in the lower bracket finals. They did finish top of their groups in the group stage, both going undefeated. So it's no surprise that we've seen them here today. And of course, the winner will go on to face G2. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting day of Valorant for sure.
Ash, before we get on to the fun segment, as production is calling it, and it will be fun because Lara has put her heart and soul into this. Lara's our incredible story producer. I want to ask G2, were you expecting the success from them? That's such a stupid question. I've asked it. I'm embarrassed that I've asked it, but give me an answer anyway, Ash, please.
I think we were. I know that when things did start off for them, there were some questions maybe of how the synergy might go, the fact that it was such big changes coming to this roster, but they've proven that, of course, they've upgraded in each of those roles, bringing in Vanya, bringing in Amy, and just being able to elevate their roster in that kind of sense by finding 2 of the players who are the best within their roles, even potentially globally within Game Changers. So I think it's no surprise that they have found the success that they've had, and they've also been doing it while rocking some funky compositions on certain maps as well. And the fact that for G2 goes in, I think a lot of it does come down to the insane firepower. Like, you can even forget the strategies. I think sometimes there were just points where when it came down to those scrappy fights, they were popping heads.
Yeah, I really enjoyed hearing Sam yesterday on the desk losing her mind over the G2 comp, especially on Ascent. Go back and watch it if you want the opportunity to have a laugh, but also learn some seriously good information about putting together a draft in Valorant. And also, of course, tomorrow Sam will be back to rant yet again about G2. So don't miss that grand final, but we do need to find out who G2 are going to be playing. And yet, you have to wait. You have to wait a little while longer because we've got goodness coming your way. And this segment I am calling Truth versus the Analysts. Yes, I have just made that up on the spot. It's basic true or false with some facts. Do you guys want to play against each other? Do you want to be a team?
You know what? I don't mind us playing with each other. The Truth versus the Analysts, I quite like that because anytime I've done one of these, it's usually against Sam. And as we all know, Sam is quite literally the dictionary of EMEA Game Changers. So I'm happy to take Ash on the team this time rather than being against each other.
Brilliant. Some hot team action. Right, first question, true or false? We're going to bring that question up on screen now. In the Falcons team, we can also find a dog, a cat, and a hamster.
Okay,
Lara
listen.
obviously had a very early start this morning as well, writing this question for us. Go on, guys. Confirm.
I don't get
confirm.
it. I just don't get the question.
Does
Billy,
this mean
to
that
you?
they have a pet dog, a pet cat, and a pet hamster? Maybe is that what they mean by that?
Maybe, because I was thinking there is a hamster character in competitive gaming, but it's a different video game. So
I don't think we're allowed to
there's
say
got
the
to be
name.
a composition here. Do you guys want to guess? I actually don't know the answer to this. I've been sent the questions in advance, but I tried not to look because I wanted to be surprised. True.
I think. Oh, okay. We didn't even get
Sorry,
a chance.
we didn't. You guys didn't
we didn't
give
even
your
get a
answer, did
chance.
you?
Spoilers.
Just
This
remind
is
us that we
spoilers.
actually
I
do
feel like
need
I'm
to
on
get some
Twitter right
VALORANT
now.
underway. Come on, guys. So true. Sandra has dog. Eva has a cat, and Toki has a hamster. I had
Okay.
a hamster once. It lived till it was 2.5, and everyone was shocked. It was my best mate, and also I used to kind of take photos with it, with my cat. So I'd like do selfies before selfies were a thing. I put the camera on
Yeah.
a timer, and then it would just be me, my cat, and this poor little Russian winter white hamster. Anyway, right, Martin is saying now next one. Okay, among all the Falcons players, 5 languages can be spoken. Okay, confer and then give me a definitive answer, please, ladies. I'm just going to drink while you.
I feel
Where
like
you
this
do your
has
work.
to be true.
Yeah, I want to say this is true. Like, if you think of the nationalities of all the players,
Yeah.
it has to be. I got my little green pen to show him. Saying
I
it's
don't
true.
have a green one, but I agree. I think this is true.
See,
The math
I
is
don't know the
mathing.
answer to this, but I would have said it was
Okay.
false. And yeah, it's false. It's 4. Arabic, Turkish, Spanish, and English.
Okay.
And you'll find out later on from my interview with Sandra that's coming up that Arabic has so many different dialects. So actually, not everyone speaks the same type of Arabic on the team, or at least they do now because they've had a bit of time to learn and get to know each other's respective dialects. Let's go on to question number 3. Its one is about Sarah from Giants X. Sarah is very young, but she already has had a year of experience as a pro player. I think this one's easy, guys.
Yeah, this
No pressure.
this has to be true.
I think this
has
is
to
false.
be true.
I think this is false.
Which way
Because
are you
I don't
gonna
think
go?
she has a whole year. It hasn't been a whole
Oh
year.
yeah, that's a good point. That's actually a really good point.
She came in late in the season.
Yeah,
it's
true.
It's false.
not
it
been a
has to
full
be
year.
false.
It's false. Yeah, it has
Billy,
to
what's
be.
your red thing? Hold it up. I want to see it.
Another pen.
Oh.
Nothing exciting. I had like little switch things last time I did this, but yeah.
So
Here
it
we
was
go.
false. You were absolutely right. She joined
a good
G2
point.
in 2023 as the substitute player, obviously coming in for Mary when we didn't know if Mary was sticking around or not. Okay, 4th question, the penultimate question. This is a very interesting one. The best way to define Mayori's playstyle is no brain monkey.
I feel like
Okay.
that's very specific to be false, no?
I feel like it has to. I don't know. You could go the way of it should be false because she's usually playing a sentinel, but also I know that we did questionnaires for the players, and I feel like I could see her maybe putting that down as her answer in the questionnaire.
This is why Lara gets all the information, because Lara sends out the questionnaires to the players, and she does get really interesting information.
Yeah.
So it is either Mayori's playstyle or it's a different player's playstyle. Should we find
Yes.
out what? Hang on a second. Don't put
Yeah.
it up on screen, Martin. Go, tell me your answer. Is it true or false?
Let's say true.
True.
Let's say true.
True.
True. Okay, cool. Right. Go.
Okay.
Brilliant.
There we go. There we
True.
go.
That's how she defines
We're
it.
not
Good. I like the
complete
power of
failures so
deduction
far.
there, ladies. Billy's like on it. She's like, yeah, there's a spreadsheet, and it's got to be on the spreadsheet, and the maths are coming towards her, and if we only could animate that right now. Okay, one last question. Ness. This one is about Sarah's Giant X teammate. Ness is going to try to never say again that she can play anything and with any agent because it's exciting to change roles, but she is... she is... I think, no, this actually should end in she is exhausted.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
is this true? Is Ness exhausted is the question we're actually asking. She is exhausted, true or false?
Yeah, I don't know. I want to say yeah because I feel like she's been on the brink
Yeah.
of success so many times.
I think it would be yes because it was a big role swap for her as well because she went from
too.
that sentinel and now over towards like more of like leaning initiator,
Okay,
and that is
so-
a lot. especially
So
with
we're saying
lineups.
true, she's exhausted. See, I would say false
Yeah.
because we also have an interview coming up with Ness later, and oh my god, she's stunning. I was like siphoning her youth through the screen. But true, apparently she's knackered. Yet she still has time for a ravishing hair care routine. That's all I can say. So I actually don't know how you ladies did. I think you won. I think you got like 4 out of 5 of those right, at least, or 3 out of 5.
Yeah,
And,
I think we're positive. I think we're
we
positive.
were
Yeah,
up
there was a couple of
here
hiccups,
at Game
yeah.
Changers. Yeah, but it's fine. We don't need to talk about those. We don't need to talk about those because we've got to talk about some hardcore, serious Valorant right now. As I mentioned at the top of the show, there's just 3 teams remaining. G2 have already booked their spot in the grand final, and now it's time for Falcons and Giant X to face off against each other. But what's interesting is while you might not be able to find any previous results against or between these 2 teams online, actually, that's not the case, is it, Billy?
Yeah, no, so Giant X previously were Scooby-Doo mix in the closed qualifier and the open qualifier. So that is why you would not be able to find them. But yeah, some incredible players on both of these teams. One thing I do want to point out about Falcons Vega is they do have a core that have stuck together for the past sort of year. Those 3 players being Mad, Luge, and then Sandra joining them later on last year. So they've also picked up Eva from BBL Queens and of course Toki from Kasei Hydra. So they've got a lot of experience under their belt going into this one.
Yeah, and I think too, I mean, on the other side of things as well, you were already talking a bit about Scooby-Doo Mix, but while Falcons do have that core 3, Scooby-Doo Mix have Smurfette and Ness, who have been together both on Guild, and previously, I believe that was Foot. So these 2 players in particular, I believe they were actually putting themselves out there to be picked up as a duo, and were kind of refusing to separate almost. So that's also another layer of like that kind of synergy that we're going to see coming out from Scooby-Doo Mix, and the Scooby-Doo Mix roster in and of its own is also very experienced just when it comes down to kind of previous results, even individually, from players on that team.
And we should also mention that when they did face off against each other last in the closed qualifier, it was a 2-0 and it went the way of Falcons. But actually it was quite close. Both teams reached double digits in both of the 2 maps that they played. And given that Giants X were just formed as a roster as Scooby-Doo Mix, that's clearly a promising start for them, and we've seen them go from strength to strength ever since. So just another reason to get excited about this matchup. And definitely we should be getting excited about Falcons and their trajectory, because if you look at their past results, they talked about this on the show yesterday, they're definitely on this upwards trajectory, Ash.
Yeah, they really are. I think it would be back in 2022 there for the first 9th place on the main event there rather than 2020. But regardless, again, this was a contenders team that was just climbing the ranks last year. And I feel like there was overall a lot of that narrative of the dark horses every single stage. It felt like we had a new team that just took everybody by surprise, and Falcons have been able to just continue to further that kind of process and finding themselves 3rd last year into playoffs, and again back into that top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are a team, as you said, that have been dark horses throughout, coming up from contenders in that 2nd stage last year and going on to have positive results in stage 3, coming 3rd, and then again this time they've at least guaranteed a 3rd spot. So if they win this one, it'll be the furthest that they've ever actually gone in Game Changers so far.
Well, one of the players who has been responsible for the Falcons' rise and consistent reign at the top is Sandra, who joined in July of last year. So I caught up with her to find out more about how the team are doing on bootcamp. Sandra is joining me now from a very busy sounding boot camp. So if you hear noise in the background, it's just that the team are having a fantastic time. Sandra, what's it like having your teammates around you competing?
Oh, it's the best. Like there's no other feeling than having everyone here and hyping up and like good night and learning new languages, learning everything and seeing the habits of each player. It's like it's so good, to be honest.
So is Arabic not your first language? Because I know you're from Egypt, but I'm basically very ignorant about world geography and languages, I have to say.
No, it's fine. Yes, Arabic is my first language, but the dialect in Egypt is different from most other Middle Eastern countries. So my dialect is different from the Arabic of Madvi and Luj, for example. But I can still understand them, and they can still understand me.
So it never gets confusing in game then when Mavi's
Oh,
calling.
it was. Oh my god, because she's the IGL. When I first joined, the first two weeks were hell for me because she was like Eminem speaking in Saudi accent, and I was like, "Girl, what you saying?" You know? So I would hear like mid. I would hear her calling for like 30 seconds, and I listened to one word mid, and then I would go mid, and she was like, "What are you doing in mid?" So, but it's good now. It's good. I can understand her perfectly now.
I love this. And you've been in the team for less than a year, so that's incredibly impressive, Sandra. What's
Thank
also
you.
really impressive is that you can play seemingly anything in the game. I think you've played like Duelist, Initiator, Sentinel so far in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Uh, why do you get relied on to just flex to whatever Mad V desires?
Well, first of all, Toki is an incredible duelist, so I feel comfortable. Like I'm confident in her that she will do my job even better than me. You know. And second of all, guess I'm open-minded about like trying this, trying that, improving in this, improving in that. Because at the end of the day, having a really good duelist and a really good sentinel is a really good thing. You know.
Yeah. What's your favorite though? If you had to stick to one role and not flex anymore, what would you do?
Oh, that's a tough question. I have right now. I don't know. I'm still more comfortable on duelist, but I'm still confident. Or still comfortable in Sentinel. You know, I like Killjoy more than Cypher. So
I
let's say
like the
Killjoy right now.
You're keeping this open. I know Matt V is sat next to you. She might be listening. Do want to ask about the playstyle of the team as well, because you're going up against Giant X today. They are known for loving contact plays. They're definitely going to try and surprise you. Yesterday, G2 seemingly relied more on just playing heads up than their strange compositions. And I don't know if that was something that threw Falcons because you guys are so well drilled with your set plays and the way you like to run things. Is that something that you've had to put extra preparation time into today going into this matchup?
I'm gonna be real. Like today, we're just going in with our own playstyle. Like the past few days or the past few weeks, we've been trying to like merge our playstyle with our enemy's playstyle. But today and tomorrow, I hope we will just be playing in our own playstyle, and we will force that playstyle on them. It's a leak, but it's fine. But like at the end of the day, our mistake yesterday was we knew exactly what G2 were doing, but we had our mistake because we didn't counter that. You know. So today we won't make that mistake again, and we're gonna win it.
I'm really excited to see you hopefully make your first ever Game Changers final, because you're no stranger to playoffs now, Sandra. Thank you so much for talking to me. Shukran. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
I absolutely love talking to Sandra. There's so much positivity in that boot camp. Do you think that confidence is well placed, Billy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't they? They've gone and overachieved possibly people's expectations. So they're going to have that sort of gloat about them going into this one. And although they fell to G2 Gozen yesterday, they have beat them in the past through the group stage. So I don't think they'll be letting that get them down too much for this matchup.
I also just love hearing the confidence that Sandra has in Toki to be able to take on like the role that she was previously doing, and I feel like that says a lot for the team environment. And we had even heard from Mad V previously in an interview about how comfortable they've grown with each other and whatnot. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring today.
Well, let's find out what their opponents had to say, because earlier on today I caught up with Ness from Giants X. Nez, thank you for joining me today. First of all, I notice you're in a kitchen. I need to know, where are you playing from? I've not seen this before. It's usually a bedroom.
Yeah, so basically I had some like internet issues, so I went to Smurfette's house and I'm with her right now.
I need to ask also then about your relationship with Smurfette, because last year Smurfette said that the two of you really wanted to find a team together. You clearly prefer playing with each other rather than without each other, and you have done to great success in Guild and Foot. So why is your relationship with Smurfette so strong in and out of game?
I mean, like, she's my best friend, and like, other than that, I love her gameplay, and I think we are like playing really good together, and like we get used to play with each other. It's like not only friendship for me, like, but I really like her game style, and I love how like we play together, like clutches and like other stuff, you know.
How does your play style work so well with hers? Is it when you were in that a 2vx situation, you're just so good at knowing what the other is thinking?
Yeah. Like sometimes we just like don't talk and move, do the right thing without talking even. Yeah.
So when you guys are at the start of rounds, because I know we're saying Giant X doesn't have a caller, but it does feel like you and Smurfette are bringing the ideas. What are you're buying whatever you're buying for that round. How how do you come up with those ideas and decide what's going to be most effective?
I mean, like since we don't have an idea, we do like follow who is calling first. We don't try to like cancel whoever is saying first. We do that, and usually like everyone is calling, everyone is saying stuff, and mostly like Smurfette, because she's duelist, she wants to like say wherever she's gonna pick, and we just like do the work.
So you're
That's
led
mostly
by
on defense. Yeah.
you're kind of led by the way that she wants to attack.
Sorry, what?
You're led by the way that she wants to attack.
That was mostly on defense, but like on attack, it's like everyone has like voice. It's kind of hard to say like who is the most, you know.
It's really interesting to me that you have this synergy and trust in each other, given that you have been playing together for such a short period of time. Are you surprised by how successful this has been so far?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, I was expecting this because like team is really good and our synergy is really good as well. I mean, I didn't expect that our synergy was gonna be good like this, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us did. We saw Giant X and we were excited seeing all 5 of your names together. What a team we expected you to become in the future, but what a team you have become now. Really quickly, before I let you go, would you consider leaving Breeze open today in that best of 5 veto?
Who knows?
Who knows? Well, all I know is it's going to be a banger of a match. Thank you so much for talking to me, Ness. Good luck.
Thank you so much for having me. Yeah.
Thank you so much to Ness for dealing with my nonsense, to be quite blunt with you guys. So I did want to ask about Breeze because they have been permabanning this map so far, Ash. I don't know if this is simply because it is their permaban or because maybe they have got something up their sleeve. What do you think?
We'll have to see. I mean, I'm excited to see what the map veto ends up looking like because I feel like there's going to be pretty big points to consider when you're looking towards, likely I believe it was Falcons who gets to pick the team side. So they do end up picking out Team B, and that actually forces out this Breeze ban out of the gate here for Giant X, which leaves Falcons very comfortable in their ability to manage the remainder of this pick ban process, especially when we're looking at that Ascent ban coming out, something that I honestly expected if they did get that opportunity to go second here for Falcons, knowing how strong of a map Ascent has been for Giant X.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, like these insta bans coming through, kind of expected. You know, Giant X have been insta banning Breeze throughout, kind of leaving Bind floating. So it'll be interesting to see if they choose that one going into this best of 5 as well. And same with Falcons Vega. Although they've played Giant X on Ascent before, beating them 13-11, they have decided to just get rid of it because they know they've not been comfortable on it so far in the playoffs. So I think that's what we're seeing from this veto so far, is that obviously teams are starting to ban out any maps that they don't feel particularly comfortable on, and there comes in that Bind pick as we've just mentioned there. So yeah, interesting so far.
I'm interested in this Bind pick in particular because this is a map where the teams aren't necessarily going to have that much info on each other. Yes, we'll have seen Falcons play Bind a fair bit in the past. However, Ash, this is a new lineup of Falcons, even if the core is the same.
Yeah, they also have a really interesting composition on Bind once we do get to that third map pick, which I'll be really curious to see how Giant X look to play up against that double controller with the Harbor instead of a Viper, as well as the double dive duelist going in, because Falcons will lack a lot of info there. But We want to focus back in on this first map that we're seeing right now, heading over towards Lotus. This is a decent pick for both of these teams. I think for Giant X, you can expect that this was probably the second pick for them, knowing that Ascent was banned out. They have a 3-0 record on it and looked really good in their match yesterday up against Valley and Game Changers.
We're going to head into Agent Select straight away then on Lotus. Billy, I'm guessing we're not going to see that much in terms of surprises here. Both of these teams play pretty on the meta, apart from obviously Miori's Chamber, which is something we've seen before.
Yeah, and Miori's Chamber yesterday was fantastic. You know, she was seeking out those early engagements when she was on defense, and it was really good to see her kind of using the Chamber in the way that we'd expect a Chamber to be played on this map if you are going to choose them as a Sentinel. But looking at Falcons Veka, the 2 times that they've played this map, they've played 2 different compositions. So it's interesting to see them kind of go back to their roots, but even still, they've kind of switched it up again, having this second one in here. So yeah, it's all to play for, really.
Well, I can't wait to see what our cast is going to say about this. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Ash, but we are ready to go into the game, which is why I've interrupted you. I promise it was for a good reason. I will apologize profusely in Discord in just a second as we head to Joy and Pilski.
Yeah, I'm keen to watch these 2 teams clash, obviously, for a shot at G2, who I'm sure to most people's lack of surprise, I would say, G2 is obviously awaiting them in the grand final, has once again smashed their way through the upper bracket, as is expected of their organization. So the only question now remains who's going to join them in that grand final, Joy. So having some tech issues, but what I'm most interested, honestly, about this game here on Lotus is the comp. Yesterday we watched Giant X kind of destroy Valiant on this map, and that was not against the double controller comp. I'm actually wondering how their comp is going to fare here against a comp where they are playing double controller. Will they have the ability to re-clear the map and things like that? Early here on this pistol round, Falcons making their way straight into B. Got Mad V already getting that spike down. So we'll see how Giant X starts to organize themselves for the retake. Seems like they are wanting to re-clear Heaven here. Got the Omen sitting in Link, waiting around on Door. This duel towards Door going to be very important. You already see the Prowler invested over there, trying to push Miori off of the line. There's a Paint Shells just trying to disrupt the peak over from Door side as the Flood starts to come through Heaven. Starts to come through Seed Link as well. 1-for-1s in terms of the Omen. Spike getting tapped now.
Going back in, so and what a way to get back into the game here. Pilski, thank you so much for this handover as we see Giant X actually coming in with such a dominant pistol round. Sarah to put the nail in the coffin, find that defuse, and get the pistol round online here for Giant X.
Yes, good stuff. Very, very nice little retake there. You can see Falcons doing their damnedest to disrupt that. Very heavy fight early on over Door side, but it was ultimately the Flood through Ceiling and Heaven that got the work done there for Giant X. Really nicely done. Right click there from Sarah to finish things off. So already off to a good start here is Giant X. And of course, Falcons has chosen to start attack side, and with this comp, I don't mind that decision. This Fade comp, very, very strong on attack. You got the info denial of the Viper and the double controller style that they're running. You're going to see a lot of this from Giant X, though. Contesting C Mound, Chamber on the line here in tandem with the Omen. Multiple abilities to be able to get peaks on players coming out Mound before they can really try to scale up and get any orb control.
Spike down, C. There. There.
Yep. See Smurfette posted up on the line. Flashpoint going to disrupt. She dodges the eye nicely. Gonna try to take a different angle, and that's a nice pick there over onto Eva. Another one for Smurfette. Doing a great job farming up this showstopper anti-eco. Paint Shell's going to disrupt the position of Luch, who actually gets caught there by the fault line from Sarah, and 3 alive for GX at the end of the round, with a couple of ult points farmed up there for Smurfette and Sarah. It's always good to start building up those big impact ults early on in the game like this anti-eco.
I'm at this point just making test sounds to see if I have...
Gonna be first gun round though from Falcons. Seeming like they are going to take front B control. That's going to be contested quite heavily in the early round here by Giant X. You can see Falcons wanting to wrap through B door to mount this round. But you can see Giant X already with 4 players trying to contest here. Paranoia already there reactively, but first shot from Sandra lands. Jelena looking to trade, but it's a messy spray on the Bulldog. And you can see now with the 2-player advantage, Falcons just disengaging and starting to make their way back towards the A side of the map here.
Absolutely. Drone already gets committed here by Ness. Gathers quite some information of who is coming up here from Rubble. But Falcons managed to take her out. Now Killjoy gets to set up here on that A side. Coming up from that top side, but Smurfette will be taken down here by Matt V. Sarah, just the last woman standing here, drops down, looks to find something, but will be caught in the back as now Falcons Vega put their first round on the map for themselves.
Yeah, really nice. You can see Falcons playing around that contest on front B really well. Messy spray from Jolena, the crab walk spray, pretty ineffective in that situation. Falcons going to be very happy about how that anti-bonus went. 5 players surviving. They dealt really well with the 2 players front side C, 2 players front B. That is a setup that really should have got a lot more damage done for Giant X. So a bit of a missed opportunity, but they're now into their first gun round here. Omen contesting Mount here. One-ways exchanged on both sides. Eva once again. Prowler through front side of door. Sandra looking to try to nano to contest the line and maybe potentially try to break the chamber trip. And Luge, with no pressure here on the A side of the map, has been able to creep out to Rubble.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everyone is very spread around, but it looks like A is going to be the call here. So we see the rest of the team now moving towards that Rubble from Falcons Vega.
Yeah. Nice little group here. Boombot dodged nicely by the attacking side. We're looking to just storm up into the site here. Progression all over onto stairs
Ness
there.
with the Odin.
Very big scan.
Does a little bit of damage, but Matt be very low though. They find the plant, might actually still manage to get something.
Double satchel into the site here by Toki. Using the paint shells to zone off C-Link. The pivot from Falcons as they try to get that spike established on the side. Giant X giving them a lot of space, allowing them to set up quite heavily. Toki now fighting with the Fade utility into C-Link. This duel on Waterfall going to be very important. And Miori with a perfect timing takes 2. That is so huge for Giant X now. 5 on 3 in this retake.
Deleted.
Yeah, they take all the guns away from Falcons. That's pretty huge. Falcons, though, with that really clean anti-bonus, didn't lose any guns at all. They're going to be able to reinvest, no problems. So, another gun round on our hands here. Giant X, close to a lot of impact ultimates here. One off the chamber ult. Could mix that in next round if this one doesn't go well. Toki, one off the Raze ult, and we're going to see C mount control here. I would honestly want to see a trap from Giant X here, but instead, they're going over for this A main control. There's the Haunt, dealt with nicely by Miori. High-low with the TP from Jolena. There's the Paint Shell C's over on Mount. Doesn't manage to find too much. Miori now fighting from the back, baiting the TP of the Omen there. And Falcons just shouldering. There's the paranoia to follow up, forces the TP off, and that's C-mount control established now for Giant X, and potentially an extra ult or point for Toki gives her the showstopper.
Satchel out.
Jolina caught unawares. TP from MadV into the side off the back of the
Spike
showstopper,
planted.
which is quite a noisy ultimate. Catches her completely off guard, so now one player advantage for Falcons as they establish that spike. 3-man retake coming in through CT here.
There.
Dart up over the top, dealt with early. Right cover to contest the front side of the site as Giant X start to scale in. It's Smurfette, highest rated duelist player in the competition for a reason. Tearing heads off. Ness taps the spike. These two players with so much synergy amongst each other, but not good enough this time. Two players surviving for Falcons. And they once again take another round off Giant X and put a lot of pressure on their economy. I'm keen to see what Giant X is going to be able to put together in this round as the Chambers now got the tour de force up.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, honestly. I think with them also losing the Odin in this round, which is just an expensive buy, right? Then
got enough.
We'll see, but a good ult economy as well, like a showstopper, as you said, and the tour de force available.
Yeah, this could be huge. Could be a reset round for either side. Big swing round, actually. Miori contesting front B. This time around, the Breach and the Rays contesting that C-mount. And once again, it's 4 players fighting pretty heavily forward here for Giant X. Falcons with no pressure on this A side of the map are quite happy to once again walk out rubble. They've been given this part of the map quite often. And it seems like Falcons reacting off the fact that there's really not too much pressure over here. May just wait for the next gas cycle and start to scale up A. Maybe kick off an A execute off the back of the drone. Miori unable to land a shot. Unfortunate. Neff's now trying to spam through as well. It's a lot of damage on Toki there, Joy.
It definitely is. I mean, with that Odin, she has just been able to do so much here with the doors as well. Still looking to buy more time, swapping the weapon around. Trying to make their way on that A side, will pick up the first kill here with the shorty, but Ness will be going down to Sandra in the end. Lockdown will also be committed to try and get this round in for them.
Yeah, they're trying to flush Giant X out of the site. Jolina just able to kill that for free. No one's even covering the lockdown, just peeking out A door. That's a big missed opportunity for Falcons, who now only have 23 seconds to get into this site. It's heavily stacked by Giant X here. They're still in stairs. 15 seconds. They got to get in the site. They're starting to wrap heaven. They're taking a very long time to get this done, Joy.
Too late.
Yeah, this is not looking good, but Sarah will be coming in here, taking a kill. Comes out swinging, but the timer is going to run out on them.
Player standing.
That's it.
With
No
one
spike
left
plant.
to plant. Oh, it will not come in, and that will be a clutch coming in here for Giants as Jolina swings out on MadV. Again on the way out.
Beautiful stuff. I think just Falcons not able to find the right passage of play there. You can see Toki committing in, double satchel right up ahead of everyone else, trying to wrap that Sova player in tree, and despite finding the timing to do so, the shorty deadly in that position for Ness. So there you go, another round for Giant X. An expensive one though, only one player surviving. Both teams just trading back and forth in terms of economy and just buying whatever they can. So once again, in round number 7, end up in a swing round. This time, a main control from Giant X. Paint shells keeps Falcons at arm's length.
Hunt will come out. Will connect actually. Yeah, forcing Miori off that angle. It's nicely done as to try to get a little bit of damage in here through the boxes, clear that angle out. Hunter's Fury actually still available here for Ness as well.
Yep, got the Rolling Thunder as well for Sarah. You can see she's ready with either the Rolling Thunder or the fault line to try to contest this front B line, and there's a nice back and forth exchange between Ness and Sandra. Just a bit of chip damage as Falcons looking to apply some B pressure. They've dealt with that trip front side of B. And now starting to group up towards the C site for the exit.
Yeah, that Nightfall coming out. Oh my. Shots not quite connecting here for Miori. Once again, forced off the angle with the teleport. Taking a fair bit of damage, but will be healing that back up. Hunter's Fury now coming through here. Will not deny the plant.
Yeah, big retake attempt coming in for Giant X off the back of the Rolling Thunder.
Oh.
Raise of Toki. Fight front side of water side. There's the Haunt on the back side. You can see Jolina fighting very far forward. They're trying to scale through the dark cover, which is contesting. And there you go, Luge now 1-on-2. I don't think the plant is for her. Oh, it's on the left side actually. So potential for her to complete this 1-on-2, but no bullets remaining. And Miori's going to get it done for Giant X there. With the spike plant though, maybe Falcons can still put something together. Really just feels like this is back and forth. Very few players surviving at the end of each round, Joy.
Yeah, I mean, that's also like why I've been mentioning it every time they manage to take players out on their way out. Like, you know, round is gone and they manage to still connect these last kills just to put a more of a dent into the economy, not carrying these guns over to the next round.
Tech timeout now for Falcons Vega. Got to discuss what to do. Money's not looking so good. 3 to 3.5k on each player is not enough to put a convincing buy together, despite the fact that they've taken a lot away from Giant X. And Falcons, this is Giant X's pick, but they have started the attack side, and it's really not going the way they would have wanted. They missed a couple of important rounds where they had some reset potential, but they weren't able to take advantage of that reset window. And now Giant X a chance to complete an anti-eco, anti-half buy, build up their cash a little bit, and have actually what looks like a pretty dominant half here. And I think that's pretty important for Giant X, because looking at their comp, as I was saying, I think on defense, this comp is really going to shine. You're going to have the ability to do exactly what they're doing. Contest C mount, contest front side B, go and take some space on A control, or just leave Nest to spam with the Odin. But once they head through to the attack side against the double controller, it's actually a lot harder for them to clear lanes the way that Falcons do with the Fade Initiator, just being able to Prowler over to C mount and Boombot, things like that, to be able to clear the lanes. So I think Giant X, it's going to be great to see them get as much as they possibly can out of this defensive side, and then see what their approach is going to be overall on attack.
Yeah, also do see the Hunt immediately coming out here over that C mount. Prowler now connecting this time. Miori deals a little bit of damage actually. Matvey already quite low, so we see Ness now playing around that rubble, trying to gather some info here.
Deep control. Trying to push behind the drone. It's a 1-1-3 with heavy A control for Giant X. Falcons pushed away now. Looking to pivot into B here, Joy.
That they are indeed, but a beautiful angle here as well, held from Sarah, making it really hard to enter this B side. Still quite a bit of time to play with, but Miori swinging out, picks up 2 here through the doors. Will be shut down eventually by Matvey, but now pretty much every site is under control of Giant X except the C, and so Matvey already like below half HP, now forced to find that plant over here.
30 seconds left.
It's just like, yeah, she's just cornered in here. Paint shells will not connect, but all the other shots from the players will. Once again, just a really nice round from Giant X, the way they've been pacing around Falcons Vega, and this was such an impressive round, I think, to see how they were so dominantly taking space.
I mean, yeah, it's just a good anti-eco. They deny the mount control, then pivot into wrapping through spawn after denying that attempted pivot into B once Falcons shut out of A. So very clean anti-eco, keep a lot of guns up, and Giant X, nice healthy economy for them to try to close out this half very convincingly. Once again, going to be working that A side control, leaving Miori to her own devices over here, dealing with the Haunt quite nicely. Just looking for that one pick and to TP out, but a bit of a missed timing. They pushed her off nicely. Sandra, as well as Luge over on the A side of the map, denied entry into A. So Giant X quite happy to rotate Sarah over towards C and just leave the Omen and the Raze over towards A in case the retake comes through the re-clear. But it's actually going to be a speed up straight into C here. Toki fully stunned, gets that headshot. No way.
Yeah, that was such a nice entry from her, and she actually finds the upper hand there now, but she's lost quite a lot of hit
planted.
points in that exchange.
There.
So has to play a little bit safer here.
Grenade!
Now Giant X making their way here onto that seaside. Sandra with the flash. Smurfette will connect the first kill here. Make it another. She finds Eva as well. And from below, Toki manages to pick up one more before she gets shut down by Sarah. Diffuse already coming through as Lush and Sandra won't even be making it onto the side, it looks like, as they will both be shut down. Diffuse comes through. Giant X is taking one hell of a lead here.
Yeah, really nice retake. Able to re-clear C nicely. The way that the site's been changed recently. I mean, you know, Falcon's got a pretty fortunate entry there. They go up 5-on-4, but they still can't defend this retake flood. It's just really good util usage from the Breach and the Omen. You know, once you smoke off that deep sea mound area and you're able to just paranoia or fault line through the large part of the site next to the double stack, you've actually cleared, you know, most of the control you need to be able to complete that retake. The new retake protocols on this map, pretty straightforward, it feels like. Another half-buy here for Falcons Vega. This time Toki forcing her way out straight onto rubble, dodging the paint shells. And the rest of Falcons Vega going to scale up behind her.
There. Showstopper available. She will be revealed shortly. Smurfette looking to reposition here. So you see the trades coming out back and forth alongside.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness, Jolina just manages to pick up 3 here. Retrieve a rifle. Sandra, the last one standing, but Spike pretty far down in that rubble. So
Going to be a difficult 1-on-3 to be completing. Just leaving the turret up for the front B contact. Creeping out onto the line. It's a contact set up between Ness and Jolina. Ness makes contact. Jolina now pivoting over here. Dart going to scan up Sandra. You see the rotation coming in from Miori as well. Dart cover. Going to just shut her out of the round. Nice 4K from Jolina controlling the A side. And that's 8-2 for Giant X. This is a really nice looking defensive half. And for a Falcons Vega that in the interview said they wanted to play their game, play with confidence today, as well as picking the attacking side here of Lotus and wanting to set the tempo. This up semi-final rather, not really going the way that they would have wanted it.
no, exactly. I like Giant X completely in the driver's seat here, as they are the ones that are definitely deciding the tempo the way that they have been moving around the map. Now once again we see Toki very aggressively making their way here onto rubble. Spotted by a few players here.
Yeah, interesting to see what Falcon's going to do here. I think reading the fact that A is going to be the weak side a lot of the time. Giant X doing a lot of setups towards front B and C mound. You can see Miori's pushed all the way up on this deep info line towards C, and Giant X giving a lot of time for Falcons to rotate over.
Oh, showstopper for a showstopper as Race takes each other out. Ness manages to pick up one more here. Now Sarah peeping around the corner here. Will be running into quite some firepower, but picks one up. Still a man advantage here for Giant X. Oh, there's quite a bit of time to play with Lush. Nice swing. Takes the upper one there, but will not be standing against this Odin from Ness. Eva knows where she is. Gonna have to be really quick with that, but that won't happen. A nice swap coming through here from Ness.
Last round in the half.
Another round for Giants.
It's domination right now. 9-2. Rolling Thunder as well. Big impact ult to close out the half. Miori wanting to go back to the rifles, so throwing the operator out of the map, making sure that if Falcons rush through spawn, they can't get their hands on it. Got the Omen TP here for Mad V and the Viper ult for Large. Or Luge rather. Sandra 2 off the KJ ult. Very capable of getting this one if you're able to get an orb and a plant, something like that. Or a multi-frag on the post. Once again, C-mount control here for Giant X. Haunt dealt with. Prowler dealt with. The TP out from Jolina, trying to bait them into Miori's crosshair here.
Yeah, and this time they will find Miori as she doesn't get the time to teleport away. The Guardian will shut her down. Sandra picks up one for herself.
Really?
One off the lockdown, as we were talking about.
Yeah, and Sandra might just get
Might
it with this
actually.
front B push.
Destroyed.
Yeah. Oh, close, but not close enough as she gets shut down. Rotation from Giants now. Away from that B side, trying to find some information. Where do Falcons Vega want to go?
So from the shadows over into tree side. Mad V trying to get some control over this A site. Keep an eye on Smurfette. I'm not sure if the door's broken, but she can hear all of these footsteps and she's calling the rotation in from Giant X here.
Yeah, Ness. First one to get on the side here. So do you see Smurfette picking up Lush right away?
Planted.
Trying to find something around the base shells. The spike has gone down. Ness will find another. 2 versus 3. Now Falcons Vega holding on for dear life. Matt V actually has a pretty nice swing out and finds Smurfette. Start clearing it here, but the defuse will still be going through. And that will be yet another round here for Giant X. A 10-2 lead as we head into the swap.
Yeah, just domination on that defensive side. I think their comp did them a lot of favors. They were really great at changing up their setups, doing some mount setups, front B contests, and then pivoting into the A control. Just felt like they had contingencies for anything that Falcons wanted to do. Late into the half, you could see Falcons very much felt like these fights towards C mount or the post plants on C a lot of the time were not going their way. So they really wanted to try to pivot to A early on and catch that weak setup on the A site, but not even that was working for them. Giant X was just all over everything that half, and everyone on Giant X right now within a kill of each other on the scoreboard, almost dead even across the board. You don't see a half like that too often.
You are absolutely right. So I'm very curious with Miori already picking up first blood, how Falcons is going to tackle this defense side. So do you see Smurfette clearing out that B side as well? Spike has made its way there. Will be planted there as well.
Spike planted.
Smurfette looking real scary. They've raid bossed her this round. Armor and a frenzy. Miori once again contesting. Sees 2 players trying to flank through A, and the C door gets tapped there, Joy.
That it does indeed. Lush will find the upper hand there. Through the doors is now slowly but surely. Falcons Vega start to make their way towards that B side. Sarah still holding the line down here. Smurfette through the smoke, man, just to pick up Mad V, but it will be the beautiful double swing from Sarah and Jolina that will put yet another round for Giant X. They just seem completely unstoppable here, Pilski.
Yeah, that was a really nice pivot from Giant X. Got that pick on Toki over towards A main. It's one of the big pluses of running the chamber on this map. You have the ability to go for a pick out A and just be able to TP out scot-free. And if you're sharp enough, you know, you put your sharper players on the chamber, you can get that early pick. I mean, early on in the pistol, already playing 4v5, and that pivot from Giant X after they see, you know, they get Smurfette deep up heaven, they see the flank coming in from A main and C mount is perfect. They just reposition straight into A door, and this is the strength of the Outlaw right against the half by instant pick once again. 5 seconds into the round from Miori on the chamber there. They know that Falcons has to force buy into this round. They're so far behind in this game, and they punish with the new weapon.
Yeah, they absolutely punish, and who better to take out than Toki so early on. Eva does get spotted, manages to take out Sarah, good for another one. Now a third one might not be on the menu, as Lush will be trying to take that one out. Miori has made her way though onto this A side. Plant will be confirmed.
Spike planted.
This is just Lush. Jolina so low on HP. And it looks like they're just going to let it here. Oh no, wait. Going upstairs. This angle is being held, and that will not be going their way. Jolina surviving on the skin of her teeth this round.
Falcons once again in a force buy scenario. 2.5k on all of these players. Could definitely see another Outlaw player do some serious damage here. And Giant X, it feels like every single phase of the game, they are dominating right now. Another timeout for Falcons Vega. Have a chat about what they can even put together in a round like this. Money's not so great. Eva's trying to go for Guardian armor. A lot of Bulldog armor going around there.
Yeah.
And look, I don't think that it's going to need to be anything special from Giant X to close this game of Lotus out. I mean, it was their pick. We got Split coming up next, but it's going to have to be a different Falcons. I mean, you know, from a team that in the groups beat G2 and has, you know, got some superstar pickups in the off-season, has one of the highest rated players, duelist players in the competition in Toki, going head-to-head against Smurfette. You were expecting a closer game than this, but right now it just feels like everyone on Giant X is playing on a level above pretty much everyone on Falcons, bar pretty much Mad V or Eva having some decent rounds here or there. But, you know, Giant X, every post plan, every setup seems to be favoring them. The retakes were looking fantastic on their defensive side. So let's see if Falcons have got some comeback in them. I think, honestly, whether they win this map or not, it's going to be very important going into Split if they can pick up some rounds here and try to build some momentum back into this series, Joy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it's not just only for the mental, right, going into the next map, this is no way that you want to start off your first one. Yeah, C-mount. A little bit contested. Some noise is being made. Forcing out that rotation, as we will see. Toki running straight into Smurfette. Will find the upper hand there. Giant X still hovering around that B side, starting to make their way towards C.
Yeah, this could get tricky here for Falcons. They still have spawn control. Creeping back off of Mount. Sandra.
Yeah, I was gonna say Sarah might rotate unaware. Drops a spike. As Sandra good for another one with the Bulldog. Manages to not take out the reinforcements coming through from Giant X. And plant will be confirmed as the rest of Falcons rushing towards that seaside.
Last player standing.
Mad V, good for one at least. Here's Ness, the only one left standing. Will this be the round where Falcons swing it around? And it looks like it is.
Good opening duel one on Smurfette, who's been double satcheling into that B site so far pretty regularly on this attacking side. So good for Falcons to punish that. That got them a Vandal in the back pocket. In combination with the rifles they were already bringing into that round. So finally breaking the drought of rounds. What was that? That's 9 in a row, I think, for Giant X. And finally Falcons make sure they don't hit at least double digits in a row. Chance at an anti-half by here. Giant X. Miori is the main player to watch here with the hero Vandal. She knows that whether she gets a kill or goes down in this round, she's going to have the 2 next round anyway. So she's really trying to do some economic damage here.
Blinding.
Yeah, I mean, smart plays coming out here once again from Giant X as they are starting to make some noise towards that A rubble here. All utils still available for the fade. Yeah, check that one more time and you might actually run into something you don't want. Faultline does connect, forcing her off the angle. Lush will find Miori here on the side. The blind connects as Lush is good for another one. Snakebites will deny any further push here for now. You see Smurfette eager to try and make a move. Lush still holding down that angle here. You see paint shots now from Toki flying out. Just try to force him off, and she will actually through the smoke also pick up Smurfette. Falcons now have finally found their swing by the looks of it.
Them.
Now
Remaining.
finds out a little bit of a pickle,
Spike
but
down
will actually
A.
find the upper hand here once again. Jolina, yeah, skin over
30
teeth
seconds
once
left.
again. At this point, it's just there's no way that you're going to be doing anything else than going down this round, and that's an Andalusia flawless coming in there for Falcons, so desperately needed.
Yeah, nicely done. So going into the next round here, we'll see what Giant X are able to put together. That was obviously the Hero Vandal with the half-buy, and look, these anti-rush protocols that Falcons have in place with the Orb there over on A main, very common play to have the Viper playing the pivot from tree, put the Orb up, drop the Snakebite behind it. Very difficult for the attacking team to push through that. A lot of the time they'll have to pivot to B or force their way upstairs if they don't beat that Orb timing, and in that case it's good enough to win Falcons around. Here's this next buy up from Giant X though. Miori out on that A line with the tour de force, looking for a pick. The rest of Giant X behind the dart over here on C. Gonna take some space over here. Grab that orb for Smurfette, who's now one off the showstopper.
Yeah, one off that showstopper might... Oh, alarm bot does get triggered here on her. She is forced to back off. But will try to... No, will not actually try to cause more trouble. Seems that all of Giant X is now rotating towards that A side.
Yep, they got Miori on that deep A info line. They know that Falcons have no info on this side of the map. No potential to spam through the door either, because Eva does not have an Odin, so the Haunt Odin spam not going to be troubling Giant X as they slip into a 1-4 here. Opening the door, they can't force their way in here through the gas very much. We have Miori lurking frontside B as well, so we'll keep an eye on her trying to pick the rotations. And Smurfette, actually after getting the showstopper, looks like this is going to turn into a B pivot.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and I like the idea of that. It's such a deadly ulti to have, but she will not be able to pop that as Matt V shuts her down.
Spike planted.
Sandra, a little bit of damage here, will get swung on. Manages to... Oh, manages to actually take that upper hand here. Sarah will then find that refrag Eva, though. Made her way here.
Last player
now with quite a big man disadvantage. Falcons are coming out strong, have found their swing by the looks of it. As they get another board, or another... Ooh, English is hard today. Another round on the board for them today.
Yeah, I think, you know, Giant X having some issues on attack side with this comp. There's a reason why Fade is so popular at the moment in comparison to something like a Sova. The ability to just throw Prowlers on these XX to clear lanes or be able to push into C-Link and things like that. Very, very popular at the moment for a reason. So running into a couple of issues, but they're so far ahead that you get the sense they're going to close out this game one way or another. Giant X back onto another half buy with Miori on the Hero Vandal once again. But dangerous combination of ults. You got the Hunter's Fury and the Showstopper. If there is a nice ult timing for Giant X in this round, could just be the end of the game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We do see Toki here looking to get first contact. Will become first blood, and there's the Showstopper popped immediately here by Smurfette, making her way onto that B side as she takes out Eva. There's from the shadows. Hunter's Fury gets committed as well. A lot of investment coming out there from Giant X, eager to close out this game here, Pilski.
Yep, they find themselves in a 2-on-3 though. Spike retrieved by Ness. Sarah looking for a pick frontside B here. 2 off the Rolling Thunder. Keeping your eyes on that. Door once again triggered by Ness there. Sandra not wanting to give up that player advantage. Gonna peek out on a beautiful timing. Great headshot. And Ness now left 1-on-3. Dart's just coming back up.
Yeah, tricky one for Ness here to try and win that out. 1v3, and she will not be managing to do that. We've said it before, the Chamber actually very, very strong on the defense, but I mean, yeah, 12 rounds on the board for Giant X. They are calling in a timeout to talk about how they exactly want to close out this first map.
Yeah, still plenty of room and opportunity to do so. Using a lot of big impact ults in the half-buy round, though, and not getting the round done with the Hunter's Fury and the Showstopper. It's a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. Sarah won off her Rolling Thunder, so we'll keep an eye on Falcons with their comp, especially with the ults they've got here. They've got so much retake potential, but you also have so much potential to run traps or disrupt the kind of hits that Giant X want to be going for. I mentioned already, without the Fade though, and Sova instead, if you're using the Sova drones and things like that to re-clear lines, like re-clear a rubble late into the round, and the Viper ult gets dropped, for example, it's almost impossible with Giant X's comp to contest that Viper ult and re-clear it. Very, very difficult in comparison to running something like a Fade, so look, we'll see what Giant X are going to be able to put together here. It's probably going to be a bit of an uphill battle, though. If Falcons can just kind of drip feed their ults through the next couple of rounds, invest what they need to be able to find the impact where needed and keep resetting the money, they definitely have a bit of a runway back into this game. Big contest over A main, though. See how this goes, Joy.
Yeah, we will see be indeed, as we do see Toki immediately satchels in, pops that
What?
showstopper. Does
Where did
actually
that go?
commit anything. It didn't connect at all. As Eva finds 2 kills for herself. And that is a fantastic opener. Just exactly what Falcons were looking for.
And Giant X, 3-on-4 here. Falcons conceding this A control. Maintaining that player advantage. Going to drop the dark cover and the Prowler to zone. Continue to play retake A with these ults. Miori getting rid of the turret. Threatening the B pivot.
Yeah. Prowler doesn't find anything.
Surely give the plant to Sarah here. Yep. Spike juggled over to her. She's going to put that down and now has the Rolling Thunder to be able to contest this retake if she plants.
Yeah. Miori. Looking to find a little bit more information. Eva tucked away in the corner here, though. Little eager as Miori will find her first. Sandra, though, with the revenge kill. But now, Giant X in a man disadvantage. I mean, they've done it before, but the lockdown actually does get committed here. They do still have the Rolling Thunder up and available.
Drones there for Ness. Dart's probably coming back up soon here, Joy.
Probably will. As target will get hit here. It means that they know where she is. The Rolling Thunder will come out as it shuts down Sandra. Immediately they need to start looking here to interrupt the defuse, but Ness will fall. And Falcons Vega will take yet another round. No! They will not! The defuse did not go through! Excuse me! Giant X, they close help! Lotus!
A beautiful game from them. Like, very, very dominant defensive half. Attacking side, we're definitely struggling, but you can see in this 3-on-4, I mean, maybe not even necessarily thinking they could potentially win the round. Maybe just trying to pressure for some more ults invested. Trying to min-max over time, but look, they'll take it. As soon as Sarah got that Rolling Thunder, you knew that Falcons were going to struggle to be able to complete that retake, and it's maybe not something that you can always be ready for. A lot of the time you check the ults at the start of the round, and then when something like a Rolling Thunder is picked up in the mid-round, you don't play around it, especially when in a big pressure game like that, when you're trying to complete the comeback. So look, end of the day, very, very dominant map from Giant X, and a bit of a statement to start this series off.
Yeah, absolutely, and really well done in this final round, playing around the timings, also finding, you know, as you said, finding the Rolling Thunder to just play around that, and then no defuse coming through. That's a very dominant first map, and we will be going to split for the second one, Pilski, but we will go through that after this break. So we'll see you on the other side.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
And go.
Welcome back to Game Changers EMEA. And if you've just joined us, you miss an incredible defensive side from Giant X versus Falcons. In fact, we were not expecting such a strong defense from this team, given their performance in the green side in the past. However, definitely improvements have been made, Billy.
Yeah, absolutely. One player I absolutely want to highlight from Giant X defense as well is Mayori. The way she was playing that chamber, seeking out those early engagements on the defense. You know, chamber is perhaps not a very popular pick playing on Lotus defense for your Sentinel, but the way she was using her, even Jelena combinating with her as well, baiting for her on C long a couple of rounds, being able to support her there with that paranoia should she need to if there was a heavy engagement going towards them. It was just really great Valorant to see these two players playing off of one another.
shining, I think, on the side of Giant X as well was just their retake potential. For Team Falcons Vega, we were very surprised and honestly let down by the fact that we were expecting the attacking side to look much more comfortable for the Falcons. We saw them trying to play a lot more of their own game. There were rotations coming through when they were getting hard stalled out from sites, but Muri, again, that player to look out for that was hard anchoring towards C, taking that space over towards C, and constantly lurking and flanking into those post plants of Falcons Vega made it very difficult for them to find success off of just getting that after getting that spike down, because Giant X were able to find those retakes very comfortably, and Falcons weren't really able to play that post plant game they were looking for.
Ash, talking then about the second half and Giant X's attacking side, there definitely seemed to be something lacking there, and one of those things was discipline.
Yeah, I think there is the struggle to close out the map. Things started to get a little bit dodgy there into that second half that you were mentioning, Frankie, and we saw, I think, some hero plays being attempted on the side of Giant X, where they were kind of like, okay, we've been on match point, let's just end the round out. But Falcons were playing very measured, and it came down to the time at the end of that last round that just ran low there for Falcons, and Giant X did very well, I think, in that situation to delay a lot further by denying those lanes on entry there towards A.
Yeah, I think I just have to agree that there was a couple of silly mistakes coming out from Giant X attack. Maybe just having that sort of momentum base that they'd built up throughout the first half. They just had all that confidence that these easy, silly little mistakes were occurring, and just closing out the game was proving to be almost a comeback for Falcons Vega.
And Billy, when Sandra's interview, she said, we're going to be playing our own game now. She sounded incredibly confident, especially when I thanked her for her time. But maybe that plan wasn't quite working out for them this time around.
Yeah, I mean, on their attack, it didn't look as though they were playing the Falcons Vega attack on Lotus from what we're used to seeing. Like, it just didn't look as though them playing their own game was working out. They were kind of feeding into little things that Giant X had set up for them. So as much as Sandra said that, it's kind of not really followed through in this map that we've just seen. So looking at the next sort of maps coming up, it'll be interesting to see if they fall into that trap of playing to their opponent's weaknesses, or if they're going to continue to maybe just throw some rounds here and there.
So this is, yeah, go for it, Ash. I'm so sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think too, what Giant X were doing really well was just generally, even though Falcons Vega were trying to play their own game, they were countering really well in a lot of their play styles, and just a lot of the time I felt like they did very well in like funneling Falcons Vega on other portions of the map where they had a bit more of that control, maybe more trap plays there to deny a lot of those lanes as well. But back to you, Frankie.
You know what? I was just getting very excited. Listen, I've got me massive, like literally no one needs a tablet this big. Like, it's insane, and I need to clean the back of it. But I was just excited to talk to you guys about Split, and I like to the point where I've got my own notes out. Because I'm interested to see, I guess, the comp that the Giant X. It's not Giants X. It is Giant X will be bringing to this map, because we haven't seen much in the way of Astra so far, but that's a comp that they tend to like to play, at least recently, Ash, if I'm not barking up the wrong tree.
No, yeah, you're on the money with that. I think it's interesting looking towards a split comp here, Giant X. I mean, no surprise to see the Viper that we expect to come through once we do end up getting to that agent select, but overall, the Astra, I feel like it does have that opportunity to kind of synergize with the Raze pick that you tend to expect here on Split.
Well, let's go into Agent Select, and Billy will get your take on things. Whether we're going to be going cookie cutter, gasp if you see something unexpected, but I think it's highly unlikely here.
Do you know what? I'm more surprised that we're kind of playing into this map. I mean, I'm not surprised that Falcons have picked it up, given that they did play it a lot in the group stage. They won it 3 times in the group stage and never dropped it once at all, and only playing it once in the playoffs. So looking at this comp, not really any changes from either side here. And yeah, it's definitely like Ash said, that sort of double controller, your initiation, how they're going to like sort of funnel and have these set trap plays through vents and things like that on the attack. It's going to be interesting to see how they've played these compositions and if anything has changed from that group stage going into the playoffs, because Giant X will have a lot of VOD review footage from that group stage for Falcons Vega.
Come back to you.
Well, we are ready to head to our casters, and when you put these two together, it sounds like a potential brand of alcohol-free beer. It's Pilsky Joy!
Frankie, wow, just wow, honestly, fantastic.
She definitely says things on the desk. I'll give her that. Great job once again. Got to give credit where credit's due. Love Frankie.
This is definitely a fun throw for sure. We are back for split. And this time Falcons are starting on attack once again, Pilsky. What are your expectations as we saw not the best attacker side coming out from Falcons last map, so to say?
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this game goes for sure. Obviously you do have the Viper comp on the side of Giant X. They're going to be playing the defense first. They played the KO on this map, which is an interesting one for sure. And already, the main thing I look at when I see these KO comps is the potential for the ult on the retakes and the exi and the knife timings. The knife timings are so key. Being able to shut down some of the Sky util and Initiator util and some of the execs that you could do, as well as finding the Cypher, obviously going to be incredibly important against Falcons comp, who they aren't playing the Viper. There is the Cypher getting scanned by the knife. That's totally fine. The rest of them have dodged that perfectly. So Giant X are going to read this as the Cypher lurking outside A, and that's why they've rotated heavily into this mid trap, and they're just leaving Nest jump spotting from screens. But with this caged across, that's going to deny the info. Here comes the rotate. I think it's going to be a flash through this Viper wall, and that's a really nice dog timing there.
Yeah, absolutely. That gathers so much information for them, as now they are looking to create some space in the tower here as Miori manages to find first blood. Sarah will go down here. MattV already taking a fair amount of damage, but Miori is still playing around that toxic screen here, as all the action seems to be going down on that A side. So far, still good. Falcons trying to make their way around here. Sandra picks up two beautifully here with the ghost.
30 seconds left.
Setting up her shop now around that B side. 30 seconds left on the clock. Plant will has to go through, as well as Jolina gets shut down. Now Ness, last one standing. We've been here before. Will just probably try to take a few frags. She might actually catch Lush in the back here. Or be caught in the back, as she's good for a one. MattV down, but Lush, as I said, will shut Ness down as Falcons win this first pistol round.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of a sigh of relief from them. Obviously, pretty damn rough map to start off this lower bracket final. Going down 6-13, but winning the attack side pistol on split, it's going to be a bit of a nerve settler for them. It seems like they're already quite switched on to what Giant X wants to be doing. Really nice dodge of the knife, giving them false info and creating the timing to be able to go up ropes. A great pivot in the mid-round. In through ropes towards that B side after pulling the rotations towards A. Once you control the middle of the map, or you're able to see enough players, that's one of the best things you can do in the mid-round on split. Now the anti-eco here, MattV. Great shot to start things off. Going to take Miori out of the equation, and with that B main control taken there, you are going to see the orbs exchanged. MattV gets one over on this B side of the map, and over on the A side of the map, an orb given to Smurfette. Straight through with the dog, empty sight, so it's going to be a post plant for Giant X, and really the only question at this point is how much damage can Giant X do here. Extra alt orbs farmed, extra guns taken away from Falcons, of course, Joy.
That they have indeed. Now we're looking at tower, and that's where Giant X want to try and make their entry. Smurfette, the first one to come in here. A lot of damage gets traded here, but the gun disadvantage just seems to be a bit too big as Falcons come out swinging. Sarah, the only one left alive. And that will, just be a clean new round given over to Falcons Vega, as Giant X still holding on here through this eco round.
Yeah, really nice round from them. Undoubtedly, great, clean anti-eco. Not a single gun lost. Sarah going down to the spike, of course, to get money next round. So Falcons, I'm keen to see, Joy, what they're going to be doing in this next round. You know, obviously, they're holding on to Spectres, things like that, double Bulldog, and a Ghost for Toki. I'd be interested to see if she might upgrade. But overall, you know, on these kind of bonus rounds, would love to see some kind of faster strat, see them kind of look for a quick timing. Worth mentioning that a team like Giant X not running a Cypher on this map, you can get away sometimes with some of these faster A timings if you're not getting hit by the KO dagger, or potentially force your way onto B versus the Astra if you catch a nice timing to do so. But actually Falcons, it's going to be a shove straight up into ropes. Smurfette diving through behind the Viper Orb. That's craziness, but able to actually pick up Toki there.
Yeah, and that she was. I mean, what an entry as well. Coming out of Toki with that double satchel. Will get shut down immediately. Eva trying to gather some information here. Not quite sure where to put her resources, as she is going to get completely sandwiched here. She doesn't move, but the dog comes out. She finds a little bit of info with it.
Pulling them in.
Gravity well being used. Yorido connecting the first kill here. Good for another one. They will try to lock them down, and they will do that indeed. Spike has been dropped on that B side. Eva the only one left alive, and she will also be taken down. Flawless round here coming out from Giant X.
Yeah, good stuff. Smurfette almost getting spammed through the orb at the start there, but getting this opening pick is massive, clearing out the Raves out of vent. And then Falcons dealt with very nicely just by Miori and Jolina playing double backside together in tandem around the pillar, rather. So flawless anti-bonus there for Giant X. It's going to be a great start to their defense. Gets their economy off to a good way. And Miori quite close to the pit already. One off the breach ult for Mad V, though. It seemed like Falcons once again just leaving the Cypher behind here over on the A side of the map. The flash timing off the back of Ness going to be sending in Jolina into B main, but Falcons playing around it quite nicely. I really like that move from Giant X, trying to deny control of that B main orb. There's the camera dealt with over on the A side of the map there, Joy, and things will continue to slow down here. Let's see what Falcons is going to do next as they're rotating their Cypher off of A and potentially looking for some mid control here.
Yeah, that they are indeed, but Miori has been very, very good last round, holding down that angle. Ooh, Toki will check that corner though and will take her out before she gets a chance to strike. But now, being forced back here, once again, it looks like Falcons Vega going to start making their move once again towards that B side. Just Jolina on the Astra to hold it down for now.
I need a stop.
Hawk gets committed. Their gravity well though, trying to deny the entry. The cage gets triggered. Toki will swing out. Try to find Jolina, but Jolina still dancing around. 4 life here as we do see the drop down from the rafters, but will not be going anywhere as Eva will immediately shut them down. Sarah still up as well. Smurfette trying to come in here through the alley, but not quite.
Time to save.
Yeah.
Time to save, Joy. I mean, that was way too sharp from Eva. 2 quick headshots on the B site. Completely denying any chances of Giant X going for a retake here. And their money's still pretty good, so just going to continue to see what they can do next round. That's a great round for Falcons, though. You had pressure on the A side of the map from the Cypher. They avoided that flash timing from Ness, and obviously it's something that you have to be ready for, particularly against the Astra. You can see a lot of stars placed on default in B main. It looks like, you know, it's just going to be a smoke timing, and you get all kinds of cheeky things you can do. You know, you can hit the consume and the double peek, or have multiple players inside of the smoke. You can obviously just rip the nebula there, and then you get either the KO flash or the sky flash popping through it, and multiple players trying to spill out and fight B main at the same time. You can even pair that with a raise nade. Like, there's a lot of cheeky little B main set plays that you can do. And you can see how heavily Falcons was playing around that. They had Mad V right at the back playing anti-flash. They had Luge, I think it was, TP across and hide behind the double stack. So really nice protocols from Falcons. And it seems like now that they got the breach shot here, Joy, might be a quick one towards A. How is Ness's knife timing here?
Well, we are about to see. Camera does get placed, but doesn't give Sandra so much information for now. Falcons are not too fussed though. Waiting out any sort of noise that they might be hearing here. Coming from the side of Giant X, they want to hold on to this advantage. We do see Cage is being thrown out here by Sandra. Now Falcons Vega starting to move forward.
Yeah, it's just an open site here. Knife timing, going to be scanning how many players are coming in. Is it going to be a flood from Giant X out heaven here, Joy?
I think it might just be, as Ness is good for 2 here. Miori is still in the corner. Everybody holding now great angles here on the side of Giant X. Making it incredibly harder for Falcons to try and find anything, as Matt V playing around that smoke will pick up one, Lush for another here. Spike still in hand though. It's Matt V slowly creeping towards that A side.
Last player standing.
Taking a good one. Jolina here completely caught off guard, and now it's just Ness once again.
30 seconds
And the call is to let that one go, but they're making their way towards B. They still have a little bit of time to play with. And if they can just run them on the clock,
Yeah, it's going to
that
be an
does
open
not
plant.
allow Ness to do anything else. Sorry, you go ahead.
That's alright. Open plant. They got double flashes here on Mad V, Bird, Dog, Fault Line. There is just so much util for Falcons. See where Ness is going to throw her knife. Usually it's used process of elimination to clear backside or thrown over towards B main here, but this is an almost unwinnable round to it.
You would pretty much see that, but they've fallen all the way back here. Knife going into garage. The fault line goes out as well. Now that that's been used, the dog will come out. A lot of util already thrown here at it.
Nice knowing you.
Ness, incredibly aware though, tries to look for that defuse. Will not be able to get that connected. Beautifully playing with the time here. Falcons Vega will get another round on the board for them.
Yeah, that's a perfectly played post plant, right? The dog in combination with the flash, then the sky flash into the deeper breach flash, the fault line off the first tap, like just using all of their utility to give absolutely no chance to Ness. Minimizing risk with the util and just denying any opportunity of that 1v2 clutch coming in. Gave her almost no aim duels. Timeout now for Giant X. That last round, massive missed opportunity. It was a great util combo. I believe it was the stun or the grab well in combination with a snake bite and a KO grenade on A main, which denied Falcon entrance into the A site. They ended up going up 5v3 Giant X, but Falcons end up turning that round around, and I feel like Giant X, if they just chilled out a little bit after getting that initial advantage, not fought around heaven so much, not tried to force the issue so much, but instead just relied on their util, on the good protocols, on the Viper wall they're continuing throwing across this A side of the map. I felt like they gave way too many opportunities and too many duels to Falcons to get back into that round. And I mean, we've all seen Falcons, some of these individuals have got some incredible mechanics, and if you're giving them those opportunities, they're going to be taking full advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Matt V having one hell of a start to this map, but I did like what they did here in the last round. As I said, the patience, you know, trying to see what kind of information you can get out of Giant's setup here before you start making your own move.
Yeah.
Right
Here's
there.
the pit for Miori. See what Giant X is going to do. It's just a half buy from them. Then one off the Cosmic as well. It could help in a retake scenario later on if we end up in a messy XVX. And actually, Miori drops down the pit early on. There's a lot invested in this round. I was going to say it is just a half buy, but that's a stinger kind of, and the Sheriff baiting me a little bit. You've got 3 rifles here. This is still very dangerous for Falcons to be navigating. Lost that B main control. You've got a nice little trap in middle with the Sky Flash out of vent and the Rays probably throwing a nade in. And they want to try to crunch mid here. Star's already down.
Star is down. Dog does get committed. So does the Hawk. But Toki will be finding that first blood here. Jolina though swings back, finds her and shuts her down. Now it's just, you know, util thrown around. Try and gather whatever information they can on the side of Falcons to decide where they want to try and make their next move.
Yeah, Sarah has cleaned out all of A here. But they've still got 2 players committed over there. Falcons in B heaven, trending the Omen back towards the B side of the map and now committing to this execute. Rotations coming in for Giant X, playing around this pit.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. Alright. Cosmic Divide being placed here by Astra. Plant will go through though. On the other side of that, we do have the fault line though into the alley to try and deny anybody coming in from that. Giants though playing very patiently this time around, taking their time will probably do them right, as we do see Eva not taking the upper hand here. Sarah good for 2 as a defuse. They want to start it. Matvi though walks straight into the open and waiting arms of Jolina, and that should be it. Giant X putting another round for themselves on the board.
Yeah, Falcons, just too much indecision there. I think the Cosmic going down from Jolina put them in a weird situation they're not necessarily used to. They needed a very strong call, a very strong voice about what they wanted to do. They needed to retake the pit, go heaven, or fight in towards spawn side here, and they kind of did neither. They tried to just sit behind the pit and take duels, but that's where Giant X just showed their beautiful ability to retake. We've seen it a lot so far in this tournament, but perfect protocols just as that Cosmic starts to come down. They swing through, double from backside and 2 fighting from CT, and it's just multiple players on Falcon getting peaked by 2 or 3 players at once. Just really, really nice teamwork from Giant X to complete that retake and win the half fight.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it was just like, you know, also the start of the round that completely threw Falcons off with that incredibly early Viper's pit, right? They were not quite sure what to do with that, and I think that like kind of caught them running.
Yeah.
Messed with their game plan.
Yeah, combo of both ults. Definitely put Falcons in a weird position. Now they turn to the stock standard 1-3-1. Trailblazer going up middle. Toki peeking behind it. Another opening duel for Toki. This time onto Smurfette. It seems like these Razors are just fighting every round. Fisticuffs in middle for the player advantage. This time Falcons going to be able to grab that. Pivoting back towards this A site. Nessa's just hit the Cypher, I believe, with the knife. That's not any kind of crazy info. Big rotation coming in from Giant X here, though. They're kind of stacking towards A on a pretty good timing right now, Joy.
They are indeed. Smoke goes through as Toki will very nicely make an entry on there. Nesto will pick up that first one here through the toxic screen, but Toki waiting in the smoke. In the open arms, swings out at the right time. He picks up 2, and now the showstopper is online. Matt Vito will put the nail in the coffin for Jolina. Miori, the last one standing, and will take the upper hand. Giants with another round.
Yeah, beautiful rotation timing there from Giant X. And nice Astra smoke in the backside of the site. It's very common on this map at the moment if you're playing something like a Sky backside to put exactly that Nebula down. Gives a lot of space to the site anchor to stay alive, and a lot of the time you'll see things like a Sky pop flash through it late into the round in combination with the Heaven Flood, or somebody peek through that smoke in combination with the flash out Heaven. And with the kind of comp that Giant X is running, this is exactly the kind of traps they need to do to break up these executes and play in the late round. So really, really nicely maneuvered there from Giant X to be able to make their way out of a round that they started out right from the get-go with a player disadvantage, with Smurfette going down right off the bat. Just a great rotation timing. So now the half buy from Falcons. And Giant X, after a rough opening start to this map is split, get back into things now.
Smurfette actually has a perfect lineup, takes out 2. Jolina will finish that for her, and that's such a fantastic opening here for Giant X.
Yeah, nice rotation into middle. You can see Giant X were already set up. Off of that mid contact, you had the pretty much just a dry walk up mid from Falcons there. Ran into a multiple player crossfire from Giant X. Cross from Heaven side and peeking out ropes. Now Luge 1-on-4 with nothing but a Sheriff and armor. Looking mostly for damage. Already has her from the shadows online.
Yeah. Oh, Miori swings out a bit early. Sarah though will shut her down. So now Giant X, they are coming back. They're biting back.
Aren't going to take one step past this place.
See what we're going to get from Falcons here. Do have the Seekers online. It's going to be attack timeout.
I should probably place some stars.
See from the shadows, a couple little cheeky set plays you can do with that, or late round rotation timings. Cypher ult definitely going to help if they can get one of these early round picks. I feel like Toki's been great when she's been set up to get an early round pick. Mad V, one off the breach hold as well, could be great in the post plant or something like that. Deny the retake coming in. As for Giant X though, these last couple rounds have been going pretty swimmingly, Joy, and I see a lot of big impact ults from them. KO ult as well as the showstopper could be great for facilitating another one of these retakes or running a mid trap, something like that. as I talked about, the B main trap, or even just early sending it at the Cypher, who's defaulting A every round, is something that you can do. You know, do something cheeky like throw the 0 point out there, get the Cypher to dodge that or get hit by that, and then you just wait a few seconds and send it at them with the showstopper. You either catch the Cypher kind of lurking towards A or a group up for an A exit. So this is why timeouts are kind of a double-edged sword. Not only is Falcons Vega talking about how they can try to break this streak of rounds from Giant X, but especially with these kind of ults from Giant X, they have a lot of time to talk about how they want to utilize them in a round like this. And allow their coach to have a bit of input as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just also want to point out the Coffee fight is just one off once again, and that just completely threw Falcons off of their game the last time it was used. So yeah, I mean, very impactful ulti is coming into play here for Giant X, but we will see. We will see how they're going to play it, as they're quite spread out amongst the map here now.
Yeah, they're just contesting mid early on. You can see Smurfette playing over towards male side. Ready with the showstopper if Falcons try to force their way up middle here. Not to be the case though. Falcons now joining up with Sandra. Starting to make their way out A on the timing. Only Ness here to contest. And look at this, Giant X pushing into the Viper Orb and dropping it and peeking together. Flash on through actually clears all of mid, so this is great info for them. Falcons now have to speed up.
Yeah, Hound doesn't find anything else, so Toki will make her entry here. Seeker's getting committed. A lot of things thrown out as Julina actually manages to pick up first blood here onto Toki, and that's definitely a player you want to get rid of as soon as possible.
30 seconds left.
Spike very out of position here. You can see the pivot back to B from Falcons. Sandra on this deep line, playing from behind in terms of the numbers, and the showstopper's still there for Smurfette.
Is still there. Sarah actually falling dangerously low. As there we have the showstopper. Now Sandra will pick up one. Showstopper will get absolutely nothing as Lush will shut her down. Sarah's good for one and Miori for another. 2v2. We will see how this round will get played out though. And it is Eva that will come out swinging and absolutely drag Falcons over the line with a beautiful clutch.
Just randomly sprayed one through a cage in that 1-on-2. That's ridiculous. What a crazy way to end that round. I mean, again, GX, it was a great retake with the showstopper Cosmic. This is what I'm talking about. That was an accident. She just accidented them. Which, look, I would never normally say about someone like Eva, who I've just been watching Dome all tournament long, and obviously is one of the reigning champs of GC EMEA at the end of last year. But that was very fortunate, to say the least.
Fortunate and turned out really well for them, absolutely. But then we do have an operator in play though, which is something that I am keeping my eyes on if it's in the hands of Smurfette.
Yeah, they're just left to retake 8. Posted up on that line. Falcons waiting out the orb in middle. They have to respect it now. Gonna make some moves and potentially try to kick off a B split. A lot of players here to contest from Giant X though.
Alright, Kont will clear that. The cause for the swing out is there. Toki will be shut down though by Mayuri. A-Long still help. Oh, the TP in from behind here from Lush, but will it be enough?
Just doesn't finish it.
Whew, she doesn't actually, no.
Yeah, 4-on-5 for Falcons now, making their way up middle. I think they're just going to have to commit in towards B. You've already got the 2 pre-placed stars for Jolina to play in. Sarah's over here as well. No util left for her, though.
30 seconds left.
Not much to play with for the Sky. We do see here now Rolling Thunder coming out. It's a beautiful angle. Held here by Sarah, but she will only find one. Miori good for another.
One enemy remaining.
Plan trying to go through her. Eva will pick up another. Now Eva so extremely low. Trying to do more, but will go down to the snake bite. And that is Giants tying it up once again here.
Love the little protocol in middle. I mean, it's something you see all the time with that Viper Orb in mid. This initial play, flashing away through the orb and isolating the Raze up on male side. And the reason why that's untradeable for the attacking side is because there's a star inside of the orb and you pull the grab well. So you're essentially running into a Viper orb where there's a grav well that you can't really tell is there. You can't really see. Anyone in front of the orb gets flashed and potentially pounced on by 2 or 3 players, and everyone behind the orb can't really do too much to help. So nice little protocol in middle to be able to disrupt a default there and catch the duelist trying to satchel out ahead or follow in the dog, something like that.
Yeah, something that we have seen in the past, and so is immediately being dealt with. I mean, Giants very adaptable, right? Like, you have to give them that. They are so incredibly good at adapting to what Falcons want to do. Orb will be collected here by Matt V, as now we see a lot of the players, well, pretty much every player from from Falcons Vega making it up to the tower. The operator will find one here. Sandra, though, will shut Sarah down in return. Operator finds another. Smurfette, they need to try and move her off this angle. Toki will succeed in doing just that. Now, still even here. We do see the plant going down here onto that A side. Toki managing to pick up that op on their side. As we do see Giants cautiously making their way on the side here. Ooh, beautifully done. Once again here, Toki. This operator has been incredibly powerful this round for both teams, as Falcons will be able to pick that up on a thrifty. Very nicely done.
Yeah, massive round from them, just crossing A ramp with the cages, forcing their way up A heaven, and Smurfette kind of unassisted, really, left to anchor that A site, and you miss one shot with the operator, and it ends up in the hands of Toki. Bit of a nightmare scenario. Wasn't really the op that got all of the work done. It was great work from Toki, but it was even better shots from Luge on the Sheriff. A chance for Falcons to actually go up on the attacking side here. See if they can close this half out strong. All straight across A main. Toki getting isolated and losing her life early on. It's been a bit of a double-edged sword so far from Falcons. Either she's finding first pick or she's giving it up.
Yeah, that is exactly... that's exactly how it went down now. Is that she gave it up, and everybody on Falcons have made their way here to that B side plant. Trying to connect it here. Jolina still on site, waiting for that additional backup, which she will be finding here on Smurfette. Trying to spray out through this alley. Eva picking up 3. That will be Falcons that are having none of that.
Switching sides.
Not around for them.
7-5 on the attacking side at Split. Without even playing something like a double duelist, you'll take that every day of the week if you're Falcons. With their comp in particular, they'll have the Cypher to lean back on the defensive side. Not playing Cypher Viper, no double controller for Falcons, but still should be pretty confident with a comp like this. It's pretty stock standard. Just depends on whether you really want to be running the Breach or the Viper a lot of the time.
This goes here.
So looking like Sandra going to be given
this is a nice spot.
The responsibility of holding down this B site. Needs to aim a little left to hit that one way. And then should be all good. See where the knife's going to go for Ness. Falcons set up quite heavily to deny any kind of A control, but it's just a pretty slow defaulty kind of pistol around here for Giant X, denying information on the A side of the map with the Viper wall and the orb up. And making some moves in towards middle here, Joy.
That they are indeed. Falcons still biding their time, though. Miori holding down this angle so far, still by herself. Will be checked and taken down. Smurfette and the rest of her squad reaping their way up here. Lush still on the Raptors. Will try to put some damage in. Matt B good for 1. Tries to drop down as Lush will be shut down alongside her. Sandra now still standing tall. And Eva will be the nail in the coffin for Giant X, as Falcons are going 8 rounds to 5.
Yeah, nicely done. Continuing their good streak. I mean, they closed out the attacking half of Split really nicely. I think anyone would be happy with the 7-5 half, and then they get the pistol. First pistol on defense to boot. Now into the anti-eco, they'll be up 9-5. They should be feeling pretty confident about how this Split game's going, particularly after the confidence shaker that was Lotus. I think this will kind of steady the ship for Falcons in this lower bracket final.
Yeah, exactly. I also feel like, you know, sometimes you just need to take that step back and realize, okay, maybe this wasn't our map today, but Split
Cover going out.
it's gonna be a different one, and it definitely is. It's looking like a completely different and absolutely more composed Falcons than we saw last time, as we do see Falcons once again a great opener with just kills coming out left, right, and center.
Yeah, good little protocol there. Shut down that B main play. Anchor playing around the site nicely. Supportive Sky Flash with the dark cover. Just breaking up the push. Great anti-eco for Falcons, and Eva's having another one of these games. She's had so many impactful rounds, multi-frags in the mid-round, in the post-plants. If your Sky's feeling confident, it's going to be nightmares for Giant X on this defensive side, because I reckon, I mean, she's been left on the solo A role here, but I would really love to see her get active, be one of the players to kind of do the mid-traps. This is an interesting round here, though. The camera spotting the feet in middle, and you're going to have the paranoia and the nade off the back of that. So nice little mid-trap here on the bonus, but the KO knife just going to shut it down entirely. Luge now stuck in robes. Ness has played around that absolutely perfectly. There's no way that Falcons can rely on that setup anymore.
No, absolutely. That gets shut down right in its tracks. So we do see Trailblazer coming out. Doesn't really find a lot of information here for Falcons just yet. But loop around here.
Yeah, look at Toki though. All the way in spawn. They've taken all of the A control, and it's a 4-player stack over on this B site from Falcons here. This is going to be very difficult for Giant X if they get this round done. But the longer they take, the closer the flank gets.
Look at Toki. I think she's going to catch Nas absolutely in the back. And she will take her out quite convincingly. But she will be stopped in her tracks here by, a majority of players. As we now see Giants making their way
30
in here.
seconds left.
Now speed trade here back and forth. The cage gets triggered. Matt V finds another. Will be shut down here. Lush will pick up another one as well, as Miori does fall before she takes out another. Nice swing here from Sarah. But will not be taking the upper hand, as Lush is good for 3 kills this round. Falcons are upping their lead.
Yeah, this is just domination. Timeout immediately from Giant X. I mean, the round started so well for them. The knife over onto rope side shut down that mid trap, but the push off the back of the dog over on the A side of the map, you had Toki get deep into spawn, and with the amount of time that it took for Giant X to get themselves organized, as you mentioned, that flank came in from Toki. Even though it's only a 1-for-1, the information that it got and the ability for Falcons to rotate into strong positions off the back of that just allows them to win that bonus round. Immediately breaks the money in the first gun round of Giant X and puts Falcons in a position where now they go into an anti-eco, and they're potentially going up 11-5 on the defensive side of Split against a Giant X who, you know, aren't playing double duelists or anything like that. But, you know, I think very, very difficult position to be in for Giant X. I'm interested to see how this next gun round goes for them in round number 17, at least for this one. I know no big impact ults. Probably down onto Sheriff half armor. Really, the name of the game for them is to just try to get some kills, farm up the ult economy, take some guns away from Falcons, and then try to climb this mountain of a comeback.
Yeah, and it definitely is a mountain to climb by the looks of it. Just a hero Bulldog coming through here for Giant X on Miori.
I got yous, okay?
Never mind. Nope, we're going with the Guardian. Miori has had a very good round here. Has been able to get a lot done on the Viper. Now, Smurfette doing a Toki here with the double satchel very, very confidently onto the towers here. Trying to get a little bit of info here. So you do see Sandra holding it down there, but will not be able to get more than one, as Matt V has arrived to the scene now. We'll find the blind, swings out, picks up another one alongside Toki here. Miori is still trying to hold down this angle, will be shut down as well, as it just is Sarah, the last man or woman, standing here.
What?
Wait a minute! The last woman standing here for Giant X, but actually manages to take out Matfi when she had no business doing so at all.
Oh, that's rough. Peeking out with the aftershock in hand. The paranoia's caught her full blind. She's wide peeking elbow. I don't blame Mad V. Not something that you're going to be ready for. End of the day, though, I think Giant X will be quite happy with that round. They take 3 guns away from Falcons. Now heading into the next gun round. See what they're able to achieve. Another big game from Eva here. Seen her have some fantastic games. I remember the series against Valiant. She was absolutely out of control. Seeker's online here for Giant X. Showstopper for Toki, who's looking to contest A main early on, but the knife is going to shut that down in combination with the Gravwell. Looking for the recontest here. There's going to be a big fight for B main. Actually, no. Giant X choosing to give that up, but Falcons in the 3-1-1 here will definitely have to either go and take some info towards B main or start to get a bit of a rotation on smoke to male side. Giant X going to go over towards ropes, and here's this info gathering. The paint shells and the dog going to push Jolina back for now.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, Seekers will be committed here as well, just to try and get as much information as possible. As now the move is being made towards that A side here. Sandra to get first contact, first blood. We'll find another one here. The neural theft immediately being committed as well. Just to try and close out this round. Sandra here finds another, finds a fourth. Give this girl an ace already. Jolina, last one standing here for Giant. Creeping her way down here through the smoke.
1 on 5. Not much to do for her, I think. Maybe farm up the cosmic by getting one more. No ace for Sandra. Unfortunate, but that was just as good as an ace, if you ask me, Joy. That's exactly what you want from your site anchor Cypher. You can see the majority of Falcons were a little out of position because they stacked up so heavily towards the A site, but she just plays this perfectly, disrupting the push. First pick over onto Heaven side, throws the cage down on the fly, backside of elbow. She had an extra cage sitting in the back pocket for later in the round, and she uses it so perfectly to force Smurfette forward, isolate that one-on-one, and then a 4K. Not only is she buying so much time for the rotations, but she's just shutting down the push single-handedly.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic spacing coming out here from Sandra. What a way to drag the team to match point here on split.
You are divided.
Milkman coming through now as well. Cosmic divide. Everything and the kitchen sink gets thrown at it, as we do see Nest get shut down here. Will be able to get powered up if a teammate arrives in time. If they have the chance though.
Down B.
But they will not be getting that chance. Falcons Vega. What a strike back for them here on split. We'll be closing that one out.
Yeah, it's domination from them. Really, really nice recovery after losing that game of Lotus so one-sidedly. But I'd actually argue that it was a bit of a reverse story in this one. You know, Giant X not really turning up to this game as much. They had a bit of a back and forth in the second half, in the first half rather. But on the second half, their attack side, not really too much going on for them there. And I think with the side of Falcons, definitely kind of between maps being able to recover themselves, as well as just playing that comp to perfection, either having yet another big game and Mad V on the breach. So I think, you know, we've got a much better lower bracket final on our hands, minimum 4 maps, and it seems to be just going back and forth right now between these two teams.
Absolutely. 2 dominant performances swinging both ways here from Lotus to split. Next up is Bind. We'll catch you on the other side of this break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls to stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. The throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls to stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Hello and welcome back to the penultimate day of Valorant Game Changers EMEA, and we are 1-1 apiece in this best of 5 between Falcons and Giant X. And what a comeback it was for the Falcons. They picked themselves up from that difficult start on Lotus and showed they know their way around Split, Ash.
Yeah, they really did show that they know their way around Split. I think what we were noticing, Billy and I, while just like watching in the green room and whatnot, was for Giant X, we see the idea, like the vision as far as like the agent composition, but I think Falcons did very well to kind of poke and prod into the weaknesses of that comp. It's really difficult for Giant X on Split here, I think, to try and synergize with Smurfette, with the KO and Sky in particular. That's why you see Breach picked nearly 100% of the time here on Split, and it makes it a lot more easy, I think, to get those explosive entries onto site. Like you double satchel in alongside that breach stun. The flashes are a lot more predictable, and typically, especially with that KO, I think you usually see him being synergized a little bit more with those jet picks, just due to like kind of cloudburst dash in situation, and the lack of sentinel too was something Falcons did very well, I think, to work around there, Billy.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that we both kind of agreed that we would prefer to see a breach in that situation, being able to set Smurfette up, because it was a quiet map from Smurfette in that one. But looking at Falcons Vega, even Sandra, one of their star players, was very quiet towards the very start of the map, and it wasn't until we got into defense where we really got to see her Cypher blossom. So yeah, agreed. The compositions of those maps perhaps was what Giant X's failed to achieve in that one.
Do you like, though, the adaptations that we're able to see from both teams after they take their timeouts? I know that Giants didn't win this map, Billy. Yet when we see them have those decisions to sort of take a moment with their coach, they really do seem to adapt, and that's impressive for a relatively new roster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen a sort of earlier than usual timeout come out from Giant X, but after that timeout, we've seen them taking initiative. So in the same way that we said that they weren't really actively gathering information with the two initiators that they had, they started putting their 3 players toward mid and actually seeking out engagements and playing off of one another, and being able to stop and delay any pushes that were coming from Falcons, because they recognized that Falcons Vega were liking to take mid and take that space, and Giant X ultimately were punishing Falcons Vega with those adaptations, so it was really nice to see.
Yeah, it just unfortunately wasn't quite enough in that kind of regard. Again, like Billy was talking about, just the fact that they're able to make that change again so quickly too after a timeout. That's a big shout out also to their coach and Asuka there to be able to kind of bring a new plan to the table and whatnot. But we also have to look forward towards, I think, the next map here as well, because now things are getting dicey, right? You're 1-1 in the series. I think it's no surprise that Falcons were able to take split, but I believe we are heading over towards Bind, where I think things do get a lot more interesting for you.
Yeah, we've got to talk about the compositions that we're expecting, because Bind seems to be like fairly cookie cutter. They've only played it once this event, 0% win rate, so we're expecting Breach Fade, Omen, a Viper, and a Raze. Whereas with the Falcons, 100% win rate, they've played it once, they've won it once, make of that what you will. But they have been playing double duelists with the Raze and the Reyna, and also my bae, my harbour, Billy, my heart.
Frankie loves a harbour chat. Heard it here first. Yeah, no, a really interesting comp from Falcons Vega. It's going to be interesting to see how they're actually using that double duelist paired up with the double controller. I know that we have seen, I believe it's Petra that plays Reyna on Binds, so interested to see if Falcons have taken inspiration in that, and as we see these agent select come up, it is exactly what we thought it would be. Yeah, honestly, I'm just excited to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I think the funny thing is last year, I feel like Haven was that map that all teams at like every single level, whether it was tier 1 down to tier 4, were starting to experiment with these funky compositions. And I feel like ever since Haven was phased out, Bind has kind of taken that identity here within the map pool, where a lot of these teams are looking to get a bit more creative. Again, it is interesting to see that there's going to be no Sentinel on either side with running that double controller setup, but again, the trade-off there for the Harbor Viper is that Viper usually has a lot more stall capability, but the Harbor is really nice for the setup on the attacking side, with creating a lot of little pockets and ability to scale up there and actually take that execution.
Well, we are ready to head back to Alcatraz in this third map of our best of 5 series with Joy and Pilski, who I'm not going to say anything about, except she's great. We love you, Pilski.
Thanks, Frankie. Yeah.
Wow, she's
you're
so
great
nice
too.
to you today.
Yeah, you know, today, you know, she's decided to stop throwing shots at me, which is nice. Yeah, I can just kind of do my job in peace. I was liking what Ash was saying on the desk though. No senties in either of these comps is going to turn Bind into a bit of a messy situation. You're going to see a lot more kind of TP plays. You're going to see a lot more flanks. So I feel like Bind kind of devolves into this messy map where, you know, teams are pushing and pulling. You got a lot of these flank plays coming in and things like that, especially with the two comps that they're playing. The Falcons comp here, very punchy. They're going to be doing these quick, you know, smoke walls down and the harbor ult, things like that, creating the pockets with the high tide. And then GX, I think it's a bit more formulaic, right? The Fade Dogs, the Viper Wall are going to try to control the flow of the game a bit. Speaking of which, straight up on in is Giant X, straight across to U-Haul behind the Viper ult, and scurrying away into bathrooms is Mad Feet. And this is what I was talking about. It's already starting, Joy. Massive TP. Oh no, they're actually going to scale back and go through spawn side. And Giant X have taken their spawn already. This round's getting crazy.
This round is crazy indeed, as it's Miori with the big loop around. Will manage to take out Toki. Mad Veto will shut her down. Now, Spike has already been planted here on this A side. Now, this is a very heavy stacked alleyway, but it looks like Falcons will be coming out swinging to start with, as they manage to put a stop to the advance of Giants. Defuse.
Yeah, we are going to get so many more rounds like that, Joy. This map is going to turn into spaghetti with these comps. Like, it's just going to be crazy TPs. It's going to be like these big flanks coming in, or like big fights over the mid alley and things like that, or quick exes. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be a very up tempo. I'm keen to see how it goes, but Falcons starting things off well on the defense. First round goes their way. And worth mentioning that Sandra, obviously previously a duelist player, has had to flex into the Senti role and even play a bit of Fade on things like Sunset. Back on a duelist. It's back to Sandra, go kill. And we'll see how that works out for him.
Yeah, we will see indeed, as we do see the Hawk flying out immediately alongside the Cascade. Will not be doing too much, as it will just be, you know, slowing Falcons down. Or, excuse me, slowing Giants down, because it's the Falcons who obviously have the harbor.
Yep.
And they're just biding their time here for now.
Yeah, Giant X just looking for a pick here, right? Working up B long. There's another nice little cascade to keep them at arm's length for now. Even with absolutely no util. Just going to play the close angle here. And Giant X really just kind of waiting for a mistake out of Falcons.
Yeah, holding down the angles here around that B side still. You see now Miori pushing up. Is actually going to run into Sandra. Sandra will gladly take that one. Thank you. Nice swing out here from Smurfette. Though. So, 1 kill apiece so far this round.
Yeah, what to do for Giant X now? Falling back to spawn side, they've still got, I mean, what was a Viper wall, can't be used anymore. So they're going to have to pivot back, try to this B side. Eva hearing no footsteps anymore. Prompts the rotation of Toki, so it's going to be 3 players on the site here for Falcons with 15 seconds.
15 seconds to go as the timer's starting to run out. Sarah walking up here tries to get the plant down. Will manage to do so as Smurfette takes down another. Toki though. As it's covered, you would say. The blind connection will pick up another one, but will go down to the shorty up in that close range. Lodge though, still here with the Sim Beacon, ready to swing out. Will find that last kill, and that is going to be the defuse though. Coming through for Falcons. I mean, a bit of a deficit in guns, but Falcons and Giants both making this already 2 very entertaining rounds to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Luge hitting, who was that on short, on the fade? Was it Ness? I think hitting Ness with the garden hose treatment, just holding down the spray until she gets it done. Barely didn't do so. Lucky that Ness, I think, deep on short, ran out of bullets there, but has to be said, so much damage in this round inflicted by Giant X, and Smurfette looking so damn sharp on that Marshall. That's going to put Falcons' economy in a very difficult position, and this is what you see in the current state of Valorant. Instead of playing a bonus round, they have to actually take a save here and half by despite winning the round. They will just look to do damage to Giant X, who are into their first gun round here. So this is one of these weird economy situations where you have to make a concession in round 3 despite winning the round. So in contrast to last round, when Giant X was very much just trying to look for damage, that's what Falcons are looking for this round. And Giant X, I mean, I can understand why they're playing this slowly, why they're anticipating this mid-aggression, Just look at the comp that Falcons is running. You see that on the loading screen, and you're going to slow things down a bit.
Oh. Prowler will save Ness for now, so she's fine to back off, but around here, Smurfette might be caught in the back though. Sarah finds first blood. That's the only rifle that Falcons had gone already. So early on into the round. Nice satchel to go across here. Is Toki, will be caught in the back though. Eva still trying to hold down the fort here. Good for one. Will be shut down. The gun difference just seems a little bit too much here. Is it Matt V trying to find something, but will not connect any shots before she gets shut down. Giants finding the first round here for themselves.
Yeah, great multi-frag from Sarah. Going to give her a pretty early timing on the Rolling Thunder here. Smurfette quite close to the showstopper as well. Falcons into their first gun round though, into round number 4 here. We'll see what they're going to be getting done. It's been very slow pacing so far from Giant X. Though they do have the ability to pick up the pace. You know, we saw it previously, the double satchel with the Prowler or the fault line and hitting that timing. I think that's what they're going to do here. Double satchel into shower. Fault line straight into shower. Off the back of Sarah. Is Smurfette going to hit this timing? Oh, Sandra straight through the stun. That's absolutely abhorrent.
There is the Rolling Thunder here to try and make an entry for Giant X. Toki though will start spamming through the boxes. Lush finds another here, but there will not be much left to scramble here as Jolina, last one standing, wants to clear this corner onto Lush, and we'll do that. We'll do absolutely that. Spike is in such a tricky position here for her to go and retrieve though.
It is. There's the dog from Eva. Having a look for her. She's taken her time with this one. Jolina has been very clutch so far in this tournament, Joy. We were highlighting her on the desk just the other day.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. So if there's anyone who could, you know, potentially be doing this, I would say it's probably Jolina, but seen and spotted on that angle
30
now.
seconds left.
Forced to reposition once again. Slowly approaching towards where that spike is. Might be caught with the backside towards the showers though.
Spike.
Has the spike.
Shadows.
I'm starting to tick though for them. The smoke
10
will go
seconds
out
left.
here. She tries to find a plant.
Spikes planted.
And now in a 1v2. Oh, the
Last player standing.
run straight in. Tries to find a second kill, but will not be doing that. Eva was ready, of course, and we'll find that defuse. Still though, really good try from Jolina.
Yeah, and Giant X a little unlucky in that round. I mean, you had the fault line into Shower's side, setting up Smurfette for that double satchel, and then this happens to her.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just unlucky. The strat works as intended, and instead of going 1-for-1 there, and then the Rolling Thunder with the short scale coming on through for them to try to wipe the site, unfortunately, you end up in this scenario where Jolina has to clutch and 4K to win the round. She almost does it, though. It's a lot of damage to Falcon's economy nonetheless, and you're going to get the reinvestment here for Giant X now. They've got the Showstopper online as well. Over on the other side of things, Luge with the Orbital ready to go. Deep dark cover, as well as a guiding light and a cascade down the bottom of Long, but with a bit of a gap there. They're actually going to force their way through here, Joy.
Yeah, that they are indeed. And there's the Showstopper immediately being popped here. Trying to close that corner out. Will find Eva. Put her back to where she came from. So a fantastic opener. Empress being committed here as well. As we do see Matt V picks up one here. Tries to enter here through the hookah. Oh, and we do have the Reckoning now as well with the Showstopper. As on the other side as Toki finds one more here. Smurfette on the run. Actually, this time finds the upper hand on Cassandra. Amazing stuff from Smurfette as she kills 3 and Ness is there to clean up the rest. Fantastic round here from Giant X.
Oh, bloody hell. It's that dynamic duo back again. Smurfette just running around absolutely everywhere on the raise. Showstopper to open up the round off the back of the Prowler utility, and then the double satchel through elbow onto spawn side, and both her and Ness peek out and create a 180 crossfire as Ness peeks through that garden to be able to catch all of the Falcons players on site. And like I said, Jolina in the previous round, round number 4, brings that down to a 1v1, taking a lot of guns away from Falcons, and immediately Giant X invest their ults into that round and break the economy of Falcons here. Really good opportunity for them to complete this anti-eco and start to run away with this attacking half now.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see that they're throwing pretty much all of the intel that they have at them. Seekers they do still have available, though, on Eva, and the orbital strike, of course, as well.
Sandra
Falcons.
flanking already. No Senti. You know, something that was talked about on the desk. There's a lot of chances to actually flank through the middle of the map, Joy.
Yeah, absolutely true. She will be checked and shut down, though. So everybody on the side was on that B side. Now pivoting towards that A. Not quite sure, but this is probably where they will start to make their stand here on the side of Giant X. Oof.
Flash out.
Viper wall. There. Goes up, will stop that for a little bit. Jolina though manages to catch one immediately. And with just such a big gun difference, there is very, very little. Oh, stop me right there. I was going to say it's very little the Falcons can do, but MadV is still MadV and manages to just grab 2 kills for herself. And now it's just Toki left standing. 1v3, Pilski.
Yeah, not much for her to do here. Just a classic. See if she can try to take an extra gun away from Giant X. Finds a nice timing to swing out onto Miori there, but great reaction from the Viper of Giant X, and they get themselves a 3rd round. Not really a massive fan of Luge pulling that orbital on the plant. I know that they had 4 players on the site there, but that's I feel a bit of a panic ult where they in a round where they didn't really have a great chance of winning it. And now, unfortunately, they won't have access to it in this following gun round. Tower out now for Falcons Vega. They've got the Seekers online, could definitely help them streamline one of these retakes, getting close to the Reckoning. But they've got a bit of an uphill battle of their own to kind of fight up now, because Giant X done an excellent job recovering from losing those opening couple of rounds. They have now built themselves up a nice little economy. Got that from the shadows there on Jolina, as well as the Fade ult, the Nightfall. I'm keen to see what Falcons Vega is going to be doing. Despite the fact they've been playing this double duelist comp, I feel like they haven't really been that aggressive across the map. We've seen double bathroom setups, but, you know, when I'm thinking double duelist on defense, split, defense bind, things like that, I'm thinking, like, we're pushing, like, straight up the guts or on the extremities, you know, double walking straight through bathrooms, pushing down B long, you know, especially with the Harbor, doing some nice little kind of like cascade walk-ups with the flash plays, things like that. Really contesting deep A short. So far, I feel like it's been pretty reserved from Falcons on this double duelist comp. They haven't really been going pedal to the metal too much, just kind of contesting key parts of the map and playing kind of 3-2s.
Yeah, exactly. Perhaps saving it for later, but I mean, they can't be saving it for too long here. As we do want the entertainment, and of course they do want that lead. Prowler, already thrown out.
Yeah, I mean, they're just doing the same thing that's working, right? Contesting B long, leaving the Viper solo on the other side of the map, but finally Sandra getting active. That's a bit of a missed timing though, Joy.
Yeah, absolutely was.
Face your fear!
Not great. Oh, the Nightfall already coming out though here. Onto that B side as we do see Smurfette making her way in here. Jolina forced off that angle here by Toki. Still has the double satchel available to herself, but we'll be respecting that for now.
Yeah.
As Lush has arrived to back her up.
Big flank here from Miori. We'll keep an eye on that as the Seekers come out here, Joy.
Yes, that they do indeed. Jolina still trying to hold down the angle here in the hallway. Has to watch her back though, as she will see that Toki is coming to swing out and will take her down. Immediately turns around to try and find extra damage here, as it will be Ness alongside Miori swinging out to get her on that backside. Empress is available though, as Sandra tries to run for the hills, will be shut down. Giant X, yeah.
They just don't have an answer for this B play, Joy. They just really don't. It's the same play over and over again. The Prowler and the Boombot to contest up B long, the Viper being left. It's just a simple 1-4 into a B execute. And yet again, you know, Giant X win the post plant in the exact same way. You You know, they're fighting straight out B long garden, and they have the wrap on through spawn this time, actually through defense spawn. And, you know, once again, crunch the site together. You know, you saw Falcons, they just maintained hookah control and then trusted that the flood back into the site with that hookah control would get them that retake onto B with that approach, but it really didn't work out for them. At Giant X, they're not changing anything, you know. After that timeout, they didn't feel the need to stay one step ahead to change, you know, what their approach is. They're really just maintaining. If it's not broke, we don't need to fix it. And in this case for Giant X as well, seems like on the anti-half bar, you already see them in a pretty passive setup, anti-eco, just spread around across the map. Might see like a progressive dark cover, deep up B long to deny the info. But it really is looking like a great attacking side here for Giant X. And looking at this comp for Falcons, I'm not too surprised about that, given the fact that, you know, they are playing double duelists, right? If they're not getting in the face of the opponent, if they're not getting these opening kills, if they're not finding impact or positional advantage in the early to mid round, then they're just falling behind.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of that is then going to fall into the hands of Toki to try and just, you know, create that space, make that first contact. But we will see how they are going to approach these upcoming rounds here. Smurfette syncing up here with Miori.
Flank from Falcons. In they go though, Joy.
Yeah, in they go indeed. Double satchel gets used. The Smurfette will shut down Toki right away. Fantastic start here once again for the Giants. As we do see Sandra wants to try and get any damage done here. Forced off that angle. We do have the rest of Falcons now arriving to the scene. 3, 2, 4. I'm very curious how they're going to try to play this out, but Matt V is just doing Matt V things.
One enemy remaining.
So they find two. Oh my goodness. Ness now, last one standing here to get just 2 pistols. Can she do it? She takes down the Trailblazer. Spike has been retrieved. She can now start to make it to the site and find the plant here. Still a little bit of time on the clock, so she will try to find a little bit more information. Possibly even rotate here towards that B side, and it looks like that is just exactly what she is going to be doing.
Yeah, port's back up in 7 seconds. It's going to be a plant for spawn here. You can see the rotation a little bit behind the 8 ball. She's going to take a duel towards spawn side early on, Joy.
Oh. Yeah, does have the haunt available to her. Might not even be using it, and she will not even get the chance to, as well as Matt V picks up her 3rd kill of the round here. And that will get another round on the board here for Falcons. Nicely done from them here.
I mean, the mid walk is what wins that round. Like, we talked about the lack of a senti, and so far, you know, Giant X has been playing around that quite well. Like, we watched in the other round where they were anti-eco, they were able to deal with the flank quite nicely onto Santra and pivot back. That round, I mean, you know, the initial exchange back and forth on the site looks favorable for Giant X, but it's this double flank from Eva and Mad V combining to win the round. And it's something that Falcons need to continue to do on this defensive side if they're going to find success, I feel, with this comp. This is a dangerous round for them to be navigating, though. Giant X, 3 massive ults online for round number 9.
Yeah, exactly. Showstopper already should be enough to just, you know, cause a lot of damage in the hands of Smurfette. And this time we have Miori as well with the Viper Pit. And I mean, I heard Mitch say it a few days ago that Bind is just a Viper paradise.
Yeah.
We're going to see how Miori is going to bring that into play.
Big fight over B long here, though, Joy.
It is indeed. Both teams still taking their time here to try and peek. Showstopper, of course, available here. So Smurfette does not necessarily want to be the first one to go. Fault line already gets connected. The swing out does connect though onto Smurfette. The paint shells though will manage to take out the harbor. There's the Rolling Thunder. A beautiful spray here once again from Sandra. Sandra really, you know, proving her prowess here on the Reyna, who will be shut down as now the Viper Spit will be used. The Giants are tying up the numbers here, and it's Jolina and Miori left standing.
Okay. Satchel out. One enemy remaining.
I do see the boombox here, so they know where Toki is, and they will run right up to her and find her. Jolina good for three in total, but manages to take out both Lush and oh god, now I forgot the other. Oh, Toki. Yeah, Lush and Toki.
Lovely.
Satchel out.
Massive round for Giant X.
Last player standing.
It's just fisticuffs over B long there, honestly, into an afterplant yet again. It's been almost all B afterplants for Giant X so far. That time investing the pit to get the round done once again. Breaking Falcon's economy, forcing them back on the half bite. Surprised that someone hasn't thrown over Sandra a gun so she can pop that Empress and try to get in the face, but he's going to try to do so nonetheless. Miori opening pick onto Toki here to kick things off, and you can see the rest of Giant X quite happy to drop the wall, peek together, and scale up into this site, putting pressure on Luge and Sandra now.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have so much in hand here as Luge will be shut down alongside Sandra, and it's Matt V and Eva to once again try to clutch this one out for the squad. Matt V up in heaven. Has a little bit of information, spots one head, doesn't quite connect the shots though. And now Eva is going for that little wrap around here towards Showers. Clears out Showers and starts to go up here through the smoke. Building still available. Time is ticking though as Eva will be shut down. Matt V, last one standing, will also be shut down. This is Giant X's round once again.
Yeah, and you know, having Miori and Jolina on this team right now is worth its weight in gold. I feel like we're going into a lot of after-plants, post-plant scenarios where those players are alive. Smurfette being put in a lot of positions to find those opening duels, enabled by both the Breach and the Fade utility, is a reason why these core 4 agents plus another controller, in addition to the Viper, are seen on a lot of different maps. The way they're playing right now, very, very strong for the comp. Giant X back towards this A side. Once again, Falcons contesting bathrooms quite heavily with Luge backside. There's the showstopper out from Smurfette, following the Brim with the orbital online into spawn side.
Yeah, the Prowler to follow as well. Shot will not quite connect those. Eva will find Smurfette, shut her down. She will actually manage to pick up Mad V though. That's a really nice pick to get early on. Toki with the Guardian. Alright, Nightfall gets committed here on the side of Giant X as they're looking to find more and more kills. Jolina finds a very successful kill there onto Sandra. Alt corner still being held. Spike is down. So Lush, Toki and Eva up for them to see, and they can do a successful retake. Orbital strike will get committed, force everyone out, and that will be 3 kills going over to Falcons, and that is the defuse confirmed for them. Very nicely played.
Yeah, I think honestly that post plan is just a bit of an oversight for Giant X. Playing inside U-Haul when the orbital was up since the start of the round is not something that you can really do, and I think Falcons showed us exactly why, comboing the ults beautifully to be able to get themselves round number 5 here. The orbital flushing all of U-Haul out and taking down Nest for free. The showstopper trying to find anyone scaling out of U-Haul there and clear out pocket with the smoke on short. Really nice retake from Falcons in the 3-on-3, really well organized. So Giant X, look, despite that great round for Falcons, I think they're feeling pretty good about how this attacking side is going. Again, going to try to go for this A control. Fault line, finding Sandra. Smurfette applying pressure. Can Toki trade? No, it's the C's as well as the TP into heaven. Beautiful util combos from GX here. Oh my lord, that was such an easy B take for them.
It was indeed, but Giant X really showing up this round, and as you said, just playing off of each other flawlessly as they now managed to also shut down Mad V. Eva stands the last one here on site. Plant will go through. They're so close to each other. Will manage to take out Smurfette, already low on HP, clears that corner out. Trying to wrap around as much as she can, but 1v4, how much is there she can do? I was thinking manages to also take out Sarah, but will be shut down in the end.
Switching sides.
Beautiful attacking side for Giant X, has to be said. Very well worked, a lot of great set plays. They're playing the comp extremely well right now. Just the way that they use both the Breach and the Fade util to set up Smurfette for success on the entries. And then, like I said, having the combo of Jolena, Miori in the post plant. Sarah as well has had some great clutch statistics and some multi-frags as well. Just feels like the way that they're playing really works well for their team. And once again, it's a great across-the-board performance from all of them, really, in that half. But now Falcons, with this crazy comp, with this double duelist Harbor, we need to see what they're going to be cooking on this attacking side. Because if they're able to actually play, you know, super snappy, they've got themselves organized, this could be quite difficult to defend for a GX who doesn't have a Senti.
Yeah, exactly. Hard for GX to try and gather any information here, but not to gather any kills, as Miori will open up with a nice pick onto Sandra here. Smurfette absolutely catches Toki off guard, will shut her down though. Miori still good for another, but now it's Eva once again, the last person standing. It's a bit of a deja vu, and I'm just wondering, can she get another 2 double kill in before she goes down once again? Approaching Miori here. Ooh, just doesn't catch her. Miori coming back though. She will grab that one. But now they know where Eva is, and they're coming for her. Has a little bit of time to play with. Could possibly okay. Some time to play with, but not a life to play with, and that makes it pretty done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, they just walked hand in hand through U-Haul. That's exactly how you want to see them play the 2-on-1. Just walking together, making sure that they're tradable. They catch Eva on the timing here. Trying to cross sight. Really, really nice pistol round early on here for Giant X. Forcing Falcons on the eco. Kicking off this defensive half. I think they won both pistols, if I'm not wrong. So they're doing a great job on bind here so far. Sheriff out for Sandra. So the girls just taking a save. There's the guiding light up on in. And they're going to go farm this B long orb with the Cascade to give them a little bit of cover. That's given actually over to Mad V on the Harbor. So they're wanting to prioritize the Reckoning over the Showstopper in this case.
Yeah, I mean... Oh, we're trying to flood this side out. Of course it is the Reckoning that you want to have available to yourself. And Falcons, they are trying to desperately get another round on the board here. Lush sitting pretty on that smoke here.
Walls up.
So far, a pretty quiet round here. Nice fault line though into the long as Miori finds a nice double for herself. Sarah with the rifle in hand. Looking to throw out another bit of utils. We do see that Matt V will be backing off and rendezvousing with the rest of the squad here.
Yep. There's the paint shells backside though. We'll try to get into the side here, Joy.
That they are indeed. Talking about the side, what about your backside? As Ness will shut down Toki and Eva alongside her. Matvi good for one more. But just a ghost in hand, how much can she really do? Not much is the answer, as Giant X will take another round here for themselves. They're mounting up a pretty big lead here, Pilski.
Oh, for sure. Very clean anti-eco as well, only losing the ghost. Miori's gone for a judge. And we'll keep an eye on that, you know. The fight bar turns into a pseudo-sentinel, really, on the defensive side a lot of the time. Use of the wall and the orbs to be able to create opportunities and kind of break up the push of the attacking side. So that in combo with the breach util and the rotations from Sarah is really what you keep an eye on to shut down a lot of these plays. Reactive paranoias, reactive seizures, things like that. 4-player stack on this B side here early on from Giant X. This is a big call to be making.
That it is indeed. Throwing a lot of intel there as well. Smurfette will be creeping up on them. Will spot out Eva. Not connect any shots though.
I really like that though. You know, playing at a weaponry disadvantage. It is only Bulldogs, but at the end of the day, you know, versus the Vandals, I really don't mind in some of these bonuses doing things like 1-4s. Just stacking one side of the map or going for an early kind of aggressive play. Yori just playing in U-Haul with that judge. Sandra applying pressure from bathroom side. Pushed off by the paint shells though.
Yeah. Now Toki has arrived. Full satchel on. finds Smurfette here. Actually pretty comfortable kill to pick up on her side though. Smoke though will be denying any further vision. Plant will go down for Falcons as they... Oh! Excuse me. Spike did get planted, but now Miori with that judge just storming straight on here to try and take down Matt V. Sarah will not be getting anything done though. It's pretty much all angles getting held here. Jolina causing some damage, forcing the angles here for the Falcons. That rotation. Back into that U, but then Ness gets caught here. Or Ness, sorry.
One enemy remaining.
Catches Eva. And now, in a 1v2, we've seen Ness do it before. She is so very capable of doing that. Has a haunt available. Playing ring around the rosies, though, maybe isn't her thing, as Toki will pick her up. Good for 4 kills this round.
4 guns lost, though. That's pretty expensive for Falcons. Against the Bulldogs, that's a pretty good result for GX. Now a chance for them to break the money. Big swing round in the next offer as Toki goes down to the spike. 4 kills for Toki, though. Got to put her quite close to the showstopper here. Very important round for both teams. This is with the difference between GX threatening the end of the game here on Bind and grabbing double digits, and Falcon really closing this scoreline gap. Cascade and a dark cover getting exchanged on a short day. There's the guarding light and the boom bot to take control of bathrooms and set it up as a bit of a launching pad for Falcons to kick off and execute into this A site once they're comfortable enough to push past the dark cover. In the meanwhile, Giant X has got some great info over on the B side of the map, and they're starting to trend the fade over in towards spawn side. Falcons, though, maybe seeing that haunt or hearing that haunt on the opposite side of the map, not feeling comfortable to kick off this execute into the A site, instead wanting to go back and re-clear B.
Yeah, in the meantime, we do also have the Reckoning online here for that post planned. If they want to commit for that, well, they will have to probably commit for that.
Shadows traveling.
Trailblazer used to clear the corners here. Around Garden. Oh, there's the... And there is the Reckoning being used. Jolina here with the teleport onto the box. Sarado manages to shut down Toki. As Giant X still good for 2 kills apiece here, but Eva comes out swinging, picks up 2. Lush to back her up here, as it will be Eva that is good for 4 kills this round. Drax Falcons over the line. No double digits yet for Giant X.
My knees are gonna kill
It's a
after
massive
this.
round for Eva. I mean, she's just been worth her weight in gold for this Falcons roster. Some of these really important rounds, really important clutches. She's really been doing a lot of damage. And over from elbow side on the Sky, after actually kicking off the exit with the dog sending the duelist in, she's actually the one to wipe the entire team of GX. Unlucky from Jolina there. You could see what her play was attempting to do in Hookah's side. She's trying to get the Paranoia TP backside of Hookah to take a different angle. I think it would have worked out a lot better, but TPing onto the box, I think, throws her into a state of panic, and she TPs back into the site straight in front of Eva, which is what kind of sets up the rest of the 4K in that regard. So massive round to win there. Over on the side of Falcons, Eva a 4K to break the economy of Giant X, and now an anti-eco for them. Yeah, great round to get Toki her showstopper. Seekers are online as well. That boom bot. That's not... I mean, that's cleared out. That's cleared out all of the fountain, to be fair, Joy. That is definitely a lineup I'm going to be taking into my next game.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be sure, right? You never know who's sitting in that fountain.
That's facts.
Facts, exactly. You've heard it here first. Whoever is sitting in that fountain, you have to make sure it's Miori. Holding down this angle. Will not get the chance. Gets shut down. Eva once again finds another kill here for herself. Is now the push through. Bath is coming down onto this A side.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, Lush. Okay, girl. You okay? You got this. Damn.
That's not a good shot. Oh, Ness, dude. Ness on the Sheriff is so good. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Another really sharp shot from her. Don't think she's going to be ready for Luge, though. So that's a very close to the orbital for Luge. 3K from her. I gotta say, I'm not really particularly a fan of how Falcons is cycling their util on A right now. These AXEs, they're committing both the High Tide and the Sky Smokes at the same time. They got the Deep Smoke up onto Heaven as well. So it feels like, you know, one of those is kind of redundant. And usually when you're playing these double controller comps, especially if it's something like a Harbor and not a Viper, You'd really like to see them kind of cycle up their smokes so that they can do, you know, different kinds of stages of the Exe, like high tied up and then backside smokes or something like that. But point for another time. Big shove up short A here. It's going to be actually a markets crunch. Double satchel straight down there from Smurfette with the showstopper. Big util combo. Reactive Seekers coming in there from Eva, but she's lost her life early on, and Falcons are left reeling.
Yeah, that they are indeed. Sandra is doing what Sandra has pretty much been doing this whole map, and that's that she is pushing alone through the BAFs and manages actually to pick up Ness. Stealing side here from Omen, as she has received a little bit of backup here in the names of Toki, but Miori! Fantastic crosshair placement, manages to take out 2 in the blink of an eye. Falcons looking to tie up this map, but just not yet. But I may have spoken too soon.
Last player standing.
Sandra having the Empress available here still, but now is that going to be what they need to clutch this out and tie up the round here for Falcons? Sandra though, good for another one.
30 seconds left.
Just 2 left. She will not be taking out on that trade. Giants going up to double digits in the defense.
It's a very nice set play from them as well. I mean, Falcons were not ready for that whatsoever. Absolutely loved it. Shove up short A. You get the Nightfall straight through market side. The double satchel straight up the guts from Smurfette. Gives them the player advantage. And the rest of the round, due to the fact that Sandra's not really able to find too much impact on that Showers lurk, get GX closing out that round, but with only 2 players surviving, their money's pretty shaky here, and they're staring down the barrel of an orbital showstopper round, so it could be difficult for them to deal with. Timeout here for Falcons Vega though, going to give both teams some time to discuss. Giant X really going to be considering how they're going to maneuver their setup around this pit. You've already got Miori with the Judge heading towards A. You see the short A pit's very, very popular. And Falcons, will see what they're going to be doing with the Orbital and the Showstopper here.
Yeah, exactly. Orbital Strike and Showstopper available for them. I mean, both like extremely powerful, right, for a post plant, but we will see where this Viper pit goes. I think that is going to be the most important thing to keep our eyes on. She changed her mind.
I thought she was heading towards short A, but post timeout she's actually going to be left solo on the B side. I think she's going to probably pit Hookah or outside of Hookah. The rest of GX, big push into short A here.
Yeah. There. Fault line and Satchel already being committed here. Smurfette looking to find that first contact. Oh, there's the Showstopper. We'll take her out as well, but we'll also find Smurfette. But Toki will take herself out as well there. With that ultimate. Oh, Sandra. Sandra will actually catch Jolina in the back here. Nice sandwich play coming out of Falcons. Now it's just Ness. Ooh, we'll find a first, not a second, as she gets shut down. Miori, the last one standing, as she had been over on that B side the whole time.
Spike planted.
Yeah, unfortunate. You know, sometimes you throw the pit down, your whole team dies. What can you really do? Footsteps heard by Luge here, so they know she's on the flank, and I don't think you're checking an angle like that. Great crosshair placement from Luge to close it out. Orbital not even needed. Big shove into market and short A there, trying to either, you know, win the round by taking those early fights in market and trading out effectively, or you're either going to push them into the pit of Miori and try to sandwich them. Didn't work out though. Great reactive showstopper from Toki. Falcons just falling back into their spawn, playing things patiently and find a passage of play that works out. It's really, really good for them.
Find the weak point.
Trailing 9-10, but into an anti-eco here with strong money. Falcons have actually got a pretty great chance at closing out this game of blind here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now we've got Vandals, Vandals in the hand of everybody. And yeah, as you said, Orbital Strike being carried over to this round means that they've just got another win condition to play for in this post plant. And how are you going to approach this if you're Giant X?
I mean, really, just looking for economic damage, looking for an outside shot at winning the round. Sarah on the Vandal, she gets a kill, can definitely find her Rolling Thunder. Love that third. Thanks, Observer Team. Nice one.
Yeah, and that's a nice one too.
There's a Rolling
Sarah,
Thunder though.
There we go. You called it and it immediately happened actually. Toki making a really explosive entry here. Takes out Smurfette and Sarah. No Rolling Thunder whatsoever. Jolina follows suit here. Toki is hungry and she is getting served kill after kill here. Ness, the last one standing on her favorable Sheriff though, will not even get the chance. Toki's good for 4.
Oh, that is so unlucky for Sarah. Like, honestly, that if that 1-for-1 in bathroom, she gets her Rolling Thunder. I think if they time out the fight towards short side a little bit better between Sarah and Smurfette, and Toki doesn't beat that ult, could have been a different story, but that's just a Toki round. Even though it is only against the half buy, it is massive. Gets her halfway towards another showstopper, which means, you know, especially on a big 8-point ult like that, you're not always going to get another one before the end of the game. But if you're multi-fragging like that anti-eco on the duelist, then you're giving yourself a much better chance to do so. Another timeout for Giant X. This game getting very tense. I think after 2 blowouts in the first 2 maps, these are the kind of maps that when they're close in scoreline are going to make the difference in this series, right? So both teams fighting really hard for this one. Another buy coming out here for Giant X. Not as much in terms of ult economy on offer, or finances really. Much better economy for Falcons built up. And they've got the Orbital and the Reckoning to boot, so difficult position for Giant X to say the least. They've definitely been quite aggressive in the early to mid round these last couple of rounds. A lot of fights straight up the guts, down mid on Hookah, or fighting up short A early on. So we'll see if they keep going for that, or if they're going to kind of slow things down a little and change things up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a spread around that A side now once again. But I wouldn't mind it if Giants just, you know, pump the brakes a little bit here and try to adapt a little bit more to what Falcons are playing for.
Super control. Boombot and the guiding light. Nothing spotted on B long there for Ness. She haunts down the bottom, doesn't see anything, and her and Jolina actually going to play the double B long setup in front of the Viper wall. Falcons still not decided what they want to do, but the guiding light actually going to reveal that there's at least a player in garden side or outside of the TP. Regardless of that though, Falcons going to group up for this A execute here, Joy.
Yeah, that they are. We do see Smurfette up on the boxes here. Nice cascade, actually blocks the side completely for her. Just making that position not really giving them anything as immediately the Reckoning comes down. Matt V will take a kill off of the back of that.
Spike down A.
As we just see kills being traded back and forth here, but now Sandra on that side still. Smokes will go down. So she will be seeing, oh, flash coming out, but there's immediately Sandra with just such a clean head tap. She's been good, honestly, so clean with her aiming here. Sandra, one hell of a way to close out this round with 4 kills on the Reyna.
Yeah, Sandra's saying, get me back on the duelist. I don't know why I'm sitting in the back of the site on Cypher. Get me in the action. Massive round from her. I'd say the other highlight of that round is undoubtedly Mad V's util usage, the cascade to deny the info line and the chance of a pick for Smurfette in combination with the Reckoning to follow up. Actually put Smurfette in a position where really you would have put money on her to get the first kill on the other team coming up short A, but instead it pushes her into an awkward position where she actually gets first picked. Then they follow that after the U-Haul pick with a nice high tide to take the rest of U-Haul as Sandra just does the rest. So Falcons, massive round from them, especially after the Giant X timeout. They're probably feeling pretty deflated going into this half buy, and Falcons is giving them absolutely nothing here.
No, not giving an inch just yet. Sandra, though, will be pushing up towards that showers, but immediately shuts down Miori. That was the only rifle that they had available to themselves. Oh, just a little bit too many people to deal with here. Sandra will fall down. There's 2 rifles to be retrieved here on the side of Giants.
Yeah, what to do now, though? I mean, Smurfette, if she gets a multi-frag with this Vandal, Showstopper could definitely be a big difference maker. Ness taking Hookah control and trying to play the pivot with Jolina here.
Yeah, Trailblazer doesn't really find any information for them just yet. Paint shells into the hookah.
Spike planted.
Try and clear that out. Nicely dancing around all the damage here. Toki is still on that B side. Ooh, Smurfette though, good for a nice kill before she goes down. Now Ness and Jolina, we do see help Sarah coming around that backside here. Jolina falls. Ness actually managed to pick up one. Sarah swings out and picks up another.
One enemy remaining.
Oh yeah, Orbital. Good call. Good call, Pilski.
Yeah, they can't win the round, but that is a win as far as Giant X is concerned. They have taken. I mean, the economic damage not really mattering at this point, but taking an orbital away from Luge, that's definitely important. You don't want the Brim having access to something like an orbital that can just end a round if placed correctly in the post plant or, you know, onto an important position. So look, gonna have to be 2 in a row here for Giant X to be pushing us through to overtime. It's definitely doable, but Falcons have done a good job setting themselves up for success.
You know what to do.
Have got the money to be able to buy out the rest of this game. One off the Seekers as well, getting close to another showstopper on Toki. Smurfette yet again has got her own showstopper.
Yeah.
Ness and Miori grabbing that orb on B long.
Oh, Sandra getting some nice information here. Full time will connect, and now backed up by Matt B. Looks like they might try to create a little bit of damage in space here.
Didn't mind that from Giant X. They were clearly looking for the pick onto Sandra, but good discipline from her. Playing all the way back. And now Falcons, after seeing that initial contact, gonna go back, re-clear bathrooms, potentially set up for this A execute. In the meanwhile, though, Giant X have really taken no control at all of that B side of the map. They've got no info. So they're actually having to rotate the Omen over into spawn side, despite the fact there's been no pressure on B at all. There's the Seekers for Eva as well to kick this on.
Oh. Showstopper being popped already. Now the Satchel being forced here just to try and find anything with this Showstopper. Smurfette. One Satchel still in hand. But Nightfall will come out as well just to try and track down these players. Toki manages though to pick up Smurfette off the back of it. Oh! How not? Sandra, you dirty little devil! As you are just camping in that teleporter, finds 2 kills off the back of that. So Giant X, they managed to almost tie up the numbers. Yes, they do. Miori, good to tie up the numbers here. She shuts down Sandra. But the timer will be running out though. It will be running out on the Falcons to try and find this plant. So Giants, they've still got another fight left in them.
Yeah, this game just neck and neck. Another multi-frag from Sandra, this time not good for the round. Toki, one off the showstopper here. Pretty close to a pit for Miori if she's able to find a multi-frag for the post plant. All on the line here for Giant X. Op comes out on the attacking side for Sandra. She is sick of people peeking her in bathrooms with a rifle. She's going to try to get that pick with the operator and maybe even have a Vandal drop next to her that she can cycle out to later. Once again, Cascade and Dark Cover traded on short A here. It's a pretty slow round from Falcons to kick things off.
Yeah.
Duke control again. Guiding Light plus Boombot seems to be their go-to kind of default so far. Prowler from Ness in response over on B long, not seeing anything in that part of the map.
No, slowly creeping up here towards that A side. Matt V, is Sandra still holding down the vision there towards Bavs, but we do see now that backup is coming in slowly but surely from the rest of Falcons. Hunt gets taken out immediately.
Yeah, they want to push Ness off this info line. She's been jump spotting for info over here. Trailblazer to push her back, but Falcons really just try to pull an extra rotate over towards the B side of the map and then try to creep out A.
Yeah. Oh, Matt V going to start pushing up here, will be caught off guard as Smurfette finds 2. Those are 2 very important players to take away as Sandra falls as well. And this is not looking good here for Falcons.
Well, pretty much an unwinnable round.
Yeah.
Showstopper gonna get
Showstopper.
popped. But I don't know what. I don't think they can do anything else really, Joy.
No, I mean,
Last player
Paranoia
standing.
comes flying out though, and that will connect, and that will be the nail in the coffin. Giants tying it up here.
Switching sides.
That's the issue with Falcons comp, right? That round's the perfect example of it. They have nothing to clear this short A position from Smurfette. It's a nice little contact setup with the breach util being held. All of the Sky util used clearing that B side of the map, right? Double guiding light and the boombot used to take hookah, and then the Trailblazer up B long. What do you have left to be able to break a setup like that? Toki had to get the showstopper from bathrooms in the orb, so not something they had access to break that short setup or use reactively. I mean, that's the downside of just running like single initiator kind of comp, or not running something like a fade where you can, you know, double up on the prowlers, things like that. Difficult. And I think Giant X, they've really read into that and played quite a nice setup against the default they've seen many, many times for Giant X. So we go into OT. As opposed to the first two matches, very tight one between these two teams. And Giant X, I mean, once again, 1-4. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Into the BXX, just leaving Viper on the lurk. And once again, Falcons, the protocol is to take hookah, clear the rest of the map, and try to play the post plant.
Yeah, just Toki though on that backside of B. Mad Veto to find first blood, which is so very nice, taking Miori out of the equation already. Toki now though in that hallway manages to pick up Ness.
There.
Paint shells will get popped to just try and force back anybody from Giants that wants to cause more damage. Mad V up here in the hookah. Lush is good for one.
Last player standing.
Spike will be dropped, and it looks like Falcons just going to take complete control over this round here with an Andalusia flawless.
Much better shutdown of exactly that same play they lost to so many times in regulation. You know, play against the same thing enough times and you're going to work out a way to shut it down. Great Harbor util just making that push very difficult from Hookah's side, and Mad V as well. Finding that timing to pick Miori coming out market. They're really recognizing that the Viper's been on the lurk a couple times as the 1 in the 1-4, and they're able to play around that quite well. So timeout now for Giant X. Seeing what they can put together on this defensive side. Had a couple of nice rounds towards the end of the half. They've seen the default over and over again for Falcons. They know what the go-to play is for them. They've been working that B control, clearing out hookah time and time again. Sandra's been sitting outside bathrooms. They literally know exactly what the setup is on the default for Falcons. So the question is, they're going to play around that, or and is Falcons right here on map point for the third map of the series? I think it's looking like a pretty pivotal one. Are they going to go for that default, or are they going to try to mix in a set play of some other kind?
Looks like it might be the last. So we do see Sandra for this moment not moving up towards the showers.
Yeah. Spike from Mad V is there outside A though.
No
That will often tell you maybe where a team is going to pivot later on into the round, but she's actually going to move that back over to the B side of the map. So continue to stay outside. Once again, Falcons clearing out hookah early on into this round. Want to kind of set up for GX.
Yeah. So far, not a lot of info to be found here on the side of Falcons. They've just used a lot of intel, but not really, or I'm sorry, used a lot of util to not get a lot of intel. It's that way around.
They're clearing hookah, they clear close guard, and they know that they've denied information to Giant X on this B side of the map. Smurfette once again playing the 15th off angle. But she's going to try.
Tokido looks like she might be ready for it, and she is indeed as she shuts her down. Takes a lot of damage in the process. Sandra, though, cautiously pushing up now. Oh. Will spot out Ness, and Ness will have the upper hand there. So far, still good, though, even in the numbers. Time is starting to run out here for Falcons. They need to start making their move. Ness finding a second. Spike has been retrieved here. Now the move towards the A side is on. trying to clear out showers. They are trying to just hold down every possible angle here. On the side of Giants, though, Eva swings out so confidently, picking up Jolina, just leaving Sarah behind here as the rest still has to arrive. She will be going down. And now it's Miori up in heaven. Not a lot of things to see, but now the Coven. Oh, Eva just playing so extremely confident, and it's just giving her so much, as now the Reckoning is used as well to just try and close out this map here for Falcons Vega. Time not exactly on Nessa's side, and it won't even be time. It will be her life, as it will be the Falcons who close out. Close out bind here. Sorry, they always close out the split.
Yeah, very nicely done. I mean, basically just out mid-rounding Giant X in that round. I felt like Giant X, they had a kind of a decent read on what was going on there. You could see, you know, they dealt well with the lurk up from Sandra. I didn't mind, you know, Falcon's approach. They did the same kind of tendencies, clearing out the B side of the map, and then they tried to push short A, push Giant X off of that info line and get Sandra at the lurk timing onto B. Didn't really work out that way. It felt like, to me, Giant X was all over that round, and the TP play almost in desperation for Giant X. I really did not expect that to win them the round, especially seeing Sarah layering the breach util at the end of that round and making their life very difficult. But that's just a classic case of very talented individuals who know how to win rounds on the side of Falcons being worth their weight in gold, and they barely scraped that game of bind over the finish line there. So they're now up 2-1 in this series, and I'm keen to see how the rest of the series goes, because I really feel like that bind game might be very pivotal to see who actually comes out on top here with how close it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Close and spicy rounds to be played here. And do you know what else is close and close by and spicy to be happening? You know it, and I know it. It's Madrid! Yeah, Madrid event is closing in, and tickets are available for you. So if you have the opportunity, this is probably the best opportunity to go and see a fantastic Valorant event with a live crowd once again. So scan the QR code and get your tickets while you have the chance.
Yeah, look, honestly, you know, Giant X might be in Spain without the S, but you can be in Spain with the S and watch some great Valorant while you're at it. So I'd recommend that. Go do that.
Go do that indeed. And in the meantime, we're going to toss it to a little break. We'll be back with Icebox after that. So don't go anywhere.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers EMEA. Well, you'll see that Billy has been replaced by a man. Apparently, the producers have done this because you and I, Pilski, we need to have words. Apparently, we need to work on our relationship, and there's concerns from the production team. So what have you been saying about me behind my back?
Nothing. Great. I think you're great, and I actually brought Ash here to mediate the discussion because I feel like I can't just talk directly to you anymore. You know, I think things are too far gone at this point.
Yeah, you do sound like you're under duress right now. The way that you answered that.
Can I just say, all I did, mate, was, I'm going to do this in your own language so you understand me. All I did, mate, was suggest that you would have a really good future in brewing alcohol-free beer with Joy from Sweden.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. You know what? I don't want to take this any further. I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now. I'm feeling very attacked, and I'd just like to talk about the game if that's okay.
I mean that is okay. I was like, I really like your top And if I ever get the chance to work in Australia again, please lend it to me. So yeah, let's talk about that game. You were talking about it actually, Pilski, as being very pivotal for the turnout of this best of 5. And looking at the scoreboard there, it was close, but I don't know if you'll agree with me on this one, but it felt like Falcons had control most of the time.
I think so, yeah. It felt like Giant X, particularly the second half, was kind of playing catch up a little bit, right? And Falcons, it really felt like they were kind of running their default and the way that they wanted to play the attacking side of Bind, and it was working really well for them. And I didn't really feel like Giant X had an answer for that. I don't know how you felt, Ash, and I don't know if your cat has any words about it as well.
Toad has words. He has a lot of words. I'm sure he would love a chance to be on the microphone. He would meow your ear off. But yeah, I definitely agree with what Pilski was saying in this kind of regard. I felt like what was kind of cool was seeing a lot of trap plays that Falcons were even trying to run on the defense there. My eyes get drawn over towards like Belong. There was like some bait plays that they attempted to do, but also some nice counters coming out from Giant X. I believe there was a seize one of those rounds to deny that teleport out from the player that was actually playing on that left side. But when we end up swapping things around as well too, my eyes have to go over towards both Toki and Smurfette here for both of these teams. Obviously Toki being the big space maker, if you will, obviously on the side of Falcons X. But both these players also had quieter games earlier today before really lighting up, I think, into this particular map here on Bind. And I know that Giant X didn't end up winning this map out there, Pilski, but I feel like she had a lot more ability to actually make a lot of these set plays and find the openings due to just the synergy that her initiators were actually able to provide to her comparatively towards the lit.
Yeah, and I'd also say having a lot of time to prepare for this desk. You know, Sandra played duelists, 2 duelists better than 1, Frankie. That's my big brain analysis. You know, you didn't just have one of them fragging out. Sandra was doing pretty good as well.
So, Pilski, you don't think that the sacrificed anything else on the side of Falcons? You don't think it would have been a more convincing score, like they'd gone in a different direction?
I think she had like a couple of pretty big rounds, to be honest. Like, she was playing really, really well on the Reyna, and that's exactly what you want. Like, if you're going to pick the Reyna at all, the Reyna's got to go shoot real hard, and I think that she did well there. You know, she just kind of took I say like man with gun approach, or woman with gun in this case approach, where you just walk around with the Reyna and go and take map control. You don't need anything fancy like like a Trailblazer or a breach stun or anything. Just do it the old-fashioned way. You get in there with your gun and you do things.
Yeah, I think even just like looking at the FKPR and like the first deaths per round here for the duelists on the side of Falcons as well, between the two of them, they went through, I believe that was like 19 first engagements between the two of them, and being like essentially 50-50 on each of those for both of them. So it just says a lot as to the aggression that they were more than happy to take, and the early fights that led to a lot of the success that Falcons were even able to find, especially on that defense, because when you're running that double duelist composition, it very much so relies on finding those openings to slow down the pacing of the execution coming out from Giant X and being able to find that early advantage in numbers.
Yeah. Feels like we're getting to see Falcons truly play their game, but are they going to play it on their next pick, which is Icebox? Let's head into Agent Select. I nearly called it Agent Select. Somewhere in the depths of a very cold place is an ancient prophecy that there will be a match between these two. I'm going to shut up now. Pilski, what do you think?
It's the same thing they played last time. I mean, Giant X, that's as standard gets. I was enjoying watching Falcons Vega, though, play this comp the other day against G2. Mad V in particular was super nice to watch on the Gecko. On attack. On defense, they got 0-10'd. So, look, fingers crossed their defense is looking a little more solid today, because their attack was amazing.
Yeah, I think what's pretty insane about the Falcons squad as well is the fact that you have like 3 to 4 players on, aside from Toki, everyone essentially kind of flexes in and out of certain roles like map dependent, and especially with Mad V being that IGL, having such a deep agent pool, it means the world. And she's able, 1, deep agent pool, 2, frags out consistently. Like, you never really have a map where she's quiet, and she's leading the team on top of that. Like, what can't she do?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have time to interrogate what she can't do outside of Valorant, but we're about to see what she can do in it. We're going to head into game. Pilski, take it away.
Yeah, Pilski, take it away. Exactly right. I will. I'm going to throw to myself and maybe Joy a little bit.
Well, it seems that we have arrived at Icebox. Falcons versus GX. And yeah, Jack starting off on the attack. We mentioned it before. They picked up the Gecko. Gecko very good on the attack themselves. So let's see if Giants are going to mount up to a big lead, which they've done in the past, or if Falcons are managing to hold on to that one, as we do see a brilliant opening coming out here from Sandra. Will be shut down though, so trades will be made, and I do believe that I have Pilski back by my side.
I do. Might not be a good thing, not good news for you, Joy, but in a 3-on-3, plenty of numbers for both teams to try to close out this post-fan on B.
I'm just happy you're back, honestly. No, we do see Smurfette a little bit low on the HP, as Dizzy will make other people dizzy, as you do see a nice swing around here coming out from the Falcons. Smurfette, the only one left to tell the story, and will not be managing to do so. So Falcons, first pistol round of the game.
Yeah, nicely done. And I think that's going to be a bit of a nerve settler, because it's something that smart guy on the desk, he was quite handsome, he was talking about it.
Yeah.
He said they didn't really do too well on defense previously against G2. They went 0-10. So the thing is, if they can have a good defensive side, I've got a lot of faith in Falcons on attack. They went 9-3 against G2, so should be good news for them. Giant X on this map though, they're 3-0, but the other day against Neon Blade, they were a little shaky. Jade was kind of running around, giving them a lot of problems, but so we'll see how they're feeling today on Icebox. They're doing a lot of running straight up mid though.
Yeah, that they are indeed, and I like how grouped up they are. But the Sage Wall will immediately deny any extra information or vision to be gathered here. Smurfette comes out swinging for Giants, picks up 2 with just the Ghost in hand.
Spike down B.
Make it 3.
Very
Make
messy,
it 3.
Joy.
Oh, it's gonna be messy as the Marshall finds one as well here now. As we do see Matt V, another one with the Bulldog in hand, on the chase.
One enemy remaining.
As Dizzy available, will catch her in the back, and that's 3. With only Miori left standing, but that 1v1, I mean, who's your money on that's going to go over to?
I reckon this turret's going to throw hands in about 5 seconds. That's a nice top site plant. Mad V, if she wins this round, oh, hold on, Rafters peak from Miori. That is a hell of a timing, Joy.
It is indeed. But they might just not be seeing each other. Our turrets getting placed. And now Matt V has found the wraparound. Oh my god, they're just playing ring around the rosies here. Starting to look for that defuse.
Oh, the spike's covering her head! What?
Oh, the
no
spike
way!
is working. Matt V gets the kill. No way! Spike MVP of this round for Falcons.
What is... I've never seen that before. I have never seen that before in my life. That is absolutely unreal.
I like how we both started like, at the same time.
Yeah, the X-ray. Look, that's not how you wanted to have to win an anti-eco if you're Falcons, so just to bring things back down to earth for a second. She's got Thrash online. That's the good news for Mad V, but the economy is looking very bad for Falcons. They're going to have to save around this Bulldog.
Yeah, exactly. So, I'm sorry, I'm still recovering from last round. Yeah. Economy is a bit in shambles here. We do see that Matt V already showing up incredibly dominant though on this Gecko, and we have been talking about it. And it was you, right? You were the handsome guy on the desk with the nice shirt.
Hey, you
who
said
was
it, not me.
mentioning that Gecko is really good on attack.
I mean, it's Mad V when she plays Gecko. Mad V when she plays anything, to be honest, it seems good. I think she's probably my favorite player to watch in Game Changers, to be honest, for the last little bit. Especially watching the Falcons run from Tendies all the way. I believe we casted that actually in Contenders all the way back to 3rd place at the end of last year, and then you know, doing good stuff here, maybe making a grand final. So far looking good to do so. Giant X has got a little something to say about that though. B execute, there's the dart, there's the plant. Nano's already been thrown on the spike. It's going to be difficult for Falcons to get back into this one, Joy.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see that they have done a significant amount of saving when it comes to the guns. So, yeah, this will be a tough one for them to retake. For sure, as we do see Jolina immediately finding Toki. Miori on the second one. And it looks like they are looking for more damage here. Lush will not find the upper hand here, though. So that will be a flawless round coming out of Giant X.
Yeah, nicely done. It's exactly what you wanted to be seeing from them. Did a lot of economic damage despite not being able to close out round 2. So seeing them get a flawless here, anti-eco is very, very nice. Didn't take any economic damage at all. And now we head into the first gun round, round number 4. Thrash online for Mad V early on here. Getting close to a Killjoy ultimate as well. Giant X with a fair bit of cash sitting in the back pocket. Might get reset here. There's the Dizzy in combination with Toki jumping on pipes, but no one is shooting the most default standard dart for her, so she's going to be denied an opportunity at an opening pick.
Yeah, forced off that angle by the recon bolt.
Take flight.
Drone will now also be committed. Get shut down. And so now it's up to just some, you know, good old-fashioned looking around. And see what can we pick up off the back of this. It's Mad V. Force off that angle. Wall immediately comes up, gets destroyed though. Plant will be going through.
Spike planted.
Try to find any sort of damage here through the walls.
Here.
Should be the Thrash to kick off the retake here with the drone from the Sova. See how it goes for them here, Joy.
Yeah, no, we will indeed. Nobody tagged up though, but there's Thrash coming out. Yeah, she will manage to catch somebody here. But the Viper smokes are making it incredibly hard to even enter this site, and it will be Lush though who finds the first kill here. Matt Vito swings out again, picks up 2 alongside Sandra. Defuse will come through, and that is a flawless round coming out of Falcons with a really nice retake.
Yeah, beautiful retake. I mean, you know, it's the power of playing something like a double initiator. It used to be a thing a lot more when, you know, comps with Sky and Sova were popular. You used to see it on Bind where you like double drone on the retake almost, and in that case it's the drone out Rafter in combination with the Thrash on Maze side, pushes the post plant back, all the way back from Maze 410. They're able to flood into the site really confidently there, Falcons. Like I mentioned though, Giant X, plenty of cash for them in the back pocket. They're going to buy up again into this next round. But Falcons, that's a very clean round for them to actually establish control of their economy early on. Toki having a real tough time with that dart there. Happens to the best of us. There's the turret getting cleared in mid by Smurfette. Falcons, very passive setup from them.
Yeah. So far still, you know, pumping the brakes a bit, hanging back, just to try and see what Giant X wants to do this round. They know that the Smurfette probably is very close to the Blade Storm, and so is Miori with the lockdown. That is something to, of course, look out for.
Yeah, drone through B long. There's going to be the orb given to Sarah, actually, instead of Miori. So not prioritizing the lockdown. There's the dart. Should be the wall to plant. They tried to get rid of the nanos. Oh, there's a 1-for-1 in middle there, Joy, before the post plant.
Yeah. Plant will go through as Sarah manages to find one more here. Now, Falcon's trying to find a retake here. Having a man up here, but not for very long. Excuse me, Toki will be shut down here by Smurfette. Smurfette still last person standing, will be shut down as well. And Falcons, Vega on the defense are looking pretty strong.
Oh, 100%. Really nice stuff from Sandra as well. They're playing around that wall plan exactly how you want to see. They had the default orb on the default plant spot. They have the nano either thrown into the wall or improved on the fly behind the crate, because I did see the shock there from Nest to try to clear the site, make sure that the nanos wouldn't be killing the planter, but the orb in combination with the nano and the wall segments getting broken reactively there from Falcons takes Sarah out of the equation before Giant X can get comfortable. Either way though, res is up, pit's almost up, lockdown's up, and knives for Smurfette. This is a dangerous looking round for Falcons here.
Yeah, this is indeed a dangerous looking round, and Smurfette immediately looks to try and take up some space, pops that Blade Storm. Can't really find anything, but lockdown in return coming out from Falcons Vega to try and push them off of that B side.
Yeah, Giant X just going to wait this out. Maybe reply with their own lockdown decomp B long here. There it is.
Yeah, you called it. You called it indeed. This is like the second time on this map that you're calling something and it instantly happens. So, Toki with the operator. Forced to reposition here. Shot doesn't quite attack. Oh! Eva though finds a very nice kill here. Toki will drop that operator though. And Smurfette will find another kill with the Blade Storm. Resurrection will come through. And all of a sudden it's 5 people standing once again for Giant X's Lush. Swings out to take out Miori. Another one will go her way. It will be 3 before she will get shut down. And that will be everybody on the side of Falcons Vega going down. Giant X, off the back of a lot of ultimates committed, will be putting another round in for themselves.
That was a really fun round of Valorant, honestly. Both KJ ults getting exchanged, and then you see something you don't see too often. It used to be way more popular, especially when Sage was meta on this map and people got sick of doing the default post plant, which is the wall across backside and fighting for Snowman. I really like that they committed the Sage across there and then were able to trade that player down and res them. Really nice heads-up call on the fly there for Giant X after that awkward situation exchanging to KJ ults. Toki given access to the knives here. I'm really surprised to not see... Oh, hold that thought for a sec. She's actually getting aggressive. Gets that opening pick. And for now, things will settle a little.
Yeah. Pumping the brakes once again. They take out Smurfette. Really nice early pick. If you are Falcons Vega.
I'm really surprised to not see more shock mollies like on that A orb when there's things like a jet one-off knives. It's like the most obvious round to do it and gets you, free kills, a lot of damage. Sandra's found a pick in the mid round here.
Yeah, no more shock mollies for you. Nesto, good for one for herself as she catches Sandra in the rotation. Lush will be going down to Ness as well, actually. And there's the Viper's Pit immediately coming out in response from Jolina. We now also have the Hunter's Fury up and available. Slow Orb will connect as Matt V trying to make her way onto the side here. 2 off of having Thrash available. So we do still have the Blade Storm in hand for Toki.
She's going to have to dash on top of yellow or something. That's a huge pick from Eva. How did she find the Viper inside of the ult? Sarah now fighting in the open and Ness and Sarah combined to kill the entire team of Falcons. Beautiful round there for Giant X. Great recovery. I think they were down like 5-on-3 there.
Yeah, Falcons Vega calling in the timeout here.
What to do now? I mean, that's rough for Falcons. They're up 4-1. Giant X has done a really good job replying to that. Not only the nice heads-up call after the KJ ults exchange in round number 6, but then in round number 7, recovering a 2-player disadvantage. Massive round from Ness, walking out yellow and just dishing out damage in the early to mid round. Oh, sorry, mid to late round, rather. So Falcons Vega now back to the drawing board. Cash has started to run out. They're one off the Thrash. They got the Viper ult up, and they're one off the Hunter's Fury as well. So a lot of big impact ults. Quite close here. Could be a bit of a difference maker if they're able to farm an orb here or there, or they're able to get kills in the early to mid round and try to find a way to use that ult nicely on the fly. Again, this is where I really want to see Giant X, especially post timeout. You're looking at a Sova and a Gecko one off their ults. I really want to see like the Snake Bite and Shock Dart into a main onto the orb, just to kind of dissuade the defensive side team from farming an ult. It doesn't even really look like Falcons are going for that orb anyway, interestingly enough.
No, it looks like they're not very interested in it. And oh. Toki dropping down there. Oh, Miori actually is the one who picks up the first blood. We do see the pit already used and put down around that A.
KJ going down early is problematic for holding mid now. Pit's committed on A. That's honestly where I'd be heading, to be honest, if I was Giant X in this situation. But they're considering contesting the pit. Nah, back to mid. I mean, KJ's dead. No turret or alarm bot in middle. It's free. Free real estate, bro.
Yeah, and it looks like they will be taking that. Right, wall's just gone up. Drone gets used just to see if there's anybody in that Viper's pit. In the meantime, it's Madfee to go down. Looks like through the backside of A, Giant X want to try and make their move as a shutdown. Eva Plant will be going down. Lush still in this Viper pit. Will start to fade away soon. So it's just Toki trying to find a little bit of information here. Force the dash out. Lush still stuck here between a rock and a hard place. Trying to put a dent here, immediately swings onto Miori and shuts her down. Nicely done, but with the back left open, Jolina will shut her down. And I think the call here is to try and save.
Yeah, that's again, like the third really nice call from Giant X in a row. You got to give credit where credit's due. Their calling on this attacking side has been pretty phenomenal so far.
Yeah, Toki's just gonna run in, dive to the spike.
I was actually planted onto rafters. You don't see that too often.
Yeah.
I guess it makes sense though with the Viper ult in main. Alrighty. Thrash online. Hunter's Fury online. Pit got used in the last round without really too much impact, unfortunately. Hunter's Fury there for Ness online as well. Sarah one off another res. She must have been farming these plants and orbs. Something crazy because it was only round number 6 I think she used her last res. She's already one off again.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And she has been doing all the planting for Giants these last rounds. So very close to the rest once again. They used it very well last time. Yeah, I was gonna say Miori going to run into some company, will be taken down here.
Yeah. 2 walks are very common, so to see her sprinting up mid like that was interesting. And punished for it. Sarah's gonna get the res. Are Falcons going to be aware of this? Are they going to react to this? Because they know the orb's been lost. I'm looking at Mad V trending towards mid with this Thrash. They're all moving towards mid. They really want to play around this res. I want to see Falcons react to this. They could definitely fight this body.
Wolf coming down. Fiori
getting Hunter's Fury, beautiful.
Hunter's Furies get traded out. But what will they find is the question, not much. A little bit of damage back and forth here onto Miori once again. Lush actually fallen pretty low, 2 in the exchange. Jolina up top here. Toxic screen activated.
There they are. Shot down.
30 seconds left.
Lovely, off the back of that, recon bolt picks up Smurfetto. Lush will fall. Now, Toki isolated Sarah completely, will pick her up as well. Now we do see the rush from Jolina coming out here. Matt Vito already taking Miori down, will take care of Jolina as well. Ness, the last one standing. We have seen it so many times before. She will not be getting anything done right now as it is Falcons Vega back in the lead.
That was another really nice round. You know, Miori getting picked by the 2 walk, the Hunter's Fury to try to kill the res that got picked up by the A orb, and then the opposing Sova trying to ult the other Sova who's ulting. And after all said and done, I think Falcons, what really wins in that round is the really nice rotation timing towards the B site. Mad V obviously good for another 3k, who's really that surprised. They flood in towards that B site with the confidence and with the Thrash. And they're able to catch Giant X before they can get themselves in a comfortable post plant. Another little small mistake I feel like there is Sarah's bottom site and getting walled off by the attacking Viper wall. Really would have liked to see Giant X like in that situation there. Things are kind of awkward anyway. You're playing from a player disadvantage. Really would have just liked to see them drop the wall and just try to fight their way out of a bad situation, to be honest, especially given that Sarah's already fighting bottom site as well. Not really much else to be done there. Regardless, though, Giant X, timeout for them. Had some really nice calls all in a row on the attacking side there, and that's actually a great round from Falcons to respond. It's just been a great game of Icebox so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They are giving us giving us some very entertaining Valorant to watch. And I think, yeah, just wanted to point that out as well, but you already did, but still gonna say it just because I can. So Falcons done a really nice read here on what Giants has been doing for the last few rounds, just to try and find a response here. Alarm turret being taken out early on here by Eva. So now we're backing up again.
Another 2 walk from Falcons. GX respond in their 1-4 by, I was thinking about droning actually to kick off this A hit, but instead it's just a contact walk all the way up. They deal with the turret. It's a full retake setup here for Falcons.
Yeah. It is Smurfette that will be found out first though. Sarah once again going for that plant. Now Falcons Vega looking for a bit of a retake. Cholina though is actually going to run into Lush. Lush really prepared for that one and will take her out as well. As now we do see Giant X losing members left, right and center, but so is Falcons.
Last player standing.
As it will be Giant X finding the upper hand here. Sandra though still good for another one, but now in the 1v2. How much can she really do? Comes up but will not be well, comes up and will be going down right away. That's my yeah
Falcons
ties up.
Look, rough kind of situation on that retake this time around. Previously their A retake was so strong with the combo of the drone and the thrash. I feel like this time it was much more difficult for them to get back into it, and I think Giant X previously where they were pushed out of maze by the thrash off of 410, they were able to actually play close. You see Miori really contesting as Falcons try to scale into the site, which is not something they were able to do previously against the Gecko ult, and you get a completely different result this time around.
Exactly. Now we have a lockdown in play as well for Miori. Going to be important to keep our eyes on in this post plant position.
Another plant for Sarah. We're farming reses all day. A lot of agriculture going on right now. Lockdown going to be held for the post plant here, Joy. That's going to make things tricky, but look at this big flank from Falcons.
Yeah, that it is indeed. They might actually just catch Miori completely off guard. That would mean lockdown gone, but we will see as they're about to make contact here. Oh, that will be Miori actually taking the upper hand. Matt Veto in response, so no lockdown available for the post plant. Another kill going the way of Falcons, but in the meantime, the Giants are swinging out nicely here, and they will deal with Falcons as they pick up another win.
Yeah, Falcons retakes starting to look a little bit less enticing in these last couple of rounds. Of Giant X very much recognizing that A is free real estate. They're just walking all the way up maze. It's the same KJ setup every time. A lot of space being given to GX. They're either walling deep screens or walling the site and just getting that plant down, and then they're understanding they don't actually want to play off site. They want to fight for the site. They want to contest the duels with Falcons as they try to scale into the site, and it's working an absolute charm right now. Last round of the half, round number 12.
Yeah. Blade Storm available here, so you see Toki trying to put some opening damage here. Not going to get much done as she's forced off of that angle.
Initiated.
Lockdown in hand.
But yeah, Lockdown's gonna flush them out of the site. They wanted to try to play to fight this time around, but they're gonna get pushed out by the Lockdown.
Here.
Yeah, Falcons biding their time for now.
Spike planted. Poison's gone.
Ooh, Smurfette though through the smoke does manage to catch Alpha Lush. There. Forced to drop down though. Sandra good for one. Now we do see the lockdown coming down here as well on the side of Falcons, but will it be enough? No, it will not. Giant X mounting up a nice lead here now as we're swapping sides.
Yeah, they really did read into the fact that A was quite free for the taking. They did a good job actually conditioning Falcons a lot of the time to worry about mid, worry about B in those opening rounds of the half. Like the first few rounds of the half were straight up mid, straight up the guts. Then they started to work the B long control into the B executes a couple of times. And then towards the latter end of the half, a lot of A endings when there was given a lot of space to them. So really, really nice conditioning in the early of the half to finish with a lot of successful A hits. And look at that big streak of rounds right at the end of the half on attack for Giant X. Looking like Falcons, similar to the game against G2, this defensive side of Icebox, a bit of a liability. However, their attack was really strong. So let's see if that's going to happen again today.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna see. Oh, bit of damage traded back and forth here, forcing us off of that angle, as it will be Smurfette though, picks up first blood.
Viper wall. There is the first of many Gecko plans. As Giant X biding their time, playing the post plant quite patiently. Sandra is still on the lurk here.
Yeah, might be arriving a little bit late to the party, but it's Matt V picking up 1 kill here already for themselves. Nesto comes out swinging, picks up 2, and that is going to be pivotal for them, as Sandra just not really any time to arrive.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Giant X. I mean, I feel like I've cast a curse that. I thought they were going to play the 5-on-4, slowly work the map and make their way back into that retake, and that would have given Sandra a lot of time to have some impact on that lurk, but they just flood straight in. Immediate Sage Wall on the spike. You know, it's one of the strongest things about this meta comp is the fact that you can come in for those retakes and actually contest the post plant. It's something that people do with the Harbor Cove as well, trying to come in on that retake and just get a defuse on the spike while they flood around it. Worked beautifully for Giant X in that pistol round.
Here. Yeah, it looks like A is once again going to be the call here for Falcons. That is a very nice kill to start off with, though. No wingman available for the plant, as we see Matt B going down, and she had the spike in hand. We'll pick up another one here, Smurfette.
Gun here.
And everyone else sitting on just pistols is very rough here. Lush, though, manages to pick up one.
Yeah, hold the phone.
Only a bit of a dent.
Who's up kitchen? Oh, Jolena in the middle of the map, though, is able to actually pick the rotation. Oh, that's a hell of a shot onto Luge. Yeah. There was a chance. There was a timing there, Joy. But unless Eva can complete a 1-on-3 with a Sheriff, although she's got space to get this spike down. Recon bolts up, couple of shock darts. 2 of these players only have light armor.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But she will not be getting that chance, and Giant X, another one for them.
Not a very good salesman, Joy.
Who, me?
No, me. I was trying to sell that story.
Yeah, no,
Jolene
you're right. I didn't buy into it for a second.
No. Not very good at my job.
Like, we have seen a lot of great plays coming out from Ava. Like, definitely the previous map, right? Like,
yeah.
Playing just extremely confident on
that series against Valiant was monstrous. Like, and her stats in general this tournament have been super, super good. So yeah, totally agree. Outlaw's out for Smurfette. There's a couple of players with light armor here, actually. Toki, Mad V, Luge. Sarah, I mean, dear God, she's got a problem. Cannot get enough of these orbs. Someone needs to stop her. Oh, hell of an entry from Toki. No KJ util anymore.
No. And now Matt V very close to getting Thresh online as well. Just 2 off.
Yeah.
But they know that they've been spotted here on A, so they're going to just, you know, ever so slightly start backing it up. Sarah, though, coming down to the tube. Matt V will pick up 2. You see Wingman.
1 enemy remaining.
Coming out to try to... Oh. Smurfette, though. Ooh. God, oh God. This is all of a sudden a very interesting round again, but it's just Smurfette left to tell the story. She is not about to back off, as we do see Wingman this time coming out, trying to plant the spike. Smurfette just desperately trying to find an angle here to pick up another kill.
They'd love to close this round out without having to use the Thrash, and they've got KJ Mollies on the bomb.
I think that will also not be necessary, as Sandra will find Smurfette. And that's Falcons once again coming back a little bit here. Closer to the lockdown. We've got the Thresh online for them.
Yeah.
Can afford a decent buy.
Smurfette's having a hell of a game right now. Can't say I'm too surprised though. Statistically has been the strongest player in the competition in terms of fragging impact. I think for the majority of the competition, like she was a whole like 10% ahead of everyone else in KPR, kills per round. So getting 10% more kills than the rest of the competition is pretty substantial.
Yeah.
To have someone like that on your team, absolutely doming. The first kills per round as well were pretty crazy. Here is Falcons droning up into A, pushing Smurfette off this line. They love to play this high-low between Smurfette and Sarah. Saw it a lot against G2 actually. Sorry, what? I think it was... No. I can't remember what game. No, it was a Neon Blade, I think GX was doing that. Because I don't think they played G2 yet. And except I can't even remember. It really doesn't matter.
No, they have. They have
on
played
the round.
G2.
Yeah, the games all meld together at this point, Joy.
After a bracket run like this, it starts to meld together. We are definitely in one hell of a lower bracket final right now.
Oh yeah! Yes. Monster on the loose!
Thresh out.
Will be... Yeah. It did Nesto.
That timing.
Pretty nice wraparound. But
30 seconds left.
Yeah, exactly. Timing is everything here. Wingman will look for that spike and drop down though. Will allow that.
One enemy
few
remaining.
Kills here of her own as we do see everybody on the side of Falcons falling. Just Sandra left to tell the story as they are starting to run out
10
of
seconds
time.
left.
And I don't think there's much else to be found here, Pilski. They will be running out of time, and that will be Giant X taking it to double digits.
Yeah, just perfect
in
timing
this
from
series.
Ness that round. Like, heard all of the footsteps. Not only does she get the flank in, but also there's like a massive rotation from Giant X, who already have 3 or 4 on the site. They just flat out rafter as soon as Falcons try to get that plant down. And not much to be done there for Falcons, who now have to take a timeout. That was the round they would have really loved to secure. They had a great streak of rounds. They went 9-3. I keep saying it, but they went 9-3 on attack against G2 Gozen, who is kind of blitzing this tournament again after some superstar pickups. So their attack looked really damn strong the other day, but going into a gun round like that when you have Thrash Shot Light and not being able to actually close it, getting out-read by GX on the timing there with a really nice mid-push from Ness. Smurfette's firing on all cylinders. We might be going the distance to 5 here.
Yeah, and it must be feeling a little bit sour here for Falcons, considering this is their map pick, and as you said, they've had a strong showing on this before. But yeah. What would they need to do here to like swap it up a bit and get some rounds on the board for themselves? And I mean, possibly, because if they do manage to turn this around and close out this, close out this map, they would be winning. The lower
for
bracket
Falcons, we haven't really seen too much like in this game of this attacking side. It feels like GX has just got a really good read on the rotations so far. They really need to start to deal with Smurfette. Smurfette's getting a lot of value and being a real big problem for them right now, disrupting them as they try to make their way around the map, and that's really on the initiators to make sure their util's on point, that they're timing their double peaks, their circle jumps. It's all about the protocols. That's exactly what you're seeing here. The Dizzy across. They need to be aware that she plays this top 410 angle all the time. This drone's going to push her off, which may actually allow exactly this. Sarah on the low ground should have got that kill every day of the week. What a shot from Toki.
And Jolina just creeping around a little bit here, but I mean, finds herself in this position where she would be immediately facing off though against a Killjoy and a Viper. Playing off of each other here on that B side. Slowly the backup coming in though from Falcons Vegas. It looks like B is going to be where they will want to do this plant.
Yep, just grouping up in the 5-on-4. Crossfire between Jolina and Miori.
Get out of my way.
Got 2 players all the way down middle. Get dangerous, Joy.
Could get dangerous as we do see the Blade Storm being popped. Immediately takes a kill here onto Jolina.
30 seconds left.
Wingman wanting to go for that plant does connected. Now we do see Eva as well swinging out, taking a kill that now Smurfette dealt with. This should be a pretty comfortable round here for Falcons to try and play out. But Miori, so on point, will take out Lush. And everybody on the side of Falcons is falling very low. But it will be the Falcons coming out on top this time.
Yeah, great opening pick onto Sarah. And then just closing out the 5-on-4 with a nice little B site after plant there. Never really got to that situation. Beautiful little reuse of the Dizzy. I mean, it's one of the greatest things about Gecko right now. People have been saying since the guiding lights got nerfed, obviously, you can't reuse the Skybirds. So they like to use Dizzy to clear map control like you already saw over on the A side. Then you just pick him up, you recycle him. That time to clear out yellow in combination with the jet dash. Just beautiful use of this comp here for Falcons. Drone plus Dizzy. Trying to push GX off of these opening lines and allow them to start to flood out rafters here.
Yeah, you do see the Blaze Storm is already in play as well here. Ness already down is a fantastic opening pick, as Ness has been able to just make so many clutch plays throughout. But now Smurfette coming around the corner takes out Matt V. No wingman available to try and secure that plant for them. Miori.
Recalling my bot.
Miori could have a very interesting angle here.
Yeah, she's played here with a shotgun a couple of times. I think anyone that's watched GX's games has got to be aware that loves to make this little push here. And, oh, they're not ready for it at all, Joy. This is getting very spicy.
This is getting very spicy as we see Killjoy taking out a Killjoy here.
One enemy remaining.
Jolina, though, will look to find two, as she will. She goes up top, but will be shut down here by Sandra. Spike gets retrieved by her as well. And now it's just Sandra who will be able to, well, who will not be able to tell the story as Thrifty comes through here for Giant X.
Oh, that's a nightmare.
Yeah.
They could not afford to lose that Thrifty. Falcons, I mean, they were trying to put together some kind of comeback, but running into the Bucky here, and beautiful 2K on the Sheriff there by Jolina, and and when I say they cannot afford it, I'm not just talking about this game, I'm talking about their money. They're back down onto a half by potentially conceding map point here to Giant X, who have 3 big ults online. They're one off the next KJ ult. So Falcons back to the drawing board with lesser guns this time.
Yeah. Lockdown available to them though, so Sandra has been very strong with the Guardian as well. Alright, Lush
Just another
casually walking into Smurfette. Yeah. Not a great way to start, as we do see the Viper Pit immediately being put down as well here. Onto that A side, Matt Vito finds another nice pick for herself. So far still good, as Matt V gonna run into Jolina as well, picks up that rifle here in return. 2 rifles in play as Sandra. Ooh. Sees the Resurrect coming through, tries to put out some damage. Will not be coming out on top of that trade though. As now we do see that they want to try and just play with the time here. Lockdown coming out. As well as the Hunter's Fury just to try and trade that one out. Actually, as Eva manages to find 2 kills here. This could be so pivotal, but the defuse will come through. Giant X, they will be putting this on a match point. But man, that must be such a tough match to lose here. So very close for Falcons.
So ice cold from Toki, just sticking the plant right in front of the Viper roll. Mad V punishing Jolina for swinging through that. That round was a bloody roller coaster, but after all said and done, you get the expected result. Giant X, they close out the anti-eco. It took a lot out of them though, Jesus. A lot of ults invested, the Pit, the Hunter's Fury, the Lockdown, I believe, all invested in that round. So the ult economy being bled dry by the half by here of Falcons, but they've still got to close 5 in a row to go to OT.
Yeah, but with the kill, with the opening kill here on Smurfette, they might just be able to do that. Matt V. Now we do see the Killjoy Lockdown coming out here on the side of the Falcons. Toki will manage to find another kill here. Ness will shut her down. Now we do see everybody being forced off the Viper Pit, getting committed to this as well, as we do see once again up on the Raptors. They are going to find a plant here for the Spike.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult retake to say the least. Thrash is up, Pit's established on the site. How do you approach this as GX?
I don't think they are sure, to be honest. Dropping down into this pit is just, you know, dropping down into the unknown, but we do see that Giant X managed to pick up a lot of kills here for themselves. Now the pit has fallen as it's just Jolina left standing here. Matt V up on top, should be able to lock her down. They're still playing around it, and she will. Falcons and not conceding this game just yet.
Yeah, Pit invested in that round in combination with the lockdown, so 2 pretty big ults to get the first of 5 for Falcons. Pressure does that put on Giant X's economy?
Player standing.
Quite interested to see if they're going to be able to put together a buy here. Because that took a lot out of Falcons, both in terms of the finances and the ult economy. But lucky for them, they'll have a chance to kind of recover themselves. Giant X quite broke here. They also nowhere near any of these big impact ults either. Have to start building those up, min-maxing the orbs.
Yeah, and Thresh is still in play here as well for Matt V. So that is something that you want to keep your eyes on. Lush, Matt V, they find the first opening kills. It's just an absolute bloodbath here on the side of Falcons. Ness left standing here, but will not be looking for any further trades by the looks of it. She will just be backing off, carry this gun over to the next round.
Sandra got that aim main orb in the meanwhile. I'm really surprised Giant X didn't pick that up, to be honest.
Lush is looking for Ness, I think.
Yep.
No.
Just on the lurk through kitchen. Sounds like me at this time of the morning. You know, it's about 3, 4, 5 a.m. when I'm doing this broadcast, so I'm always lurking in the kitchen looking for a snacky.
Yeah, I mean, can't be blamed. Absolute trooper. There she's above him. It was just literally on top of Ness, and yeah, Sandra sees that, shuts her down. That's an Andalusia flawless. Lovely stuff.
One enemy remaining.
Keeping their economy together, giving themselves enough cash to be able to potentially close out this game, or at least push through the OT, Joy. 3 more needed. Timeout for Giant X. Have a bit of a chat about how things are going. I think in the form that Smurfette is in, the answer to many of their issues is Smurfette. Go kill. Send, you know, whatever you think Falcons is going to be doing here. Get Smurfette to contest. Get Smurfette walking down tube, cutting the map in half, going for an info push, be long, getting on those close angles, or even just continuing to contest A. And then you think about how you want to set up the rest of the team around that. Done a good job mixing up the KJ on different parts of the map, and obviously the Viper to contest a lot of these plants. I don't think we've really seen many successful wingman plants so far. They've done a good job of having nanos in the right position, and you know, shocking the default kind of plant spots or wherever it is.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like Falcons have been looking to respond that, just also like going to the upstairs to try and find the plants there instead.
Yeah.
And now Falcons just kind of like playing off on the backside here.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Thrash is up for Mad V. It's going to be actually B main start for them. Dizzy in combination with the dart to clear out these close angles. You've got the nano there, backside of yellow. The purpose of that is to catch the jet actually dashing into that position and flush her out to be able to isolate that fight. So see if they get that the opportunity to do that. Other nanos on that default plant spot, usually being shocked by Eva before they actually kick off that. There's the drone.
Yeah. Drone will not get a lot. Nano Swarm will be popped already. Dizzy used for a second time here. Blind will connect. The Matt V will pick up the first blood here, but it's good for a second one actually, as she runs straight into Miori, but doesn't really seem to mind that here. Plant will go through for them. This time it's just Matt V herself that will be planting that.
Giant X already behind right from the get-go. Got to complete a 3-on-5 here, Joy.
Yeah, they're gonna try to do that. Mush is up as well. Should be slowing them down significantly, but Smurfette is still standing, and she will take out Matt V here. Now, all down to Smurfette to try and clutch this round out here. She will find another one, but Sandra on top will be making sure that none of that is happening alongside Toki. That is Falcons going to double digits here as well. And all of a sudden, this is a very close match, Pilski.
This is just beautiful from Mad V and from Falcons. I mean, she's the RGL of this squad as far as I understand it, and that's exactly the perfect variation on a B hit. I was talking about GX's variation of the B hit with the Sage walling backside and fighting Snowman. That's how you do it with the Gecko. Right click that Dizzy Flash straight through, fight over on Snowman's side and use the Wingman as a bit of a bait and then wrap back and continue to post plant from there. Absolutely beautiful from Falcons. Mad V's playing out of her damn mind yet again on the Gecko. Same thing as against G2.
Yeah, and she really gave them a run for their money as Lush will be taking 2 down before she falls herself. Sarah, though, not getting a second chance to find a kill. Sandra is just there and ready. Miori will fall. This is all of a sudden looking like this is Falcons' playground with another flawless round coming out from them.
Yeah, and like I was saying, I mean, this is a bit more like it. Their attack side was so good against G2 here, so I'm really not surprised to see them grind this game all the way back without doing anything gimmicky, without doing anything crazy, just really good fundamental calls. And in fact, to be honest, I feel like you've seen big streaks of rounds from both of these teams. You've seen great rounds from both of these teams. It's been a pretty great game of Icebox, but here we are, round 24. Thrash is up. Got the Blade Storm on Toki. No big ults on offer for GX here. One off of the res for Sarah. And this time, some A main control coming out here for Falcons, as well as a bit of a mid walk. Are they going to wrap mid to A? It's going to be Thrash pressuring into the A side to pull the rotation and a big shove into middle here.
Takes Snap. Oh! Toki will be downed though, as so will Eva. Oh no. All of a sudden, it's looking like Giant X got a pretty good read on what they want to do here. Miori will fall though. Sandra and Madvi still playing off of each other so well, as we do see Sarah, who is about to run into these two. Almost has that Ras available, just needs 1 kill to get that online. Taking her time though.
Last player standing.
As from the top side, it's just down to Smurfette, who swapped to the Vandal here. But will not be going anywhere, as we do see Falcons tying it up. They're hungry. They want to tie out this map. They want to break this series and go over to that grand final to go up against G2.
So huge from Mad V. I mean, she's calling a fantastic game right now, playing out of her damn mind. Huge, huge shot at the end there to close out that last round. And what a big comeback, 5 rounds in a row for Falcons. Got to give credit where credit's due. That last call, I was talking about the conditioning of Giant X on their attacking side. I mean, Falcons really didn't use mid very much at all. It was a lot of A hits, B hits, you know, B control into pivot back to A. That round, the Thrash to kick off the A hit, put pressure on that A side and force them back into spawn or to back into the mid push, which was coming straight out from Falcons. Toki had the Blade Storm, push straight in over the top. The double run through the Viper Orb is just not something they did at all during regulation and completely caught GX off guard. So beautiful, beautiful stuff there. Both teams doing some really, really nice adjustments, really, really nice conditioning on their attacking side. As we head into OT here, Falcons Vega taking a timeout just to try to get their heads straight. For all that are not aware, you do get an extra timeout heading into OT in most formats of Valorant, most tournaments. I assume it's no different here in Game Changers, and it's a great chance for Falcons to take a little bit of a breath and get themselves aligned, get their heads straight, because this is a great opportunity. The momentum is all with them to close out this grand final 3-1 despite a fantastic game from GX.
Yeah, and it has been a fantastic game from both teams so far. That's why we are here at this 12-12 tie, right, Pilski? So, yeah, so far it looks like GX are just going to try and swing out together here.
Fast
Gather
to be
any
here,
information. Yeah, absolutely right. Right, Sandra will be running into the waiting arms of Miori here. Lush holding down this corner here alongside Madvi. Miori will hear her. Swings out a bit early.
Oh.
Nice way for Madvi to force Sarah off that angle here with Mosh. And now all of a sudden Falcons looking in the driver's seat, wanting to close this out. The defuse though, it's just Ness left. Will not be happening. The defuse comes through, the thrash is there. That is going to be 13 rounds in for Falcons Vega.
And Mad V just detaining herself at the end of the game because there's only one bloody person who can stop Mad V right now, and that's Mad V. Unreal game from her here on Icebox. It's the same thing against G2 and another 3K in overtime. Insane performance, insane calls on the attacking side. And she's been an absolute standout in the game changer scene for a while now. Grinding her way back up through contenders. And assembling such a great team around her. Falcons a chance to now close this series, Joy.
Yeah, and I would say that they would be very eager to do that and get their revenge going up against G2 in this grand finals. And what a story it has been also being a part of that as we casted them when they came back here through contenders.
Absolutely. Falcons with this B long control into the 1-4. Drone through mid comes out for Ness, trying to look for the rotations. Is the drone being considered for Eva? Going to shock that alarm bot. Try to create space. Looks like it's going to be another pounce on the Snowman player. Miori caught completely pants down. 2 for 1 in favor of Falcons, Joy.
It is absolutely, as we do find Ness, who finds Toki actually through the smoke. Fantastic stuff coming out from her. Desperately trying to hang on to this game is Giant X. Don't want to lose out on this one just yet. Drone will tack them up. It is Nas picking up another kill here from the side. Now it's just Lush and Eva. They've been coming up clutch for their team. Spraying at the wall here. Trying to swing out together. Lush finds 2. Ness finds a 3rd for herself though, as it's now Eva against Ness. And who swings out first? It will be Eva, and Ness will take that. Find that defuse. Will it be in time? Woo! She will tie it up once again. What is going on?
That round was so close. Massive 4K from Ness. Unreal hero performance to keep Giant X in the game, especially after how that round started. That just says a lot about what kind of player Ness is. You know, in a situation like that, wrapping through from yellow, the round's going absolutely to hell around her, and she still finds the correct play to be able to complete that retake, complete that clutch with a 4K. Massive play to keep Giant X in this series right now, and they're going to take a timeout on the back of that, and they need to calm themselves down. Falcons V almost closing that out there, though.
Ooh, yeah. It must be stress all round for all of these girls. So this timeout is probably also beneficial for Falcons Vega, just so they can wrap their heads around. Because man, it's just a neck-on-neck race here.
Yeah, I think these are the kind of timeouts where the best leaders, the best coaches really step up, because it's a twofold thing, right? You need to be keeping everyone aligned. You need to be managing people's expectations. You need to be addressing the tactical side of the game, both on the macro and micro side if you see a good call or you're not doing something correctly because the pressure's getting to you. But you also really need to be managing people's emotions a lot. And, you know, it's a big, big task to be kind of stepping up to, you know, whether you're talking about the leadership of the RGL or the coach or, you know, the spiritual leaders of some of these teams in terms of energy. Once again, quick mid to B for Giant X. They just pedal to the metal every attack round.
Yeah. One down. They're all looking to find first blood, which they will here. Slow wrap around here from Lush as the toxic screen goes up. Plant will be going through.
Planted.
Here is now, we are waiting for a little bit of backup on the side of Falcons Vega.
Yeah.
With the Killjoy util no longer in play, this is going to be a pretty tough one.
For sure. Player disadvantage. They've cleared out all of the site with the drone. Orbs up. There's the dart on through. Going to try to wrap over onto yellow side here, Joy.
Yeah, that they are indeed, but every angle pretty much being held down, so really hard to try and find an opening here if you are playing for Falcons Vega. We do see that they want to push forward the defuse. will be stick to half. As we do see so many kills coming out, though. It's Lush looking to find the other one, but it will not be going through as Giant X will take a lead here.
Ness, this is unreal. Another 4K from Ness.
Yeah, this is crazy.
In an overtime round to keep Giant X in the game. Another post flat. That's crazy.
Player standing.
Had her in the interview earlier. Pretty sure she's playing from a kitchen table right now in Smurfette's house. I'm about to go buy a kitchen table because I'm pretty sure it's better than this, you know, height adjustable desk I spent so much money on. I'm wasting my bloody money.
Yeah, get yourself a good kitchen table and then see how good you get at Valorant. It's magic, some would say. But right now, Falcons Vega, they could use some magic because they want to try and close out this map and make their victory run here.
Yep, going on through. Falcons looking to fight forward, looking to route bottom side of the site. The drone tag. Sandra fighting with it, gets the opening Killjoy.
She does indeed. I thought you were still calling the Killjoy, but I am just the normal Joy. And this plant will go down here for Falcons onto that B side. Everybody from Giants just starting to wrap around. 2 off of the rest. This might be very important here. But Sandra holding down the angle. The two swing up, and she's got the answer. She's good for the 3K in this round at least, as she will be running into 2 more, but the shorty just gets the upper hand here from Ness. Oh no, Matt V also falls, and all of a sudden it's an absolute disaster here for Falcons as they are trying to desperately hold on to this game. The defuse, Eva's got the shots available, but it's Ness once again, and Ness just seems absolutely unstoppable. But she will go down to the snake bite. And that will be the round win that ties it up for Falcons Vega. What is this game, Pilski?
Ness, 3 kills again. That's massive from Sandra though. Entry Killjoy just charges straight through the Viper wall. She goes, yep, I'm on the Sentinel roll. But, you know, the duelist playstyle never leaves you. Once a duelist, always a duelist. Just W straight through lower sight.
Let's go.
After playing Reyna on bind last game and gets a massive 3K to continue to fight for this series win for Falcons. Smurfette, it's again 3rd attack round in a row. Dash top tube with the wall across mid, but this time it's the pivot back to A. They're trying to cause a bit of a reaction from Falcons Vega. They're trying to make them over-rotate. But look at this massive fight in A main from both teams.
Oh no. Jolina though, good for 3. It's massive. Absolutely massive stuff from Jolina here on the Viper. Immediately gets that Viper pit online.
Put the pit down, please, I beg of you.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Oh my goodness, Lush against the world. What can be done? Nothing is the answer. Oh my goodness.
15's up for GX. They want map 5, Joy.
They do. They really want map 5. I
want map 5. I don't want this series to end. I'm pumped now. It's 7 in the morning. I've been up all night and I've never felt more alive. Let's go.
What a time to be alive. If your name is Pilski and you're casting the Game Changers of the EMEA. Oh goodness, yeah. 14 to 15. What a map is Icebox.
Yep. Into another attack round for Falcons here though. Once again, B long control. Dart plus Dizzy. Jolina gonna readjust her orb, try to deny that plant. Look at the nano swarm positioning there from Miori. If that doesn't say I'm traumatized by this snowman rap every single time, I don't know what does.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like the reactive play so here from Giant. They're more and more prepared from the calls that are coming out from Falcons as well. And we do see Falcons already committing to using the drone here. Try to find any extra information on that B side. We do see some sprays being traded back and forth, but no kills just yet.
Baiting out the util to try to stop that plant. Falcons, after putting that pressure on the B side, pulling the rotation back across, pivoting back to A. Smurfette, can she diminish the numbers before they get rolling into this A side? The peak from the top side. It's messy from Sandra, but she gets it done. Another opening advantage from her on the Killjoy.
Yeah, and it's been absolutely impactful. I mean, taking out the most impactful player in the tournament is just one way to try and tie this one back up and claw your way to victory. Now Toki might have a very clutch angle here as we do see Jolina pressing up as Toki will find one.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness, Falcons just putting the nail in the coffin there. Andalusia flawless to tie this up once more, 15-15.
Overtime.
One hell of an overtime.
Yeah, the opening kill from Sandra there. Once again, and Toki stepping into this space. Her and Mad V fighting for site control. Great nano from Sandra to get them off the spike as well and stop that retake flood with the Sage Wall. We go again, Joy.
We go again indeed, Pilski. The train doesn't stop.
This is the fourth overtime in as many maps.
It actually is. It's a little bit crazy, but hey, it makes for a very entertaining Valorant as we do see the tube walk coming out, this time against from the Falcons. So it's a bit of a...
Yeah, there's the tube walk again. That turret just caught hands. There's the dizzy as well from Mad V, trying to punish anyone who's, you know, following up on that. Cloud burst to get them all out. All's well that ends well. Nothing happened in middle. Falcons just clearing that and then settling the rotations. In the meanwhile, though, Giant X in a 1-4, just leaving Miori outside of A. There's the drone on through. Going to try to kick off some kind of B site hit. Luge just denying the plant.
Oh, Sarah though will be spotting her out, shuts her down. So far still good. It looks like Giants, they just wanted to cause a little bit of, you know, mayhem around that B side, and in the midst of that they want to pivot back towards A by the looks of it.
Yeah, I like this from Giants, and I mean it's something they've been doing well in general. Player advantage, just keeping things simple. 30 seconds on the clock here though. This could go horribly wrong. Falcons has already rotated over onto this A side. They're going to try to scale in behind this drone. Toki swinging with the drone. There's the wall up and the plant from Sarah. Dizzy up over the top. They're really trying to fight for this one, Joy.
Yeah, but it's already Ness who's taking names here. Sandra down, Mad V down. Eva has been the queen of clutches here. But Toki is the one who goes out first and finds Ness. And that's actually a very important kill to pick up. Spike has been planted. Can't start to defuse just yet.
4 on 2.
Oh
what do you
God,
do?
Toki finds another. Oh, nice cloud burst just to try and deny it here. But up top is Jolina who finds Toki, shuts her down. The defuse has to come through now anytime, but there's just no way that Eva's going to try to find and connect this. They're running out of time. They're juggling the guns. They know it's done.
Eva's joined the circus. Best juggling act I've seen since I was a little kid and I went to see Cirque du Soleil, although that was more acrobatics if I remember correctly. I probably butchered the pronunciation of that. I apologize to everyone who was offended, but
Cirque
Giant
du
X.
Soleil, but yeah, great job.
Yep. Thanks. Giant X, unapologetic. They're going to take themselves another attack round. I can always count on you, Joy. Thank you for that.
Oh yeah, for what
Educating
exactly?
me.
Correcting your French, or?
Is it French?
We
don't have time to talk about this, Joy.
We don't have time to talk about this. We're casting again. We'll talk about
It's
this
going to be another round. We go again.
Another round.
Darting
Yeah,
the
back
Dizzy
to
over
me.
the top. Mad V's got 2 off the thrash with the orb control. He's going to pick that Dizzy up. GX respecting this B long control. Once again, it's a 1-4 for Falcons.
Yeah.
Deploying drone.
But it's kind of becoming a bit of a standard protocol here for Falcons, so taking their time this time to just try and keep Giants on their tail.
Waiting for the right timing. There's again the nano to deny that wrap into Snowman, which is not something Falcons have seen yet. This could work if they put the wall up and try to fight Snowman. They could be in for a rude awakening. Would love to see this reactive nano work. Mad V spotted over on this B site. 3 players to contest here for GX. Oh, it's going to work.
Oh, Dizzy does find some damage. Toki though to pick up first blood, and it's Nest to go. Toki will fall in return, and so will Mad V. It's looking like an absolute disaster here for Falcons, 3-man standing here still for Giant X, as they are not able to still stick that spike here.
One enemy.
Now the double swing out. Oh no, there is no way. We are going to a 5th map here after a very long overtime.
Massive stuff there from Giant X. Ness in particular in overtime was outstanding. Multiple multi-frags, multiple 4Ks, 3Ks back to back to back to back. But Giant X, got to give credit where credit's due. A lot of pressure on them from Falcons, who had a fantastic attacking side. 5 in a row to push us through to OT, and then we just went back and forth, fisticuffs. I think after seeing that many overtimes on Icebox, though, this series definitely deserves a 5th map. And look, I think both of these teams are completing their training arcs to try to take a G2 on in the grand final, and I can't blame them. Get as many reps in as you can, because that's going to be definitely difficult.
Yeah, I mean, difficult, but man, we are getting a show, and this show will continue after the break. We will see you on Sunset for the 5th and deciding map of this series.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I think so. Love that.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. and hold, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Welcome back to Game Changers EMEA, where things are really hotting up. The Icebox has been thawed during some very tense overtimes, but in the end it went the way of Giants X, which means we're going to have a fifth and final map coming your way soon. But before we head to Sunset, we've got to talk about how Giants X took that map, because it did look like it was theirs for the taking. However, Falcons managed to chain 5 rounds at the end of their attacking side to dominate and take us to overtime. So let's talk about actually what went right for Giants X, Billy.
Yeah, so I mean, Giant X were recognizing that Falcons were playing retake in their defense quite a lot, so it allowed them to take those contact A hits and play post plants, because their post plants were ultimately stronger every time they hit A site. And I know that we previously discussed in the interview that Falcons were struggling against those contact plays. So Giant X really have just been playing into their opponent's weaknesses here, and also they were just really good at isolating fights, playing in those packs, having the good pairings together. Yeah, it was just really lovely to watch, and for Falcons to even bring it back to that overtime though, again, like, shout out to them also for that.
I mean, shout out to them, but shout out specifically to one player. You've got to have your eyes on Ness in that situation, because that was back-to-back like 4Ks down, and they didn't end up panning out to be clutches, but the heroics that was coming out from the Sova player here on the side of Giant X was exactly, honestly, the only reason basically that we ended up getting to see it go down to 17 and 15. Not to discredit Giant X in the adjustments that they were making throughout Icebox here, but talking specifically about Ness, it was absolutely insane. I think we all screamed like in call when we saw those frags coming through.
That's the thing, it shouldn't have gone to overtime in the first place though, because Giant X, they did seem to have a lock on the map control, at least at the first part of that second half. So for you, what was the strongest part of watching Falcons do their thing in that second half, Ash?
I think what Falcons were doing really well was just like the general space control that we saw coming out from them. The post plants were looking very secure as well. What I really liked was the fact that because in that composition, you don't see them running the Sage on the side of Falcons here for Icebox, and that makes a really big difference as far as like the safety that you're really able to find on a lot of those plants and whatnot. But they, instead of having to deal like with that utility, have the opportunity to push further and take further engagements, push through on those sites and deny a lot of those lanes, and making it much more difficult for Giant X to actually like re-clear there on the retakes.
Well, you heard me earlier saying that we are going to be seeing the sunset tonight, and we do know, Pilski, that at the end of this you can go to bed and everyone else will know who is going to be facing G2 in the finals tomorrow. That's going to be another best of 5, of course. So actually, it's probably quite good practice for these teams to be able to play a full best of 5, but it's also great intel for G2 as well to know how their opponents are going to perform. And on this particular map, we're expecting maybe a little bit of a cookie cutter kind of mirror composition from both these teams, I'm guessing, Billy.
Yeah, so we are expecting a mirror comp on Sunset, and I think even just to touch back on your point there about G2 being able to see these maps played out, they've been able to see 5 maps from their opposition today, and I think a large part of today has been about endurance. So now going into that 5th map, it's going to be interesting to see, can these players keep up with the stamina and resilience that they need to have to finish and go against G2 goes in tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's also scary coming down to Sunset here as well. Like, seeing this map as our decider, sure, we can look over towards Team Falcons Vega, who have a lot of reps on, for ever since, like, closed qualifiers. They've played it, like, I think 8 times total. And most of these matches were quite close for them, aside from 1 or 2, and I know a lot of eyes go towards that 13-1 that they managed to take up against G2 Goes In. They started on the defense first and managed to take an 11-1 half. But the different story here is that Falcons will be on the attacking side to start off, a side that we haven't necessarily seen as much of, I think, up against especially like very difficult opponents. But even, I believe that was their match up against Neon Blade, where they did struggle again a little bit with those contact type of plays. And we even saw some of how Giant X were able to take advantage of that throughout this series.
But let's go into Agent Select and most likely confirm what we already know. Surprise me, producer Martin. Pull something ridiculous out of the bag. No. Okay. Well, we're blaming that one on producer Martin. You heard it here first. I need to know producer Martin's rank now in Valorant, actually, but that's another story for another time. When it comes to this 5th and final map, I think it's really important that you mention, Billy, the stamina of these teams, because actually this is where strategically things could get a little bit messy, perhaps, and maybe that's something that Giant X could take advantage of. What do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely. I think perseverance is a big thing. I think mental is a massive thing in Valorant as well. You know, being able to carry them through and close out the series is going to be really, really important. I think as well for Falcons Vega, we've already mentioned that they've never actually gotten to a grand finals in the main event before. So they might have that little firepower to kind of get them to kick over the edge. But again, like, we have amazing players in Giant X as well who will be gunning for it just as much. So yeah, I think resilience is a big part in this, and these players being able to keep up the performances that they've had throughout this series is going to be what brings them over the line.
I think what's cool about this is also looking towards like the mirror composition that's coming through here for Sunset is that we're down into the decider. Sure, we started off with like very decisive maps for the top of day, like a 13-5, 13-6 for each team, and then it straight into the 2 overtime maps. And now that we're heading into the 5th one, it's like the true test of time here on Sunset. You're looking at the mirror composition, and that's really just going to tell you which team is able to pull it off better between the 2 of them after an exhausting day of Valorant gameplay.
Oh, well, we have to get to our casters, but before we do, I'm going to ask you guys for predictions. Who is going to be going to face G2 in the final? You know what? We'll ask the casters. We'll leave them with that question.
Okay, well, that's one hell of a question to start it off with. Pilski, go ahead.
I was gonna do the whole like look up at them while they predict.
Oh well, yeah, that would have been fun, right?
Yeah. Unfortunate. All good though. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there was no time for that. Let's be honest. Look at this pistol round. We're already getting going here. Prowler out onto the cable there, showing that the Cypher is indeed playing on the B site. In the meanwhile, you can see Falcons on the attacking side here of Sunset, taking some space in middle. Little two-player contact between Eva and Mavi. Applying some pressure to mid here that GX have to react to. And after all said and done, Falcons now regrouping back towards this A site. You got Jolina on this deep info line, ready to be supported by Sarah on the breach, who has full utility here. How good would this reactive util be?
I mean, really impactful if you ask me, but if they're already committing to fault line this early, then they don't have it for the post plant. I mean, it will be enough. They draw it out, and Falcons make the choice to pivot here towards that B side.
Yeah, back into the trap that is still there. You've got the nade still up on Smurfette, who's in position to do some damage here, Joy.
Yeah, that they are indeed. Cage will get triggered, so forces them out. Miori will pick up a nice first blood here. Will be spotted out and taken down, but Smurfette is good for a trade.
Flood, very possible. Dark cover straight onto the B main choke there. There's the aftershock to disrupt the plant, Joy.
Still very possible. We do see Lush. Goes for a little peek here. Will take out 2 though.
Last play remaining.
Will most likely not be will actually be confirmed here. And it will be Mad V to close out this pistol round in such a explosive manner.
Oh, just spamming the ghost away, and they both just run into a crosshair. That's unreal.
Yeah.
Falcons.
What a way to start it off.
That was just a crazy round. They went bloody around the world. Top mid, B, back to top mid, back to A, back to B. And somehow get the job done. Clutch from Mad V, given Falcons this attacking side pistol. Almost a little unlucky, I think, for Giant X. I think they played that pistol pretty well, but sometimes the ghost spam RNG is not on your side, I guess.
Yeah, RNG is not always with you. This is what we have learned in these trade-offs.
Well,
looks like
eco. Pretty slow from Falcons is exactly what you'd expect. Do get I like the idea, you know, that they were going with on the desk. I agree. 5th map of a series here in the lower bracket final. It's going to be a question of stamina. It's going to be a question of focus. Who's got the better leadership? And we are playing mirror comps. So you can't, you know, have a cry after the series. I mean, you're going to if you lose, let's be real. But you can't cry about the comp diff.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, Falcons seem to be making their way. Ness holding down that angle here. Will pick up the first kill. Forced off here by the fault line. Lush with the... Lush is actually good for 2 here. Excuse me. Ness with the Sheriff. Still hiding in the smoke. Finds another. Will be shut down here. Though towards the end, 2 players still standing. So 1 player advantage here for Falcons. Eva picks up 1. Miori left in the corner will not be able to tell that story. Falcons will be taking this one as well.
This is ice cold from Ness. Like every piece of util thrown at Ness. She just exhibits such alpha presence with this, with this Sheriff. You're scared of it. As soon as you see Ness get the first headshot with the Sheriff, you don't want to be stepping into that part of the map at all. Just applying so much pressure, garnering so much respect in that case. It's still getting a lot of damage done. So look, Falcons, they get through the round, but they did lose 2 guns. They did lose 2 sets of armor. It wasn't as clean as maybe they would have liked. Early timing on the Cypher ult here for Luge is, you know, not something that you're going to write home to mum about, but it's nice. Quick B main control here. Prowler going to spot out the cable there early on, and they're trying to spam away at it. Here's the bonus here for Falcons.
Yeah. That it is indeed. Alright. Cage will give them away. Miori actually comes out swinging, picks up a double. Very nice way to start off the round here.
Yeah. 2-player disadvantage, just getting phantom spammed through a smoke. Sometimes it'd be like that, Joey. At least it's on the bonus that it happened to them, though.
Yeah, exactly. Alright. Trip will be destroyed now. Smurfette has arrived to the scene as well here on this B side. 3v5 with yeah, Matt V taken out of the equation. That's like one of the players that I put my money on to clutch this. Toki now also missing already. So it's just Lush and Eva left to try and well, pick up the scraps here.
Yeah, 2 on 5. It's really a question of damage here for Falcons now, Joy. They just want to take guns away from GX, but Miori's not going to allow them to do that. She's on for 3 in this round. She's got her Cypher ult active now, and Eva takes a nice shot at Jolina. That's 1 gun taken away, but Miori, big 4K to shut down the bonus round there.
Yeah, very well done here by Miori. What an opening from her as well, right? With that double kill. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, one of those being the trip and then spam. I think Sandra on the fade got accidented. And look, it's something worth mentioning as well. On this map, Falcons do switch up the roles a little bit. Luge is their Senti instead of Sandra, who's moved from duelist to Senti. She is playing the fade. And then the rest of the core obviously on some of their signature agents. Eva flexing rather on the initiator to the Omen on this map as well. So a lot of Falcons off-rolling here. There's the trip that's been giving them a lot of trouble, dealt with early by the paint shells, and B main control once again taken here by Falcons early on. And they'll start to pivot back to mid now and cover the top mid. Start making some moves over there. Pulling and pushing the rotations of GX.
Yeah, slow push here through the courtyard. Oh, Jolina. Really nice angle up top, but nobody gonna come in here through the market, perhaps.
Go to now. After pressuring top mid, it's back to the B main control they established earlier. They know the way is clear because they dealt with that trip earlier. Oh, it's actually a boom bot with a walk back update. Ness on this info line. Keep an eye once again on Sarah from that top mid position and whether she's able to add some reactive util to set up Ness for success here.
Yeah, and they're running on the clock now here for Falcon. Less than 30 seconds. Neural Theft is online though. Gonna need to get a kill though to get this up and running. So we do see Sandra now picking that up for them. Enabling that now to come into play. But they're running out of time. 10 seconds here. They need to get this plant down. And they need to do it fast.
Spike down A.
Oh, Falcons. They got it.
They got it, yeah. They're gonna get it. They are gonna get it. And with the last one, Miori will fall as well.
Imagine though, imagine. Just for a minute, Joy. Just for a minute, imagine.
That would have been, I mean, it would have been the dream, right?
10 seconds left.
I don't know where that fault line went from Sarah, by the way. I feel bad for the observer because he did everything right. He was trying to set it up, caught the fault line from Sarah, then the swing from Ness, and none of them are stunned. So I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
But look, that's going to be a reset on Giant X's money there. And it will be an anti-eco for Falcons now.
That it
That's
will
not
be
ideal.
indeed. And we still have the neural theft being carried over here. Nice opener here onto Jovina. And we do have the Nightfall available as well. Matt V, good for a second kill on this round here. Looking to buy space. Very nicely done here from the side of Falcons.
Yep.
So far. Now,
Good. Great anti-eco. He's going to get another one. Paint shells to close it out. Ace, Team Ace rather, and flawless round for Falcons. Absolutely gorgeous. Versus the half buy of Giant X. They're looking phenomenal so far on this attacking side, Joy.
yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. I mean, coming out swinging, but I mean, I feel like they were probably a little bit like this last map, right? Icebox, such a hard fought map, and losing that, like, yeah, exactly. It can take a lot out of you, or it can completely reignite your fire, and I feel like that is what it has done for Falcons.
Yeah. Here's the tiles dive straight on into the action. Smurfette, the reactive util there from Luge. 1-for-1 in middle. Miori drops the ult. There's the fatal on top of Miori's head. Last two players trying to dive up through tiles, but it's such a player disadvantage at this point from Giant X that there's not really much that they could do. Yeah. Falcons, what a reaction. That tiles dive gets shut down so damn hard, and Giant X going to take a timeout. They tried something different. What they were doing, playing slow, playing reactively, wasn't working for them. They tried to go on the front foot, and Falcons absolutely dominates that.
Yeah, I mean, and good time to call in the timeout here, because you need to get something in play before Falcons is running away with this whole game right from under your nose.
Yeah, I think honestly what I was going to say in the round previous for Giant X is like the tendencies are there for Falcons. They're doing the same thing again. They start with the B main pressure, they try to break the trip, then they go for a mid shove, dark cover to top mid, then they contact top mid, try to pull your rotation away from either site, then wrap back to A. They've done basically the same kind of default. It reminds me honestly of the Bind game where they were taking that hookah control. The tendencies on the attack are there every time for Falcons, and I really do feel like there is a inability to adapt for Giant X in some of these maps to whatever the default is that Falcons are running. They need to read into these tendencies. They need to be able to punish the way that Falcons is taking map control. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to win this series. And I don't mind the approach of trying to change things up and do a different strat, do a tiles dive against that slow defaulty style. But Falcons, I mean, there's a reason why you run the default. One of the reasons is you want to catch aggression, and they did more than catch it. They shut it down entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. And now off the back of that, they've got some pretty powerful ultis in play with the Showstopper and the Rolling Thunder here.
Yeah.
So, you know, using the
quick
boom
little
bot,
elbow control there. That's
Yeah.
pretty nice. Look at this setup from Miori, by the way. Miori's just set up the wall of trips here outside of elbow. crossing her fingers and her toes.
Gosh, that is a lot committed for that.
Got to get those spam kills through the spawn smoke. The Prowler does hit one of them.
Tokido in the cage.
Yes.
Still holding.
Whoa!
My, Miori once again good for a fantastic round coming out of her with a bunch of kills. As we do see now the showstopper being committed. Nightfall will be coming out as well, as we do see the swing out here. Lush will not be winning that. Jolina good for 2.
Whoa.
And Miori for the last one with a triple on her name.
The sheriffs, Joy. The sheriffs. The trips, the sheriffs. So many headshots. Jolina, massive round from her on the sheriff, as well as Miori. That's a thrifty win from Giant X. Talk about a momentum shift for them. Winning a round they had really not much business winning, partially off the trips and the Cypher setup, but just really nice timing from Miori, all things considered, but also a pretty massive economy swing. They come into that round with Sheriffs, they pick up a handful of Vandals from Falcons and say, thank you very much, now my defense economy is looking absolutely gorgeous. You got the Showstopper in the mix for GX, Falcons have got the Rolling Thunder. Once again, it looks like it's back to this B main control for Falcons, Joy.
Yeah, they have to make a quick and aggressive entry here. For now, it's just Miori, but we've seen Miori hanging on her own and coming out on top of that as well. So this time, Toki here to clear out most of that Cypher stuff.
Oh, almost lost her life there. Lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
You can see all the trips have been moved from the spam positions. Top mid was spammed quite heavily. You've got the cam up above A, used to potentially trigger a breach trap or a top mid walk for Giant X. Oh, looks like it's going to be Rolling Thunder through market. Might catch Ness.
Yeah, and it will indeed. You called it again, as we do see Jolina trying to come to the rescue here or catch anybody off guard. Will immediately get shut down. Miori, though, still good for another one, but it is Matvi who will shut down Miori in turn. Plant will be confirmed here as well. Sarah biding her time. Possibly looking for the wraparound here. 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
Blinding the corner, will find one, but will not find two. As that will be another round on the board here for Falcons Vega.
Yeah, lovely stuff from them. See what Miori's going for though. They're shifting the trip, especially given the Rolling Thunder was on offer. Nice little change up once again in the pacing and the strat there for Falcons. It was quick pacing into B main to clear that out early and then wrapping into middle. And instead of wrapping back to A this time, they just kick off, execute onto the B site through market with the Rolling Thunder. Worked an absolute treat. But like I said, Giant X, thanks to that thrifty round, they've still got cash to be able to continue to contest. Quick Prowler, U-tilt, big contest in B main here for Giant X. They're sick of Falcons getting this control for free, and they're going to punish this time.
And that they will. Finding Sandra early on. Make sure that the Haunt and the Prowler is not available anymore to try and clear out any sites.
Just contact top mid. It's been deadly to get kills, to pull and push rotations, and it's worked out once again there, Joy.
Absolutely. I mean, great kill to find here on Sarah. Taking like, and now it's pretty even once again, right? Like taking the breach out of the equation here for Giants is gonna make this post plan much easier to play for Falcons.
Contesting. Paint shells off the line there, so good U2 usage to minimize the risk here for Falcons. They've taken the side at least, Joy, but they haven't got Spike down yet.
30 seconds left.
No, and 30 seconds left. They're playing with time here. Looking to find the plant. They will connect it. Now playing around this Cypher cage. Ooh. Neural Theft immediately coming out here from Lush, just to see where everybody is, well, hiding. As Eva
Last player standing.
will actually not find that kill here, but Matt V is still standing. Can clutch this out with a 3K. The defuse, Smurfette will not be getting that. Absolutely not, as long as Matt V is standing, and she is good for a 4K this round.
Oh, they got the defuse just barely on Giant X. But she took all the guns away, which is pretty massive.
I know.
So Giant X, I mean, they scraped through that round just barely off the back of Smurfette. They're sticking at the end here, as you can see. But very, very difficult round to be picking up, and Falcons still keeping that economic pressure on, right? One off the Raze ult here for Toki. One off the Breach ult after a massive 4K from Mad V. Once again, B main control being attempted here from GX, and Smurfette punishes Toki for trying to contest that this time. Starting to see some adaptation from Giant X. I was asking for it, and I'm starting to see it. Cypher's been moved over to A. You've got the Omen Raze dealing with this B main control time and time again. There's the Rolling Thunder off the back of the B main orb, though.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna try and go back towards, maybe move a little bit towards middle. I mean, as you said, the contact there has been lethal here. Oh. Market. Nobody's seen just yet, Jolina. Holding that angle down will actually easily line them up there.
Page triggered.
One enemy
That's
remaining.
a beautiful way to try and play out this game here for Giant X's Jolina. Picking up a third for herself. Now just Eva left standing. Pretty uncontested B, but yeah, exactly.
Cover going out.
Well, she might be able to
30 seconds
commit a bit of robbery here. Spikes on the floor. This is oh my god, that's the best, almost the best Neo impression I've ever seen. But couldn't dodge all the bullets, unfortunately. There you go, Giant X.
Was a good try.
Yeah, fourth round on the board. They're coming back into this one, Joy. You're seeing the adaptation. They're starting to shut down what Falcons is doing in the opening rounds, and they're making this a much more competitive game than what it started.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting to look like great adaptations, as you said, coming out here from Giants, and that means that Falcons gonna call in a timeout of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a nice little runway of ultimates to be picking up a couple rounds towards the tail end of this attacking half of Sunset, that's for sure. Rolling Thunder, Showstopper, these are the big impact ults you want to be seeing. I think the From the Shadows as well, with the style that they're playing right now, could actually be more useful than usual. They're loving to ping-pong this map control, right? Take control of an extremity, work back to mid, maybe try to push the info line on the other side of the map off to keep the defensive rotations honest. When you have From the Shadows in those kind of rounds, it's actually incredibly useful to show numbers, show the Omen on one side of the map, make it seem like you've got a lot more committed to an execute than you do, and then just TP to the other side with your teammates who are lurking up. So that's something I'd love to see for Falcons. I think they've conditioned the other team well for something like that to work. I think regardless though, they are going to be on the half by this round, so not too much to be expected from them. We'll see if they've got a plan for that, and then go into round 12 with the guns.
Yeah, and the ults, of course, that they have in hand currently. Oh, paint shells.
That's cheeky.
Yeah.
The trip after the Prowler? Okay.
Alright, oh, nice one to find here from Sarah. Got everything up and available, but now with the Cypher taken out, there is a lot of information that is going to go under the radar here.
Yeah, they got to clear this trip. It's going to be info. Oh, it's a bit high. We're playing Limbo. We're playing Limbo in the lower bracket final here, the final map. Miori spotted them, I think, though.
Yeah. Should be. Oh, tried to clear out Matthew, but danced around it. Smurfette, though, has arrived here on the other side. Will start to swing out and take names, but will not be finding those kills because Eva is just standing in the way. Matthew will find a plant here.
Surely not, Joey. Surely they don't lose to the high trip. Oh, this fight for spawn. The flash is so well timed by accident from the defense. Eva going to swing 1 for 1. Rolling Thunder still up.
Yeah, will be committed, but Dodged out nicely here by Ness, who's on the other side.
Oh, the TP from Jolina.
Last player standing. One enemy
Sandra
remaining.
though will shut her down. Sandra versus
Oh.
Jolina, and Sandra clutches it out.
Oh, that's unreal. The high trip.
Fantastic.
Place your trips, guys. It's so hard though. Like, I can't even blame her because it's on an elevation, right? Like, it's so easy to just like put the little laser through your head and go, yep. Like, crouch, put the laser through your head, usually good. But like throwing a trip on the fly after the Prowler, you know, it's difficult on an elevated surface, like a set of stairs, to get the height right. And unfortunately, they've limboed under the trip, and it's actually won them around. They really didn't have any business winning. Absolutely love that high trip from Miori as well to try to catch the Raze Rocket. Unfortunately, the Raze Rocket's gone into elbow here. Rolling Thunder in response from the defense. And after all said and done, we pop a bunch of ults, we get real excited, and not a whole lot happens.
Yeah, it's always a bit of an anticlimax, right, when that happens. So let's just let's just keep on going with the way this game is going to be played out here. Falcons making their way towards that B once again.
Face your fear!
Nightfall gets committed here. Ness will take out Toki to start off the round here. As now we see Falcons taking space onto that B side.
Find you.
Yep, setting up in the post plant. Player disadvantage. Oh, that's a hell of a shot from Miori as well.
Yeah.
Further extending the advantage for Giant X, Joy.
Absolutely. I mean, Miori has been fantastic so far as Jolina picks up a kill here onto Madvi. 2v5. What can Eva and Lush do?
One
Lush
enemy
forced off
remaining.
of that angle here. They take one, but in the end they will go down. Giants will find the defuse here and put another round on the board for them.
Good job scraping back into the game for Giants. So, I mean, that attacking half was looking real scary for Falcons. What was the scoreline? Are we going to get the... Yeah, look at that. At one point, that looks like it was like 6-2 or something like that. And we end up... sorry, it was 4-2 at one point.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
5-2 at one point, I think. I don't know. Math is hard on stream. I'm not going to try it anymore. Anyway, they did a really nice comeback at the end of that half. Like, the adaptations were great. It was unfortunate. I really think they could have closed that half by. Could have made it 6-6. 5-1. Thank you. Someone knows how to do math. And that's Ash from the desk.
When they called the timeout, it was 5-1.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
So-
they've been making a very impressive comeback here on the side of Giant X.
That's huge. Huge, huge comeback. They're really fighting for this spot in the grand final. 1-3-1 to kick things off here from Giant X. Gotta break that market door.
Yeah.
Push on the A extremity here. Could be held by Miori.
They found my wire.
Yeah, and they know. Gonna take it out and just carefully start backing off as Miori to get some space here. See the rush into the market here. Satchel out. But Lush is managing to pick up 2 here with the goals before she goes down. Another kill coming through here. 2 more, sorry, for the side of Giant X.
They can freeze here. They can totally freeze. Miori's got so much space on A, but Toki has flanked them in the side. That is perfect timing. Oh, they were seriously thinking about the pivot back to A. They were taking their time. Miori had all the space in the world. But unfortunately, Toki's just pushed mid and crushed their dreams.
Put down.
Oh, will run into them. Doesn't get the upper hand though, and it will be, yeah, Falcons on the defense. Taking the first round here on the defense. Again.
Good start. Once again. I'd say I'm surprised to see Luge going absolutely huge. 2k there.
Put down.
To do now for GX. Once again, not really starting the way they would have wanted. They're going to go for a couple of pistol investments, try to do some damage to the economy of Falcons. Give themselves a window back into this game if possible. 3 players ready here. This is the classic combo, isn't it? With this comp, raise, breach, fade. Real scary.
Exactly, and then it's add one more, but Still managing to take some kills here, Stokey, before she goes down.
Very
The move
bad news.
has been made.
Very bad news for Falcons. That's actually super interesting as well. Miori gets given the orb. She is now one off Cypher ult. If they can give her the plant here somehow, she can wrap back around and drop the Cypher ult on the bodies, and they can read the rotations much better. I don't know if they're going to go for that, but that would be interesting. Smurfette still with the nade up. They're going to walk into this site for free. They know that they're on short. The Haunt there has spotted them from Ness. At least one player.
There. Yeah. There. That plant will not be going over to Miori. Sarah will do that instead. Matvi. And Eva looking to swing there. Sarah so ready for that one. As they swing out all together, Matvi will shut Sarah down. Immediately starting up that defuse. They're looking to see where they're going to start spraying, and Lucius on the other hand will find one kill, but will not be completing that. That's a nice thrifty coming out of Giants.
I've seen so many round 2 wins in this tournament so far. I've been saying it on the desk. I don't know what's going on. That round though, that is just an absolutely excellent fault line from Sarah on the breach. Reactive fault line to the A main control. The fault line is actually too deep to hit Sarah because it was done from right next to the wall. So Sarah's actually able to dodge that fault line. And just a simple little bit of rechargeable util pretty much wins around there for GX. That they had no business winning. If Falcons do not make the grand final here, that round, exactly that round, is going to replay in their heads over and over again and live in their nightmares.
Okay, Boom Body goes straight past Sandra. Will not be coming out on top of that one though, as Smurfette is ready to take some names, opens up with a double. A side, once again, name of the game.
One enemy remaining.
Yep, very clean anti-echo, very clean. Flawless, in fact. There you go. 5 alive there for GX. Their money builds up. Cypher ult's online in a pretty early time. Sarah getting close to the breach ult. This is where Falcons, I really think they need to...
One enemy remaining.
Take a second, take a breather.
Flawless.
Get everyone on the same page, get everyone pumped up because they lost the anti-eco. Now they're going into this gun round. I think, you know, I'm hoping that they are players with the strongest mental ever, but I think the majority of professional players would be a little tilted at how this half is going here, and they need to make sure they can keep themselves focused.
Bring them down.
Yeah, exactly. They are down, but they are not out just yet. But if they don't find a way back into this game, that might just be the case, as one of these teams will, of course, be out and the other goes up against G2 into the grand finals tomorrow. But for now, we are still on Sunset, our absolute last map of the series.
Group up, hitting the B side here. Double troops already invested by Luge. Eva here with the reactive paranoia. Out comes the side execute here, Joy.
There. And it does indeed, Smurfette. Aggressive entry here onto this side will be taking out Lush pretty much right off the bat of that.
I know exactly where.
Spike planted.
Right. Neural theft being committed here by Miori. So now they know where they are, but Toki manages to catch out Smurfette here. The beautiful blind comes through, and that's Matvi with a double. And all of a sudden, it's just Ness against the world. Spike is down. Ness is always good for a kill or two, but not this time around, as that will be Falcons shutting her down, and Toki getting that defuse in for Falcons, still holding on to their lead.
Anything but a Spectre, Joy. Absolutely anything. Yeah. Literally like double dinked Sandra in that position. Could have repositioned for a kill onto Toki as well. This is the perfect example of Smurfette as a duelist IGL though, although they say they don't have an IGL. The double satchel onto side, and she literally pings on the ground where to put the fault line for her breach, who then sets her up for the entry. Like, that is what the best duelists do. They go up into the site and they call for the reactive utility, or they construct their own entry paths and allow the other players to play around them. And that's a perfect example of that from Smurfette. Didn't get them the round though. Nice stuff from Falcons. As you mentioned, absolutely picturesque flash from Mad V. Showstoppers online from Toki after that defuse as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have the Rolling Thunder available here for Sarah. So that might still be available. Chulina. Very nice opening here.
Absolutely. 2 kills right off the bat when Falcons' money is quite shaky here. They are very resettable. All GX need to do here, Joy, is just group, do some high percentage play, close out the round, and they will break the money of Falcons here and potentially close this scoreline gap to nothing.
Yeah, that would be the play indeed. Looks like that is going to go down on that A side this time. Sandra making her way over.
It's perfect. It's contacting in, using the numbers. Nothing special needed.
30 seconds left.
Some pieces of util. They're still going to lose one to Sandra though. She is sharp as all hell, Joy.
Yeah, that she is indeed. Walking nightmare playing the fade around here. Plant will be confirmed by Jolina onto that A side, but now 3 to 4. It's a playable round for Falcons.
Catch them.
As Sandra finds a third actually off the back of that. Absolutely huge showing up.
Ace?
She makes it a
Ace?
point. Make it an ace. This girl is on fire.
That is insane. Unbelievable hero play from Sandra. And somewhat, I've heard it so many times, bro. Like, we've got 5 duelist aimers in our team. And I always think, that sounds kind of silly. I take everything back, guys. I was wrong. I'm sorry. 5 duelists on every team. That's what I want to see. After that ace from Sandra, that's insanity. They were down a player right from the get-go. I don't really feel like GX did that much wrong until we ended up in that situation where Sandra's able to get away with that. That is incredible.
Yeah, that's daylight robbery. I mean,
absolutely.
What on earth?
The spacing, the inability to trade that singular fade, running in, retaking from spawn side is a massive, massive issue for GX. They got to take a timeout. They got to, I mean, I was talking about Falcons untilting from that round 2. That is a pretty tilting round to let the fade run through your entire team like that. She gets her ult online. You got the showstopper for Toki here. The breach ult for Mad V. This series has delivered. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this series has just been the biggest back and forth, right? Like, it's just a clawing over the finish line every time, onto each other's backs, back and forth. And Falcons have now started to actually build up a pretty feasible lead once again.
Yeah.
And let's see if they can hold on to it.
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? 1 off 2 pretty big ults here. For GX as well, who are going to kick this off with the mid control. Breach playing around that potential tiles dive with the reactive util from spawn. There's the dark cover to top mid. Got the haunt up over the top and middle, and they've cleared that out. They've denied info to the defense. Here for Falcons, they're going to leave Sandra on this info line playing retake A because apparently she can just kill the whole team. So that's something you can probably rely on. Falcons shifting now to play around this mid take. Mad V was ready with the breach util to potentially set up Toki there, who's meandering around top middle. And over here on this B side of the map, we do have the trap play. Cam's out for the Cypher, looking at the stairs. Reactive paranoia ready there from Eva. That goes in first, and that's actually cleared the Omen. Really, really nice util usage there from GX.
Absolutely, forces them back here towards that side. On the back side, Matt V has now arrived. So they can regroup and for a retake. The Nightfall will be used as well.
Take hold.
Oof. Matt V managing to finish off Jolina here, but sadly not before Toki falls.
Going
Still
back to B.
Even men. Yeah.
These footsteps should be heard by Luge, and she's calling the rotation across. You can see Falcons trying to scramble into position all the way through spawn. Luge has got the best timing possible, but there's a trip in the way here.
10 seconds left.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Showstopper being popped here. They're starting to run out of time. 2 seconds left here. The rocket fuel is also running out. Nothing will be found here with the Showstopper, but the spike has been planted. Lush will find their first kill. There's the Nightfall to react. Miori though is trying to swing out, but Sandra will take her out right away. Smurfette still standing. Matt Veto will be the one to go up against her and wins that trade out as the defuse will come through.
Oh, that round was so crazy.
It
The
is.
breach ult's being traded back and forth. Then you get the Showstopper on site to zone. Look at this breach ult reacting to breach ult. Then you have the Showstopper zones, all of Falcons away in that whole confusion with the breach ult and Swedish men screaming at the top of their lungs. Luge breaks the trip in B main, I think, unchecked. And Mad V comes up with 3 in a clutch round. Unreal.
Yeah, absolutely unreal, but trust me when I say Swedish men screaming at the top of their lungs, there's only 2 things that can get that going. It's a lot of alcohol or football.
Alright, well, I'm not sure. Of course, these players would never drink on the job, so it's got to be football at this point. However,
Absolutely.
foot not really a thing anymore.
What about-
And
No.
Ness and Smurfette are playing for GX right now. So look, let's just focus on that storyline for now. Straight into market. Quick up-tempo pace from GX, trying to put the pressure back on Falcons after dropping that round.
Absolutely, Lush still hiding here in the smoke. Will pick up one before she gets spotted herself. Matt Veto, clear kill here. Very cleanly done. Looking for another. There's the Showstopper. Will find it. Beautiful double here from Toki, and it looks like then Falcons will be wanting to take this to match point, and they will.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Falcons, off the back of that ace from Sandra, have just hit another level and won 4 rounds in a row. After losing the anti-eco round 2, most teams would crumble and just lose this lower bracket final. Just concede the spot to GX, tilt off the face of the moon, just say GG, go next. But especially after 4 maps of Valorant today, by the way. But Falcons, it's been the complete opposite. They've just gone demon mode. This is insane to watch. And GX, oh man, backs against the wall. The buy is not looking so good here. Half armor on most of these players. And they're once again 1-4ing, shoving their way up mid here, Joy.
Yeah. I mean, what can they do? They just have to try and play together, swing off of each other, but it's incredibly hard. Everything on the line here, and I don't think they're expecting the rotation coming through here from Toki and Madvi, and they are absolutely not, as it is Smurfette who's the first one to go. Looking for more, but Sarah will this time find the upper hand. Madvi will be going down in
What are they going
this
to do now, though?
trade-off.
In this 4-on-4, they're sitting outside market. You can see Falcons going to smoke that market entrance. Keep them at arm's length. All of the trips are still up. Luge's camera seen absolutely everyone there, Joy. 50 seconds. Where to?
Where to? Indeed, the Haunt immediately gets taken out. They know someone's there, but they don't know who, and they don't know how many. Slowly creeping back up here towards that courtyard, but they have no idea where to go. 30 seconds about on the clock. It is so tough to be Giants.
Oh, look, Eva's in this close position. Oh, they're going to creep back over on market side. Oh, perfect timing from Eva. Going to run away back into B main. Luge playing inside of her cages here. This could be it.
This could be it, and it very much... Oh, no, the upload will not go
One
through.
enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Plan is confirmed. It's just Miori against the world now, holding on for dear life, and she will not. She will be falling. The defuse will be going through. Falcons, Vega, they will be taking you to go to a rematch versus G2 in the grand finals.
Absolutely insane series. Went all 5 maps, multiple overtimes. Both of these teams, so much talent being showcased today. Game Changers EMEA Series 1 has just been crazy. All of the roster shuffles, all of these big teams being assembled in the off-season gives us games exactly like this one. And I don't think there's any surprise that we're going to get a 3rd rematch in a row. A lot of people predicted it between Falcons, Vega, and G2 goes in that grand final here. Played once in groups, upper bracket game, and now once again grand final to see who's going to take out Series 1 here.
I mean, what a journey it's been then, right, for Falcons Vega, and they have so earned their spot in this grand final. Fantastic stuff, and this series, yeah, it went all the way.
Absolutely, but a lot of respect given to Giant X as well. Obviously, you know, that combo of Smurfette and Ness is deadly. They built a pretty scary team in the off-season themselves, had a lot of great series, and pushed Falcons Vega all the way today. Definitely could have won this lower bracket game and potentially had another crack at G2, but not to be today. Still might need some improvements, some adjustments, some hard lessons learned, and we'll see if they can come back stronger in Series 2.
Yeah, that is very true. That's very true. And as we are facing our last day of Game Changers tomorrow, there is more Valorant that you can enjoy, as tickets for our Madrid event are up and available. You can get to that by scanning this QR code, and who knows if you will be joining the live crowd here in Madrid.
Yeah, there's only one thing better than Mad V, and that's Madrid. Yay, I did it. At the end of the day, definitely go to this event, guys. That'll be an insane crowd, and that will be arguably more exciting than this series was, because it's on LAN. So yeah, we love LAN competition. We love crazy games of Valorant.
Absolutely, and let's hear it from our desk what they thought about this closing map.
Thank you very much, Joy and Pilsky. Great work today. Pilsky, for God's sake, go to bed while we discuss what went down on that fifth and final map of Sunset. We saw Giant X pull off one of their trademark adaptations after a timeout, but this time it just wasn't enough, Ash.
It really wasn't, and I feel like Falcons is this team where I think we talked a lot about Giant X, about the individual prowess and the experience from those individual players on the Giant X roster, and we've obviously given a lot of love over towards Falcon X. Anyways, I just put them together. Falcons Vega in that similar kind of regard, but it really felt like all of these players on Falcons just started firing on every single cylinder, and we even saw them struggling a little bit, Billy, against some of the contact plays there that Giant X are pulling out, but really felt like they were able to focus more on their own game, and I mean, heroics like this from Sandra don't hurt.
Yeah, of course. I mean, a lot of individual hero moments from Falcons Vega there as well. Giants X, you know, they were making adaptations if and when they could, but as well, a lot of individual mistakes that were perhaps causing them some rounds. But I think what I loved about watching Falcons Vega was just the ability to adapt and just the mid-round calls as well, you know, taking control of those extremities and then shuffling towards mid and seeing what they could pick up there. So yeah, it was really nice to watch these players come out on top, and finally a grand final as well for them, which I know that we've banged on about today, but they'll be celebrating in success on their boot camp at the moment, which of course is going to be something as well that helped carry those vibes through this best of 5 today.
Can I tell you what I really love? I really love when Falcons feel themselves, because during this tournament we've talked about how Giant X have these really strong individuals, and some of the rest of their gameplay and their playbook is going to come in time, whereas Falcons, we almost say the opposite. However, it turns out actually Falcons can take on the best of them in duels, and they can win, which makes me especially excited for that match against G2 tomorrow. Have we underestimated the individuals of Falcons, Billy?
I mean, maybe a little bit. Do you know what? I'm excited to see them go up against G2. Like, I watched their groups games. In fact, I actually casted their group game, which was amazing. So for them to come out on top in the groups and then fall to them in the playoffs, it's really like all to play for. It just depends what team's going to come out on top on the day. But yeah, as you said, maybe we have underestimated Falcons Vega just a little bit, maybe.
Have we? I feel like on the desk, every single time Falcons has been playing on broadcast, we've hyped them up a lot. I definitely think it is that like underdog story, because you know G2, they've reigned supreme for the last several years that we've seen Game Changers, of course, being unseeded during stage 3 last year at the end of the season. But when we're also looking over towards this Falcons Vega team, I know we talked about the individual prowess a lot. I feel like their retake protocols were absolutely incredible. Like the synergy that they were able to find in their utility was absolutely stunning, and all led by an IGL that I feel like has accolades for days at this point as far as those statistics go.
I love to talk about Sandra as well. I mean, what an incredible performance from her. I feel like she was probably the energy that this team needed. Billy, her flexibility is something to behold, but clearly her aim is just as sharp as her map and agent knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, Sandra, as we said, like an individual that has an amazing agent pool. She plays across Initiator, Controller, and Duelist, I believe. No, sorry, Sentinel, not Controller. So yeah, another person that's able to flex onto whatever the team is wanting to do and whatever Mad is trying to build to lead this team at the moment. And as you said, probably just a really great bundle of energy to have around, judging from any interviews that we've had with her. Just so positive and just bringing the vibes to the team.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of flexibility for this entire squad, I think, when it comes down to those agent pools. And again, Madvi, I feel like it's someone that we can't get enough about and we can't talk enough about. And there's a reason for that, because when you're looking at the statistics that she's actually able to put out there, I mean, okay, one, I feel like, I know this isn't quite giving it justice as far as like understanding what some of these numbers mean, but to break it down for you, she went 13-6 in those first engagements. 13 first kills and 6 first deaths throughout the entire series within this best of 5. That tells you how aggressive of a player that she's able to be and how she's actually leading from the front a lot of the times here alongside the Duelist and Toki.
Well, it is Madvi's birthday, so I feel like what better birthday present could she ask for than talking to us? So, Madvi, hopefully you can hear me right now. Happy birthday!
Thank you so much.
So, how does it feel to be in your first Game Changers final on your birthday, no less?
Yeah, I think it's the best gift I could ask for on my birthday. I'm so glad we won this best of 5.
So, tell me, are you exhausted after playing a full 5 maps? Because it felt like...
Of course.
The energy really picked up, though, at the end of Sunset.
I mean, I'm used to playing multiple games in a row. Like, I don't get tired, but some of us were tired. I think our aim was on point at last month because like we warmed up maybe more. Of course we are tired, we're all exhausted. It was 2 overtimes, 2 maps in overtimes and like 5th month. It was so exhausting. I'm glad we could close to win.
So tell me about the overtimes as well, because it looked like the first overtime you were in on Bind, you were fully in control. It's like something took over Falcons and overtime suits you.
Yeah, I don't know what happens to us in overtime, but like we always win like first overtime round, then second round we shake it a bit. But I think overtime is a 50-50. It's like just like crystal round, so I'm glad we could just start on Bind. On Icebox, I feel like we throw on 1 overtime. That cost us the game, but it was a good comeback on Icebox, even though we lost the game. But it was like a 12-6 or a 12-7.
Yeah, you won 5 rounds towards the end of regulation before, unfortunately, you did end up... Well, I say unfortunately, no, you ended up in overtime and you wanted to be in overtime. Tell me how you were able to pull off that comeback, even if you didn't manage to take the map in the end.
We all have good mental. We all believe that we can do it. We played round by round and we made it.
Yeah. And we were wondering on the desk, is Sandra the biggest energy giver when you are in those like long match situations and you need a boost?
Yeah. Sandra's always the best energy giver. She's always hype. She always screams. She always makes us hype. Whenever like we tilt or we throw around, Sandra gets us back to it like immediately. She has the best mental.
How is her Saudi Arabic now? Because she told me she had to learn and you had to teach her.
Yeah, I think for us, we can understand, for us Saudis, we can understand any other Arabic accent like Egyptian or any other country. But for Egyptians to understand Saudis, it's difficult. So at first 2 months when she joined the team, she don't know what I say. But now she can speak Saudi too, like Saudi accent.
She can hang out, she can sit with you.
Yeah.
So I also wanted to ask you just a couple more things. One of them is about timeouts. It does seem like you're a really good team at actually knowing when to use them. Because sometimes we'll be watching matches and we'll be going, why haven't you called a timeout? Why? With you guys, you always seem to choose the right moment and do something brilliant after them. So I'm guessing as the leader, you're calling those timeouts. Why do you think you're able to make them so successful? Oh, we're going to cut that question because it's time to say happy birthday to Madvi. Right, I need to hear happy birthday in Arabic in the background, please. Look behind you, Madvi. Come on.
Make a wish.
Accept the cake. Aid Miladun Sitem?
What?
I've tried to.
Oh, Milad Saeed. Thank you.
So
It's
sorry.
nice.
I've been practicing. Oh, look. I think your team wants to celebrate. I actually feel like I need to cut this interview short so you can get ready for that final tomorrow and also so you can celebrate your birthday.
You so much. I appreciate it.
I'm sure we're going to talk to you guys before the match and find out how you're feeling about G2 and getting ready for that rematch. So I won't ask you about that now. All I want to say is happy birthday and congratulations.
Thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you so
I
much.
appreciate
it a lot. Thank you.
Bye. When the teammates came in, I went, you know what? That candle needs blowing out. I think that, like, I don't want an interview to become a fire hazard because they are in boot camp.
Fair enough.
And they do need those computers to play from tomorrow. But yeah, it's nice hearing from Madvi. I wonder how knackered they're going to be going into that match though tomorrow, Ash.
Yeah, I feel like coming off of a win like this, where you're able to like really turn things around, you go from like those 2 overtime maps into looking so good on Sunset. You gotta be carrying a lot of that momentum forward. So I think it's happy days on the side of Falcons in that matchup against G2, and they've also faced off with each other a couple of times at this point, right? And I know that when you're looking at both those teams, you're gonna expect them to both have taken away a lot of lessons from any losses on those maps that they've gone head to head on before.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, these guys have played against each other a handful of times now in this stage, and I'm still just like heartwarmed by that moment that we just had on broadcast. Like, that was so sweet. What a brilliant way to spend your birthday, being surrounded by your teammates and having a win through to the grand finals is just really wholesome and sweet.
Yeah, a really nice way to round off today. However, we can't let you go yet because we do need to take a look at the bracket. I like looking at bracket just before our final 2 teams face off because it's almost like a little walk down memory lane, Ash.
It really is. I mean, G2, perfect. Throughout playoffs, like 2-0 across the board. Okay. We should get you on the cast, Frankie.
Never.
Maybe we'll get a little sound bite of you for every single flawless round instead. The casters don't have to say it anymore. You got it. But
I'm actually going to overdub Peter Dinklage in the advert that you guys see. That's my aim at some point. Anyway, sorry. Continue, Ash. Continue.
Maybe we'll just paste your face on top of his for the advertisement. But and then you've also got, on the other hand, like, sure, Falcons, Billy, I feel like they had a really good run throughout that upper bracket. And again, now it's their chance to play that game of revenge because G2 are the ones to knock them down in today's lower final.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the perfect word to use, right? It's a revenge map. They're going to be looking to get some vengeance out on G2. And yeah, like I said, I keep saying it's all to play for. They have beat G2 in the group stage. So whoever has a better day, and again, with it being a 5-map series as well, it really could spin either way.
Let's take a look at the Game Changers points because everyone is trying to do their best consistently across our 3 competitions this year so that they can go to the international championships right at the end of the year. So here's what you can see in terms of points. So if you come first in stage 1, that's 60. And I like the points weighting here, Billy, because I think it reflects actually the stage where some of our teams are at. So for example, Falcons, having the same core but having a couple of new players, Giants X pretty much forming from scratch, they get the opportunity to kind of find momentum and find who they are as a team during the year and to see that pay off.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point to make. I mean, we see so many roster changes in amongst these splits during Game Changers as well. So hopefully these points are sort of an incentive to keep these players together and be able to build that synergy over time. Because although they've maybe not made it this time, it doesn't mean that they can't make it and progress further in the other splits. And of course, keep accumulating those points as well. So yeah, hopefully that gives them some form of motivation to keep building on what they're already building. Because I think that we'll probably see some great things coming out of this Giant X team, although they kind of fell at the final hurdle today.
Yeah, it's really great to be able to even just like reward any teams who can consistently perform, I think, within like that top 4 level within playoffs as well. And then of course, like what's always fun is the fact that we're looking far into the future for this one, but that upset potential there into stage 3 as well, with the fact that you get to qualify if you end up taking that first place and making the points not matter, and it really shakes things up late into the season.
Well, we hope you'll join us tomorrow for this massive final between G2, who have made the EMEA finals 7 times, and I still can't say EMEA flawlessly, and they'll be facing up against Falcons, who will be playing in their first ever final. Who will be taking the first stage trophy of the year? You'll have to tune in to find out. We'll be back the same time as normal. So if you're in the UK like me, that's about 20 to 5 p.m. If you're in mainland Europe, that's an hour later, 5:40 p.m. CET. There you go. I'm not very good at maths, but I am good at puns, so don't miss it because it's going to be a banger. Good night.
Frankie.
Last player standing. Clutch. Last player. Last
Do you feel